Oh my god. It's true. Li Shang's face was filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, a bigger search engine was already on the list. Hashtag Satara YCZ has signed with the world. Hashtag. Hashtag the world. Hashtag.
Sitara Yejesie.
Seeing these hot searches, Li Shang screenshot and sent it to Yizhua. Don't need to find a marketing number to send out a draft. This site has already been on the hot search engine. Yizhua was stunned. She didn't expect it to be so fast. Because she had just changed the information. It hadn't even been 3 minutes. If Yizhua wasn't a tech guru, she would have even suspected that these people had installed surveillance cameras on her body. Many fans followed the hot searches and left messages on Yizhua's previous videos, asking if the hot searches were real. Yi Zhao then released a statement. Yes, I have officially signed a contract to travel the world. Babies, please rest assured. Yi Zhao is still the same old Yi Zhao. Nothing will change because of the signing company. Then, because of the recent military training, there will be no live broadcast for the time being. Let's meet in half a month. See you in half a month. LSB, congratulations, Zhao Zhao. Go for it, Leaf. Regardless of whether you have signed with a company or not, whenever you turn around, your fans will be there. I'm guessing that the CEO of World Under Heaven is Lady Boss because I just checked. World Under Heaven is a new company that has just registered. Lady Boss spent a lot of money for Leaf. It's not a big deal to open a company, right? F***CK. F***CK. The real-life story of the overbearing CEO and his little wife. 1. Lady Boss is too awesome. 666,666. For a moment, everyone was hooked on the couple between Yizhua and the mysterious Lady Boss. Not long after, the news that Satara YCZ had signed with World Under Heaven was known by everyone. After many streamers learned of this news, they did not hesitate to cancel their contracts with the current company at all costs. They all signed with World Under Heaven. In less than 3 days, World of Xing had more than 30 popular streamers. Li Shang was so busy that she finally found the feeling she had before. Yizhua had been busy participating in military training. Because he had his period, his condition was not very good. Fortunately, Gu's watching did not make things difficult for her. On the other side, the Cin family. Cin Shaoqing had been back for more than 10 days, but the Xian sisters still had not seen their legendary future sister-in-law. Cin Yueya was extremely anxious. 5. Shaoqing. When are you going to bring my sister-in-law back for me to see? Hearing this, Cin Yueying, the third sister, also came over. That's right, Shaoqing. When are we going to see our future sister-in-law? The two sisters were really too curious. What kind of person would be able to attract Cin Shaoqing's heart? Damn it. Cin Shaoqing sat in front of the desk, holding the Buddhist beads in one hand and turning a page of the Buddhist scriptures on the desk with the other. When he heard this, he slowly lifted his eyelids. Following this action, the red mole at the end of his eyes also became lively. It added some charm.
Norus. Norus.
Cin Yueya's eyes widened. Your second sister is about to explode from anxiety, okay? Cin Shaoqing continued to read the Buddhist scriptures. Cin Yueying walked to Cin Shaoqing's side. Shaoqing, please satisfy my and second sister's curiosity. Why don't you tell me my sister-in-law's name? Second sister, and I will go directly to the capital university to look for her. Yes, yes. Third girl is especially right.
Cen YYK herydli nadyd.
No, Cin Shaoqing directly refused.
Cen YYK frowned.
Why? Cin Shaoqing raised his eyes and glanced at Cin. You will scare her. Your sister is as beautiful as a flower. She is naturally beautiful. She is like a fish that has fallen from the sky. She is devastatingly beautiful. She is peerless in her generation. She has the beauty of a nation. She is from a small family. She is slim and graceful. She is like a willow that has fallen into the wind. She is like a beautiful flower that shines on the water. How can she scare people? 1. Cin Yueya placed her hands on her hips and said a whole bunch of words in one breath. She did not even breathe. Sun Yueying, who was beside her, was stunned. She gave Sun Yueya a thumbs up. Second sister, you're awesome. Sun Yueya raised her head proudly. Of course. Otherwise, how could I be your second sister? As she said that, Sun Yueya looked at Sun Shaoqing. When are you going to bring her back to see us? Otherwise, I'll go to the capital university to look for her. Sun Shaoqing felt a headache coming on as he pinched his temples. I have to ask her. Yijua's military training was still 5 days away. Sun Shaoqing had not seen her for more than 10 days. Sun Yueya patted Sun Shaoqing on the shoulder. Sister has a question for you. Ask.
Sun Shaoqing answered concisely.
Sun Yueya continued. If you two get married in the future, will you be strict with your wife? Sun Shaoqing directly denied it. Of course not. But I see that you have the potential to be a strict wife. Sun Yueya narrowed her eyes. Sun Shaoqing's expression was the same as usual. You're mistaken.
Hur.
Sun Yueya had a wicked smile on his face. Back then, someone even said that he didn't want to get married. New Nouvelle chapters are published on
Sun Shaoqing.
In the blink of an eye. Today was the last day of the military training. The last day was for the military training parade. After 15 days of devil-like training, everyone's skin had turned a few degrees darker. Especially Li Yeye. Even if she wore sunscreen, the skin on her face and neck was still a few shades darker. Li Yeye looked at Yi Zhao enviously. Big Zhao, why aren't you black? Yi Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. Maybe it's because I'm naturally beautiful? Li Yeye whimpered and hugged Yi Zhao. I want to be naturally beautiful too. Oh right, I heard that the new campus bell selection is going to be held tomorrow. Do you want to sign up? Yi Zhao shook his head slightly.
No.
Li Yeye said regretfully. Why? With Yi Zhao's looks, he would definitely stand out among the 5,000 new students once he entered the campus bell selection. Yi Zhao turned on his computer and said, I'm not interested. Her computer turned on very quickly. Yi Zhao pressed the shortcut key and logged into a website. Li Yeye looked at the computer screen and could not help but ask, Zhao, which version of your computer is it? Why don't I recognize any of the words on it? Yi Zhao's tone was indifferent. Oh, this is the offshore internet, see nations. Offshore internet? Li Yeye said in surprise. How did you log in? Climbing the wall, Yi Zhao said simply. However, Li Yeye was extremely surprised. One had to know that because it involved copyright issues, domestic websites could not wait to get into foreign websites. How did Yi Zhao switch so freely? At this moment, the door of the dormitory was pushed open from the outside. Li Yeye turned around to take a look. It was Feng Xianxian. Because of the air conditioning incident last time, Feng Xianxian and Bai Xiaoman disappeared for more than 10 days. They did not even participate in military training. Li Yeye thought that Feng Xianxian and Bai Xiaoman had dropped out of school. She did not expect that they would actually come back today. Seeing Li Yeye, who had been slandered by a few degrees, Bai Xiaoman laughed out loud. She looked at Feng Xianxian and said, Xianxian, it's fortunate that your grandmother helped me to inform the school leader so that I don't have to participate in the military training. Otherwise, I would definitely be like a certain someone so dark that I wouldn't even recognize my own mother. Thank you so much. Feng Xianxian looked at Li Yeye, who was standing in front of Yi Zhao, with satisfaction. If even Li Yeye had turned so dark, then Yi Zhao, who couldn't even afford sunscreen, would probably be even darker, right? Tanning is better than someone with a black heart, right? Li Yeye retorted directly. She lowered her head to look at Yi Zhao. Zhao, don't you agree? Yi Zhao's tone was indifferent. Yes. Only then did Feng Xianxian see Zhao. His brows were like a painting. His skin was as white as jade. Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao was actually not tanned. Not only was he not tanned, he was even whiter than before. What was going on? Feng Xianxian's expression instantly collapsed. She originally wanted to come back and see Yi Zhao's embarrassing tanned appearance. She did not expect it. She did not expect Yi Zhao to not be tanned at all. What was going on? Yi Zhao, you did not participate in the military training either. Feng Xianxian could not help but ask. Yi Zhao continued to look at the computer, his fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. I just don't have a tanned physique. Feng Xianxian was so angry that she wanted to bite him. She hadn't seen the sun for 10 days and it wasn't even as white as Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao was just a country bumpkin. Instead of having the life of a princess, he had the attributes of a princess. It was really displeasing. At this moment Yi Zhao's phone rang. She picked up the phone with one hand and closed the computer screen with the other. She walked to the balcony to answer the phone. Hello. Feng Qianqian narrowed her eyes. Could it be Yi Zhao's deadbeat boyfriend? It seemed that not only was Yi Zhao's boyfriend deadbeat, he was also an unpresentable person. Otherwise, Yi Zhao wouldn't have lost the courage to answer the phone in the dormitory and hide on the balcony to answer it. Lin Zhe had been busy deciphering the password of the safe these days. However, it had already been half a month, and there was still no progress. At this moment the phone rang. Lin Zhe immediately picked up the call. Hello, how's it going? An excited voice came from the other end. I've already contacted the password deciphering expert from Thailand. Go online immediately and enter the room. Let's talk to the expert face to face. Okay. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. This safe was manufactured in Thailand. Since the other party was a password cracking expert in Thailand, he must have a way to crack the password. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhe quickly logged into his account and entered the room. The expert was sitting across from him. After Lin Zhe greeted him, he sent the picture and website address of the safe to him. About 5 minutes later, the expert looked up at Lin Zhe. He said with a face full of regret, I'm sorry. This safe is a custom-made one. It's also the latest model on the market. There are hundreds of programs in it. It combines face recognition and voice recognition. If you forcefully decipher it, it will immediately trigger the alarm button. So you can't decipher it either. The expert shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't. If the safe could be deciphered so quickly, it wouldn't be called a safe anymore. I hope that we can work together again next time. With that, the expert went offline. It was originally a 3-person room, but it had suddenly become 2 people. Lin Zhe's expression was a little absent-minded. Seeing him like this, the person across from him said, Brother Zhe, don't be anxious. I know a person. He definitely has a way to decipher it. Who? Lin Zhe raised his head. The hacker world Z God. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Twirl, do you know Z God? As a well-known big shot in the hacker world, Lin Zhe naturally knew about Z God. However, Z God was too mysterious. He had only heard of him and had never seen him before. Although I don't know Z God, my cousin knows him. My cousin is the famous W. He seems to be on good terms with Z God. I heard that Z God is quite nice and doesn't put on any airs. Moreover, Z God just won the first prize in the hacker world this year. His professional skills directly crushed Country P and Country T. As long as he makes a move, he will definitely be able to crack this broken safe. 1. Lin Zhe obviously knew what Z God was capable of. Xiao Dan, then I'll leave it to you. You must help me contact Z God. Brother Zhe, wait for my news.
Lin Zhe nodded.
At the Xian residence, Sun Xiaoqing hung up the phone and went downstairs. Sun Yueya was sitting on the sofa chatting with Sun Yueying and her eldest sister, Sun Yueying. It was said that 3 women acted in a show, and this was not a lie. The 3 of them were chatting so enthusiastically that they did not even notice that Sun Xiaoqing had arrived. Sun Xiaoqing coughed lightly and opened his thin lips. Eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. The 3 of them did not react at all. Sun Xiaoqing called out again. The 3 of them still did not react. Sun Xiaoqing continued. My girlfriend will come over tomorrow. This sentence seemed to have hit the pause button in the air, and the voices immediately stopped. The three of them looked up at Sun Xiaoqing. Really? Xiaoqing, are you kidding us? Previously, the few of them had talked about this matter in front of Sun Xiaoqing many times, but Sun Xiaoqing had always been evasive. How could he bring it home now? Felt a little surreal. Sun Xiaoqing repeated it again. Yes, my girlfriend is coming over tomorrow. Old Madame Sun happened to pass by the living room. When she heard this, she was so excited that even her slippers flew away. Rascal, what did you say? My precious granddaughter-in-law is coming over tomorrow. Sun Xiaoqing nodded slightly. That's great. I haven't seen Yezi for almost a month. Old Mrs. Sun turned to look at the three Sun sisters. Eldest girl, second girl, third girl, you must be careful tomorrow. Don't scare my granddaughter-in-law. Especially your second girl. You must be careful. Sun Yue hugged old Mrs. Sun's arm. Don't worry, Grandma, I know. Old Mrs. Sun looked at Sun Yueying. Tell the fourth girl to come back early tomorrow.
Sun Yueying nodded.
Because Yizhua was coming tomorrow, old Mrs. Sun went to the kitchen to order more desserts. Then she went to the purchasing department to send more fresh fruits back by air. After old Mrs. Sun left, Sun Yueying asked curiously, didn't the military training just end? Big sister, second sister, do you think sister-in-law is very tanned? Sunua nodded. When I was in the military training back then, my face was so tan that a layer of skin peeled off. Sister-in-law would definitely not be any better. You still dare to come to our house to meet the parents at this time. Sister-in-law is really brave. That was military training. A full 15 days. The weather in the capital was already hot. It was already the 8th month of the lunar calendar, and the temperature was still over 30 degrees. Sun Yueying said, I have skincare products that can quickly recover from sunburn. The effect is not bad. You can bring them to your sister-in-law tomorrow. The next day, Sun Xiaoqing went to the school to pick up Yizhao. They had not seen each other for more than 10 days. Seeing Yizhao now, Sun Xiaoqing had the urge to hug her into his arms. The blood in his body was boiling and burning, but he still did not dare to do so. He was terrified. After all, he was just a lowly intern. Sun Xiaoqing restrained the impulse in his heart and tilted his head slightly. There's some iced Yangji sweet dew in the fridge. Grandma specially asked me to get it for you. Yizhua's eyes lit up and he opened the door of the car refrigerator. Sure enough, he saw a cup of Yangji sweet dew. Not long after, the car stopped at the Sun family's manor. Almost as soon as the car stopped, the housekeeper came in to announce, they're here, they're here. Fifth master is back. Really? The three Sun family sisters immediately stood up from the sofa, extremely excited. Old Mrs. Sun then instructed them to remain calm and said, why isn't that fourth girl back yet? Yueying, have you notified her?
Sun Yueying nodded.
I've informed the fourth girl. She said that she'll be back today. At this moment, the sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Then, two figures appeared at the door of the living room. Everyone looked up and saw a girl standing beside Sun Xiaoqing. She was standing right beside Sun Xiaoqing. Her porcelain white face seemed to be covered in a layer of snow light. There was a hint of clarity in her bright beauty, but there was also a hint of uneasiness in her clarity. The golden and resplendent living room was forcefully made into a backdrop by her. Her beautiful facial features were still wrapped in the cold of winter. She was unapproachable. This temperament was emitted from her bones. No one else could replicate it. Yezi. Old Mrs. Sun rushed over and hugged Yizhua.
Grandma Sun.
Old Mrs. Sun said with a straight face, you still call me Grandma Sun. Grandma. Yizhua immediately changed the way he addressed her. Old Lady Sun smiled and said, hey. That's more like it. Not black. Not black at all. At first, Sun Yue thought that she was going to meet a black sister. She did not expect that her future sister-in-law would actually be so good-looking. So good-looking that she was about to cry. Sun Yue walked in front of Yizhua and tried her best to suppress the excitement in her heart. This is your future sister-in-law, right? Hello, I'm Xiaoqing's second sister, Sunua. You can just call me second sister. Hello, second sister.
Uame Yezao gritet politeli.
Sensual held Yizeo's hand and sighed in her heart. A beauty was indeed a beauty. Even her hands were so soft. How convenient for that monk, Sun Shaoqing. Zao, let me introduce you. This is our eldest sister and this is third sister. Yizeo greeted them one by one. Although Tsinyueying and Tsinyueying had been prepared for Yizeo to be very good-looking, they did not expect Yizeo to be so good-looking. They were so surprised that they did not even know where to place their hands. Tsinyueying said, Zao, take a seat. You don't have to be so formal with us sisters. Old Madame Tsun looked at the performance of her granddaughters with satisfaction. Zhou Xiang came in with a plate of cut fruits. Zao, this is the lotus mist that was flown in this morning. Have a taste of it. Thank you, Aunt Xiang. Sensual smiled and said, We are all family. Why are you being so polite? The Xian sisters were very easy to get along with, so it was not stressful for Yizhua to be with them. Perhaps it was because he had eaten too much fruit, but after a while, Yizhua felt a little unwell and tugged at Sun Shaoqing's clothes. Sun Shaoqing looked down at Yizhua and moved closer to her ear. What's wrong? I want to go to the bathroom. Yizhua raised his eyes slightly and lowered his voice. The way the two of them were whispering to each other was very intimate in the eyes of everyone. Sensual pretended to talk to Tsinyueying, but in fact she raised her head and looked up a few times. Sun Shaoqing grabbed her hand and took her to the washroom. After the two of them left, Sensual asked curiously, Mom, Grandma, what did you say that sister-in-law just said to Shaoqing? Tsinyueying said speechlessly, Second sister, why are you so nosy? Old Mrs. Tsin said excitedly, Isn't it the nature of us little girls to gossip? I'm also quite curious.
Tsinyueyin.
At this moment, the sound of footsteps sounded again in the air. Sensual thought that Yizhua and Sun Shaoqing had returned. She looked up and saw that two young women of equal stature had entered. One of them had short hair, exquisite facial features, and a heroic air. Zhou Xiang's shadow could be seen between her eyebrows and eyes. The other person was wearing a white one-piece dress and had long hair draped over his shoulders. He looked pure and innocent. This was the Tsin family's fourth daughter, Sun Yuyan. The person standing beside her was Song Chenyu. Sun Yuyan walked in with Song Chenyu beside her. Grandma, Mom, eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. I've brought Chenyu to see you guys. Zhou Xiang stood up in surprise. Chenyu. Song Chenyu hugged Zhou Xiang with a smile. Auntie, long time no see. Long time no see. Zhou Xiang had always liked Song Chenyu. When she saw Song Chenyu, old Mrs. Tsin frowned slightly and thought to herself, This fourth girl is too insensible. Why did she bring this fish on such an important day? Song Chenyu then greeted old Mrs. Tsun and the Tsin sisters. Old Mrs. Tsin nodded. Those who came are all guests. Have a seat. Song Chenyu sat down and subconsciously felt that old Mrs. Tsin was a little difficult to get along with. Yin continued. Didn't Shaoqing bring his girlfriend back today? They haven't arrived yet. Old Mrs. Tsin said somewhat unhappily. You knew that Shaoqing brought his girlfriend here today, so why did you come back so late? Song Chenyu said. I'm sorry, old Mrs. Tsin, this is all my fault. If it wasn't for my delay on the road, Yuyan wouldn't have come so late. Sun Yuyan smiled and said, It's fine, it's fine. There are no outsiders today anyway. Actually, Sun Yuyan's motive for bringing Song Chenyu over today was very simple. She just wanted to see if Xian Shaoqing's girlfriend was that good-looking. Song Chenyu was recognized as a once-in-5,000 years beauty in the entertainment industry. Could it be that Sun Shaoqing's girlfriend could be more beautiful than Song Chenyu? After all, Sun Yuyan had always treated Song Chenyu as her younger sister-in-law. Sun Yuyan was a little unhappy that Sun Shaoqing suddenly found someone else to be his girlfriend. Song Chenyu tilted her head and looked at Zhou Xiang. Auntie, I heard from Yuyan that you've been feeling a little unwell these few days. Coincidentally, I'm more familiar with Dr. Gu. I've made an appointment with her and will come over in a while to help you take a look. She's already on her way and should be arriving soon. 1. Old Mrs. Tsin said, "Thank you for Xiao Song's good intentions, but my granddaughter-in-law is a doctor. You should let that Dr. Gu go back." Tsin Yuyan hugged old Mrs. Tsin's arm. "Grandma, do you know who Dr. Gu is? She's the second doctor in the country to cure cancer." Gu Delying. Old Mrs. Tsin rolled her eyes at Tsin Yuyan. Was this stupid thing brainless? Tsin Yuyan pretended not to see it. The Xian sisters all looked over at Song Chenyu. Since they knew Gu Dening, it seemed that Song Chenyu was indeed not simple. Tsin Yueying looked at Song Chenyu. "Miss Song, can you introduce Dr. Gu to me later?" Tsin Yueying's father-in-law had found cancer not long ago. Although he was in the hospital now, it was safer with Gu Dening around. As a professor who had conquered cancer, it was not easy for Gu Deking to meet her. Song Chenyu nodded. "Third sister, you're too kind. It's no big deal." Tsin Yueya was also very excited. Although she did not really like Song Chenyu, she was a fan of the legendary godly Dr. Yi. Gu Deking was the personal disciple of godly Dr. Yi. Tsin Yueya had long wanted to meet Gu Deking. At this moment, Tsin Shaoqing came out of the bathroom with Yizhua. When she saw Tsin Shaoqing, Song Chenyu was momentarily stunned. What kind of man had she not seen in the entertainment industry? However, it was the first time she had seen a man like Tsin Shaoqing. However, every time she saw him, her heart would beat faster. When she saw Yizhua next to Tsin Shaoqing, Song Chenyu was stunned. Old Madame Tsin quickly walked over to introduce her. "Yu Yan, this is your future sister-in-law." After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Zhao with a smile. "Yi, this is fourth sister, Tsin Yuan. This girl has been lacking in intelligence since she was young. Don't be calculative with her."
Ye Zhao similet.
Fourth sister. Tsin Yuyan was also stunned. She did not expect Yi Zhao to be so beautiful. If Song Chenyu was said to be a beauty that only appeared once every 5,000 years, then the girl in front of her was a beauty in the moon, a fairy in the clouds. "Hello."
Tsin Yuyan smiled.
At this moment, Song Chenyu's phone rang. She picked up the phone. "It's Dr. Gu. I'll go pick her up." "I'll go with you." Tsin Yuyan followed Song Chenyu's footsteps. Old Mrs. Tsin frowned. She wanted to get angry, but she was too embarrassed to do so in front of Yi Zhao, so she could only hold it in. She could not let her granddaughter-in-law see her irritable side. Soon Song Chenyu and Tsin Yuyan came with Gu Dening. Tsin Yuyan introduced to everyone, "Grandma, Mom, eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. This is Chenyu's good friend, Dr. Gu Dening." Tsin Yuyan looked up at Yizhua. "Miss Yi, I heard from my grandma that you also know medicine. You must have heard of Dr. Gu, right?" Tsin Yuyan looked at Yi Zhao with a smile on her face. Yi Zhao was a doctor, but he was just a nobody. How could she know Gu Dening? After all, Gu Dening was now a globally renowned professor. Every country was lining up to invite her to participate in medical experiments. This year's appointment was already 3 years in the future. If Song Chenyu and Gu Dening did not have a close relationship, an ordinary person would not be able to invite Gu Dening. Therefore, Tsin Yuyan's words were also intended to embarrass Yi Zhao. When Gu Dening saw Yi Zhao, she was extremely shocked. She thought that she was hallucinating and asked in surprise, "Miss Yi, Dr. Gu." Yi Zhao raised his eyebrows in surprise. She also didn't expect to meet Gu Dening in the Tsin family. Until Yi Zhao opened his mouth, Gu Dening dared to believe that this is not an illusion. "Miss Yi, it really is you." "Is me." Yizhua slightly nods. "Gu Doctor, you are not wrong." Jiu Dining said excitedly, "Miss Yi, didn't I already tell you? You can call me Xiao Gu from now on." Although she was older than Yizhua, but in front of Yizhua, Gu Dening really couldn't bear to be called Dr. Gu by her. Yizhua was really too outstanding. Her strength had long surpassed her age. "Xiao Gu?" Tsin Yuyan was dumbfounded. The others at the side were also dumbfounded. No one expected that Gu Dening actually knew Yizhua, and Gu Dening actually made Yizhua call her Xiao Gu? What was going on? Sun Yuyan felt like she was hallucinating. This was Gu Denning. Apart from Miracle Dr. Yi, she was the second person to conquer cancer. Why was Yi Zhao called Gu Denning Xiaogu?
Chen Yuyan frowned.
Today was the date Sun Xiaoqing brought his girlfriend back. After learning that Song Chenyu and Gu Denning were old friends for many years, she deliberately revealed to Song Chenyu that Zhou Xiang had been feeling unwell recently. She asked Song Chenyu to invite Gu Denning to treat Zhou Xiang. It was so that Sun Xiaoqing's girlfriend would retreat after seeing the outstanding Song Chenyu. After all, not everyone had the chance to get to know Gu Denning. Song Chenyu was not only good-looking, but also talented. She did not expect it. She did not expect Yi Zhua to actually know Gu Denning. This sudden change made Sun Yuyan dumbfounded. Song Chenyu was also a little confused. She also did not expect that there would be a second person who knew Gu Denning in the Tsin family. Gu Denning asked Yi Zhua to call her Little Gu. Could it be that Yi Zhua and Gu Denning were related? What the hell was going on? Old Madame Tsin was amused. Her silly fourth granddaughter and Song Chenyu wanted to use Gu Denning to show off in front of everyone. They did not expect to be slapped in the face by her granddaughter-in-law. They had failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. This feeling was too great. Jiu Denning continued. By the way, Miss Yi, why are you here too? Yi Zhua smiled slightly and introduced Sun Xiaoqing to Gu Denning. This is my boyfriend. Sun Xiaoqing nodded slightly at Gu Denning. Gu Denning widened her eyes in disbelief. It seemed that she did not expect Sun Fifth Master and Yi Zhua to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Old Mrs. Tsin was really curious about the relationship between Gu Denning and Yi Zhao. She continued to ask, Little Dr. Gu, do you know our Yi Zi as well? Jiu Denning said, Old Mrs. Tsin, not only do I know Miss Yi, but Miss Yi is also my mentor. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Gu Denning was not an ungrateful person. She had always remembered Yi Zhua's kindness. Mentor? As soon as Gu Denning said this, the air instantly fell silent. Old Madame Tsin originally thought that Yi Zhua and Gu Denning were at most good friends. She didn't expect her granddaughter-in-law to be so amazing. Mentor? Mentor? Old Madame Tsin suddenly reacted. Could it be?
Jezu was miracle doctorie?
After all, Miracle Dr. Yi was the one who personally taught Gu Denning how to cure cancer. Zhou Xiang and old Madame Tsin had the same thought. The two of them looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Old Madame Tsin turned to look at Gu Denning and said excitedly, You said that our Yi Zi is your master. Gu Denning nodded. Hearing that, Sun Yuyan raised her head in disbelief. Dr. Gu, don't joke around. You're the second person to conquer cancer. How can Miss Yi be your teacher? Yi Zhua was only 19 years old this year, and had just entered his first year of university. Although she also knew some medical skills, how could she compare to Song Chenyu? Could Yi Zhua's medical skills be better than Gu Denning's? Song Chenyu stood beside Sun Yuyan. Her expression was normal, but her fingers were clenched tightly. Could it be? Yi Zhua was the legendary miracle Dr. Yi? Song Chenyu was a big sister in the entertainment industry. She had won the Phoenix Goddess Gold Award 3 years in a row. She had never been a proud person, but she believed that she was not an ordinary person. She was in high school at the age of 13. She entered university at the age of 15. At the age of 22, she received a double master's degree. She was only 27 now, but she already had achievements that ordinary girls would never dare to dream of. No one had ever given her a sense of crisis. But Yi Zhua. Somehow, he gave her a sense of crisis. Gu Denning looked up at Sun Yuyan and said very seriously, Fourth Miss Tsin, I'm not joking with you. Not only is Miss Yi my mentor, she is also the #1 person who has conquered cancer, Miracle Dr. Yi. She has shown me kindness. Sun Yuyan's expression froze.
Doctorie?
Yi Zhua was actually Dr. Yi. How is this possible?
Doctorie.
Sun Yuya couldn't help but scream. Dr. Gu, you're not joking, right? Is Zhuozhuo really the legendary Dr. Yi? The #1 Dr. Yi who has conquered cancer? Yes, I'm not joking, Gu Denning said. Sensual was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the miracle Dr. Yi that she had always admired was actually Yi Zhuozhua. The famous miracle Dr. Yi in Huaxia was actually her younger sister-in-law. What kind of fate was this? Sensual was really too excited. She wished she could hug Yi Zhuozhua and kiss him hard. Not to mention Sensual. Even Sun Shaoqing was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Yi Zhuozhua. He knew that Yi Zhao was a piece of unpolished jade. But this result still shocked him. Conquering cancer. This was something that would benefit all mankind. It was rumored a while ago, but unfortunately, no one had ever seen Miracle Dr. Yi. Who would have thought that Miracle Dr. Yi was far away in the horizon and right in front of their eyes? Yi Zhao still had an indifferent look on his face. He did not reveal anything, as if the main character of the incident was not her. The Xian family members were all more shocked. No one had expected that Yi Zhao was Miracle Dr. Yi. Old Mrs. Tsin turned to look at Yi Zhao. Yi, you're such a child. You've achieved so much, and you didn't even tell us. Yi Zhao was a little embarrassed. If Gu Denning had not suddenly come to the Tsin family today, she would have forgotten about this matter. After all, cancer was just a small problem in her world. It was no different from a common cold and fever. Therefore, Yi Zhao never thought that curing cancer was a major achievement, and he never wanted to show off anything. Gu Denning smiled and said, Miss Yi is very low-key. The medical world arranged several international news interviews and a global award ceremony for her, but she refused all of them. This was also what Gu Denning admired most about Yi Zhao. If it were anyone else, would they be able to be as calm as Yi Zhao? It was easy to say that they were indifferent to fame and fortune, but how many people could do it? Old Mrs. Tsin held Yi Zhao's hand and laughed so hard that her eyes could not be seen. Yes, yes, yes. Our Yi Zhao is the most low-key. She's not like some people who don't make a sound when they're full. When she said the last sentence, old Mrs. Tsin deliberately glanced at Song Chenyu. What was so great about knowing Gu Denning? Her granddaughter-in-law was also the first person to conquer cancer. Song Chenyu heard the hidden meaning in old Mrs. Tsin's words and smiled. He walked to Yi Zhao's side and politely extended his right hand. I'm a loyal fan of Miracle Dr. Yi. I originally wanted Denning to introduce Miracle Dr. Yi to me. I didn't expect to see Miracle Dr. Yi in person today. Nice to meet you. I'm Song Chenyu. Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao reached out and held Song Chenyu's hand. He spoke concisely. Song Chenyu's expression did not change. He felt that Yi Zhao was not simple. She was a well-known female star in the entertainment industry. In recent years, she had monopolized almost all the resources in the industry. She was so popular that she became purple. Even Zhou Xiang, who met her for the first time, was especially excited and asked for her autograph. However, Yi Zhao was indifferent. It was as if in Yi Zhao's eyes, she was no different from a passerby. However, she was only 19 years old. A 19-year-old girl was in the craze of chasing after celebrities. Could she really be so indifferent? Song Chenyu lowered her eyes. Sensual pulled Yi Zhao to sit down on the sofa. Zhao, you're really amazing. You have no idea how much I admire Miracle Dr. Yi. If Yi Zhao had not kept a low profile, she would have even posted it on her WeChat moments to show off. Sensual said, Zhao, my father-in-law was diagnosed with liver cancer not long ago. Can you please go to the hospital to have a look? Sun Yuyan was a little unhappy when she heard this. Sun Yuang had clearly asked Song Chenyu to help her introduce Gu Denning more than 10 minutes ago. Now that Song Chenyu was sitting opposite her, Sun Yuang went to look for Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao asked, when did the old man find out? In March this year, Sun Yuang answered. Yi Zhao noted. I happen to have nothing to do in the afternoon. Shall we go in the afternoon? Hearing this, Sun Yuang nodded excitedly. Good. Zhao, thank you so much. You're welcome. From the beginning to the end, there was no smug expression on Yi Zhao's face. Sun Yuang was very satisfied with Yi Zhao. She held Yi Zhao's hand and asked, Searing, when did you start studying medicine? around the age of 10. For a moment, the Tsin family's three sisters, who had been discussing Gudening beside Song Chenyu, all sat beside Yizeo and became Yizeo's little fans. Tsin Yuyan felt extremely uncomfortable. She had brought Song Chenyu over today because she wanted to show Yizeo his might. She wanted to let Yizeo know that the Tsin family had a very high threshold, and ordinary people could not enter. The Tsin family's young madam should have come from the capital. How could a person from a small place like Yunjing be worthy of marrying into the Tsin family? Who would have thought that in the end, not only did she not show Yizeo his might, she was instead checkmated.
Ye zao bejame miracle doktor ye.
How could Yizeo be miracle doctor Yi? The more Tsin Yuyan thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Song Chenyu patted Tsin Yuyan's hand. Tsin Yuyan turned around to look at Song Chenyu. She saw a faint smile on Song Chenyu's face. From the beginning to the end, Song Chenyu was very calm. Tsin Yuyan could not help but sigh. Song Chenyu was indeed worthy of being a female star, who stood at the top of the entertainment industry. If it was anyone else, they might not be able to be as calm as Song Chenyu. Thinking of this, the gloomy look on Tsin Yuyan's face faded a little. She had to learn Song Chenyu's handling style. Old madam, this is the lychee that just arrived. A servant jogged in from outside. Old Madam Tsin stood up, quickly put it on the table. The servant placed the lychee on the table. Old Mrs. Tsin changed the lotus mist in front of the lychee and Yizeo. Yezi, eat the lychee. I bought this lychee for you. Song Chenyu recognized the king of lychees at a glance. Green lychee. Green lychees were rare, and they were sold by the market. In the most ridiculous year, one green lychee was sold at auction for 550,000 yuan. Now was not the time to eat lychees, and the price had increased several times. Although it was only a small plate, the price had already exceeded 7 figures. Moreover, it was the kind that could not be bought even if one had money. It seemed that old Lady Tsin really liked Yizeo. Yizeo really liked lychees. Unfortunately, the juice of green lychees was too full. As long as Yizeo peeled one, the juice would flow all over his hand and become sticky. Just as Yizeo was hesitating whether to peel it, Sun Shaoqing put down the Buddhist beads in his hand and picked up a lychee. In the next second, a crystal-clear lychee meat was handed to Yizeo. Yizeo naturally took the lychee. Song Chenyu's gaze swept over the two of them. It would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. This was Tsin Wuyi. Everyone in the capital knew Tsin Wuyi. He believed in Buddhism and was like a devil. His methods were cold. He even once said that he would never marry and even rejected the number one beauty of Persia. But now, old Madame Tsin and Zhou were already used to it. But the four Tsin sisters were very surprised. Especially Tsina. She was so excited that she was about to scream. Although Tsin Shaoqing was her younger brother, Tsin Shaoqing had been young and mature since he was young, and he had his own ideas. Ever since he became famous in China at the age of 18, even Tsin Yuya, his older sister, was a little afraid of him. Usually, he would only joke when it was appropriate. But now, after being tempered to 100% steel, he did a finger-twirling softener. This was really like one thing subduing another. Old Mrs. Tsin stood up from the sofa. I'm going to the kitchen to see how the dishes for lunch are doing. Fourth girl, come over and see what you want to eat for lunch. Tsin Yuyan knew that old Mrs. Tsin definitely had something to say to her. She stood up and followed behind old Mrs. Tsin. The two of them came to the back garden. Old Mrs. Tsin said directly, "Who told you to bring that fish here?" Tsin Yuyan was stunned. What fish? Old Mrs. Tsin knocked her walking stick loudly. It's that Song Chenyu. She's the one who sunk the fish. I think it's more like an ugly fish. What ugly fish?
Tsin Yuyan frowned.
Grandma, some fish is my best friend. How can you say that about her? Old Mrs. Tsin looked at Tsin Yuyan. Let me ask you, what day is it today? Saturday, Tsin Yuyan replied. The smile on old Mrs. Tsin's face gradually disappeared. Didn't boss tell you that Shaoqing is bringing his wife back today? Yes. Then why did you bring an outsider home? Old Mrs. Tsin asked. Don't you know that today is a family banquet? Chen Yu is not an outsider. Sun Yuyan tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. Grandma, Chen Yu is my best friend. At the lowest point in my life, at the most confusing time, she was the one who helped me. That was all you're doing. Old Mrs. Tsin rolled her eyes. Sun Yuyan, I'm telling you, if you dare to bring a mess of people home again at the next family banquet, I'll chase you away too. After saying that, old Mrs. Tsin walked back angrily. The next second after she returned to the living room, old Mrs. Tsin's kind smile returned as if nothing had happened. Sun Yuyan looked at old Mrs. Tsin's back view. She was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Before she left the capital, old Mrs. Tsin still liked her very much. She did not even say anything harsh to her. But now, for an outsider. Old Mrs. Tsin actually said such words to chase her out of the house. What was this? What was the background of Yi Zhao? She had not even entered the house, but she had already coaxed old Mrs. Tsin to this extent. If she entered the house, would she still have a place in the Tsin family in the future? Sun Yuyan gritted her teeth. Old Madame Tsin came to the living room. Yezi, I just went to the kitchen to take a look. There's boiled meat and silver fish soup that you like the most today. You have to eat more in a while. After dinner, Grandma still has some good things to give you. Yezuo noted. Seeing Sun Yuyan come in, Song Chenyu stood up from the sofa. Old Madam, Auntie Fifth Master, Miracle Dr. Yi, and all the sisters. I still have an advertisement to shoot in the afternoon, so I won't disturb you. Zhou Xiang said. It's almost time to eat. Stay for dinner. Song Chenyu smiled and said, Thank you, Auntie. I won't eat any more. After saying that, he turned to look at Sun Yuyan and Gu Denning. Yuyan Denning, I'll go back first. Sun Yuyan felt a little sorry for Song Chenyu. Song Chenyu was clearly a guest that she had invited, but now he was forced away by old Madame Tsin. Although old Mrs. Tsin did not say anything explicitly, Song Chenyu was clear-minded and definitely noticed that old Mrs. Tsin did not welcome her. Chenyu, I'll send you off. Song Chenyu smiled and said, There's no need. Although Song Chenyu said there was no need, Sun Yuyan still insisted on sending her out. They walked out of the Tsin manor. Sun Yuyan said apologetically, I'm sorry, Chenyu. I've made you suffer. Song Chenyu smiled and said, Yuyan, what are you talking about? Where did I suffer? Deng Yuyan continued, My grandmother is old and muddle-headed. Don't hold it against her. Song Chenyu was obviously a good and kind girl, but old Madame Tsin said that she was an ugly fish. Wasn't she just old and muddle-headed? Don't worry, I didn't suffer any grievances. Also, I feel that old Madame is a very cute grandmother. Song Chenyu continued, I really have an advertisement to shoot. Yuyan, don't let your imagination run wild. Sun Yuyan was moved and hugged Song Chenyu. Chenyu, thank you. Song Chenyu patted Sun Yuyan's back. Sun Yuyan said somewhat dispiritedly, Chenyu, I feel that Yizhua isn't simple. I don't know what's going on. In any case, I just don't like her. I don't know why my grandmother likes her so much. Yizhua must have used flowery words to deceive old Madame Tsin. Actually, to be honest, Miss Yi is really quite outstanding. She's talented and beautiful. Moreover, she's the famous miracle Dr. Yi. Song Chenyu pulled Sun Yuyan's hand and sat down on the wooden bench. This is your first time meeting Miss Yi. It's normal for you to have a misunderstanding about her. You'll slowly get over it in the future. Sun Yuyan didn't think so. Everyone says that first impression is very important. The first time I met her, I already hated her so much. I definitely won't be able to like her in the future. 1. Sun Yuyan recalled the first time she had treated Song Chenyu. She had felt that Song Chenyu was a rare good girl at first glance. Reality proved that she had not misjudged him. Song Chenyu smiled and did not reply. At this moment, silence was better than words. Sun Yuyan continued, Moreover, don't you think it's weird? I heard from my third sister that my fifth brother didn't like Yi Zhao at the beginning. It was my grandmother who insisted on matchmaking the two of them. Later, for some unknown reason, my fifth brother suddenly agreed to be together with Yizeo. I guess it must be Yizeo who is persistent in pursuing my fifth brother. Otherwise, my fifth brother wouldn't have suddenly fallen in love. In the past, Xinyan felt that the only person who could change Cin Shaoqing was Song Chenyu. So she introduced Song Chenyu to Zhou Xiang. She also often brought Song Chenyu to the Cin family for free meals. Reality proved that Song Chenyu was indeed likable, and Zhou Xiang was very satisfied with her. Who would have thought that after a trip to Yun capital, all of this would change? Song Chenyu frowned slightly. I heard that Fifth Master Cin was an anti-marriage activist in the past. Is this true?
Chen Yuyan nodded.
Song Chenyu smiled and said, "This can only mean that Miss Yi is very charming and has moved Fifth Master Cin's heart greatly." Cin Yuyan narrowed her eyes. Who knows what she has done? My fifth brother's conditions are so good that those who want to marry him can line up from 4 or 9 cities to Persia. Yizhua must have taken a fancy to our Cin family's power. My fifth brother has never been in a relationship before. He doesn't even know that he's been deceived. Song Chenyu patted Cin Yuyan's back. Do you think this is a movie? Think of the good in everything. I won't talk to you anymore, time is running out. After saying this, Song Chenyu took out a mask and sunglasses from his backpack and put them on. Being a celebrity was this bit of trouble. No matter where he went, he would cause a sensation. Even in a luxurious manner, he might encounter fanatical fans. After taking a few steps, Song Chenyu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to Xian Yin and said, Yuan ZY Company will be launching a limited edition event at 8 p.m. tonight. Don't forget about it. The temperature-adjustable air conditioning clothes produced by ZY Technology Limited had become popular all over the world. Now, everyone in the industry was proud of owning a limited edition ZY dress. Unfortunately, limited edition clothes were too hard to get. Every time they were just released, it would take less than a second.
Chen Yuyan nodded.
I remember it all. Song Chenyu continued. I've already asked my manager to contact ZY's chief designer Z. If we can make an appointment with him, we can get him to design a pair of matching outfits for the two of us. Cin Yuyan smiled and said, Let's talk about it if we can make an appointment. I heard that Z only takes 5 pictures a year. I'll contact you if the appointment is successful. Song Chenyu waved at Cin Yuyan and walked out of the manor. Song Chenyu's nanny car stopped at the entrance of the Cin family's manor. They got into the car. Song Chenyu took off his sunglasses and mask. Let's go to the office. Okay. His assistant nodded and instructed the driver to go to the office. Song Chenyu took out his phone. The assistant was watching the subwoofer short video. Song Chenyu looked up and saw a familiar figure on the screen. That was Yizul? What video are you watching? Song Chenyu asked. The assistant was stunned for a moment before answering. This is the edited video of last year's subwoofer's 3rd anniversary party. Who is that person? The assistant was a fervent fan of Yizeo. When he heard this, he said very excitedly, This is the wonderful sound platform's live streamer, Satara YCZ. Yizeo usually doesn't show his face during live broadcasts. This is the only time he shows his face. Live streamer? Song Chenyu frowned. Was he the live streamer who was twisting and turning in front of the camera to flatter the crowd? No wonder Yizeo was so good-looking. So he was a live streamer. Song Chenyu suddenly did not understand why the dignified Xian Fifth Master would like a live streamer. On the other side, the Cin family. After receiving the warning from the Cin old lady, Cin Yuyan restrained herself a lot. After dinner, the 3 Cin sisters, the Cin old lady, and Zhou Xiang were chatting with Yizeo. The few women were chatting very happily together, and laughter could be heard from time to time. Cin Yuya asked the servants to bring over the gifts that she had prepared earlier. Zha, this is the welcome gift that I prepared for you. The items are a little too little, but you must not despise it. If you want to blame someone, blame Shaoqing. I asked him what you like, but he refused to say a word. Yizha turned his head to look at the items that the 2 servants had brought over. He was almost blinded by the dazzling sight of diamonds. Not only were there diamonds, there were also sets of lipstick, high-end skincare products, face masks. This was called a little too little? Second sister, you are too polite. This is the first time we have met. I can't accept such an expensive thing from you. Senyuya's face was stern. Zeo, you must accept it today. If you don't accept it, you are looking down on me, your second sister.
Yezao.
Fan Yueying said. And me Zeo. You took second girl's things, so you can't not take my things. I'm the same as your second sister. I don't know what you like either, so I just casually prepared some. You mustn't despise it. As soon as she said this, the maid brought over a few jewelry boxes. Inside were collection-level jade and a bracelet from a famous luxury brand. Yizeo. This was called casually preparing some? Sin Yueying said in a distressed manner. The jewelry and skincare products were all bought by eldest sister and second sister. As the third sister, I can only make do with it. After saying that, she stuffed the 2 car keys that she had prepared earlier into Yizeo's hands. You usually drive one for fun, and the other for school. 2 cars. One was a Lamborghini. The other was an Aston Martin. Yizeo. This was called making do with it? Seeing that her 3 sisters had given her gifts, Sin Yuyan had to make a move no matter how much she disliked Yizeo. Sin Yuyan took out a gold card from her bag. Time is short, I didn't have time to prepare a gift. You can keep this gold card. Now it was up to Yizeo to see if he dared to touch the money inside. Thank you, fourth sister, but I really can't take this card. Take it, you're welcome. Sin Yuyan directly stuffed it into Yizeo's hand. Yizeo could only take it temporarily. He thought that when he returned later, he would pass it to Tsin Shaoqing. Seeing that Yizeo had taken the card, Sin Yuyan's eyes revealed a disdainful look. She knew that Yizhuo was here for the Tsin family's money. What the 4 sisters gave today was enough for Yizhuo to eat for the rest of his life. Yizhuo turned to Tsin Shaoqing. Go and bring the gifts I prepared for the sisters. Tsin Shaoqing nodded slightly and became a porter. Sin Yuya said in surprise. Yezi, you even prepared gifts for us. Yizhuo nodded slightly. Not long after, Tsin Shaoqing returned with a few gift boxes. Sin Yuyan frowned slightly. This Yizhuo really knew how to calculate. The 4 sisters were so generous with their jewelry and luxury cars, yet Yizhuo was using such cheap items to fool them. It was wrapped in paper boxes, and it was so light. One look and you could tell that it wasn't anything good. It was definitely from a street stall. Yizhuo distributed the gift boxes to everyone. This is the eldest sisters, this is the second sisters, this is the third sisters, this is the fourth sisters, this is for Aunt Xiang, and the last one is Grandma's. Old Mrs. Tsin said excitedly, I have one too. Of course. Tsin Shaoqing. It seemed like he was the only one who didn't have one. Thank you, Yezi. Old Mrs. Tsin hugged Yizeo. Zhou Xiang took out a photo album and showed it to Yizeo. The photo album was full of photos of Tsin Shaoqing from 1 to 10 years old. Zhou Xiang smiled and said to Yizeo, this child doesn't like photos after 10 years. Aunt Xiang. Yizeo pointed at a photo and said, how old is this photo? In the photo, Tsin Shaoqing was holding a lollipop. This is a 3-year-old. Old Mrs. Tsin looked at Yizeo and continued, Yezi, do you know that this brat has another nickname? Tsin Shaoqing's eyebrows twitched. Yizeo asked curiously, what nickname? Old Mrs. Tsin was about to speak when Tsin Shaoqing said, Grandma, are you thirsty? I'll go get you a glass of water. Old Mrs. Tsin glanced at him. Go get it. Tsin Shaoqing got up and went to get some water. Yizhuo continued, Grandma, what's Tsin Shaoqing's nickname?
Tsin Shaoqing.
Sin Yuyan frowned slightly. In the Tsin family, no one dared to call Tsin Shaoqing by his first name. Wasn't Yizhuo a little too much? He was just grandstanding. Old Mrs. Tsin looked up at Tsin Shaoqing's back and waved at Yizhuo. Yi, come over here. Yizeo bent down and walked over. Old Mrs. Tsin whispered in Yizeo's ear. Hearing this, Yizeo covered his mouth with a smile in his eyes and said incredulously, "Really?" Old Mrs. Tsin had a wicked smile on her face. "Look at what you're saying. Can I still joke with you about this? If you don't believe me, you can experiment with it later." When Sun Shaoqing came over with a cup in his hand, the few of them had already started to talk about other topics. It seemed like they had already moved on from the issue of the nickname. Sun Shaoqing heaved a sigh of relief. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yizeo suggested to leave, and Sun Shaoqing sent her back. They got into the car. Yizeo had been staring at Sun Shaoqing the entire time. Sun Shaoqing felt uncomfortable under her stare. He twirled the Buddhist beads and said, Zeo, if you have something to say, just say it." Fifth girl. Cough cough gasped. Sun Shaoqing almost choked to death on his own saliva. Seeing him like this, Yizhuo was amused. "So you really were called fifth girl when you were young?" Although Sun Shaoqing did not want to admit it, he still nodded. "Grandma told you that?" Sun Shaoqing was the Tsin family's fifth child. Because he was not in good health when he was young, old Lady Tsin gave him the nickname of a girl. At that time, there was a rumor in his hometown that it was easy to raise a boy with a girl's name. Therefore, the name of the fifth girl accompanied Sun Shaoqing throughout his childhood. It had been 20 years since anyone had called him that. He did not expect Yizhuo to know about it. Yizhuo laughed so hard that tears were streaming down his face. "Fifth lass, isn't your name a little too cute? I'll just call you that from now on."
Sun Shaoqing.
A moment later, Sun Shaoqing turned to look at Yizhuo. "Are you serious?" Yizhuo nodded very seriously. Sun Shaoqing hesitated for a moment before discussing with Yizhuo. "Then can you only call me that when there's no one around?" Yizhuo said in all seriousness. "No." Sun Shaoqing continued. "Then can you lower your voice?"
No. Sun Shaoqing sighed softly.
"All right then, as long as you're happy. Fifth lass, your expression seems a little forced." Yizhuo turned to look at Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing pursed his lips. "You're mistaken."
Jezu chocolate.
All right. Fifth lass, I'm just joking with you. Don't worry, I'll only call you fifth lass in the future. I'll definitely give you face in front of others." Sun Shaoqing. The fifth lass was a joke. At the same time, Lin Group. Lin Jinchang was dealing with official business. Secretary Zhang stood behind him. Recalling old Madame Tsin's instructions, he said in a low voice, "Director Lin, you haven't returned home for almost a month and a half." Hearing this, Lin Jinchang's eyes were filled with self-mockery. Home? Could that cold and heartless place really be called home? Most of the time, he preferred to stay in the sanatorium. Lin Jinchang massaged his temples and felt a headache. It was as if there was something important in his mind that was leaving him bit by bit. Seeing Lin Jinchang like this, Secretary Zhang's heart skipped a beat and his eyes were filled with guilt. What should have come had come.
Sorry.
He had let Lin down. "Lin, are you feeling unwell again?" Secretary Zhang poured a glass of water for Lin Jinchang. "I don't remember. I don't seem to remember Zhe's mother again." Lin Jinchang's face was full of pain. Secretary Zhang took a deep breath. "Lin, there's your diary in the safe. Go take a look and you'll remember everything. I'll go get it for you." The next second, the diary was handed to Lin Jinchang. Lin Jinchang took the diary. The memories in the diary were familiar yet unfamiliar. Feng Qianhua? Zhe's mother is Feng Qianhua? Lin Jinchang raised his head to look at Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang nodded. "Yes." Lin Jinchang continued. "Then why is Xianxian surnamed Feng?" Secretary Zhang said. "It's written in these diary. You'll understand once you read further." Lin Jinchang continued reading the diary. The scenes of the past appeared in front of his eyes. But Feng Qianhua's face didn't match the face of the woman in the diary. What was going on? Lin Jinchang's face was full of pain. He didn't love Feng Qianhua at all, so how could he have a son and a daughter with Feng Qianhua? Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. Lin Jincheng pressed his temples with both hands and tried his best to think about the past, but other than the words in the diary, he couldn't remember anything else. Could it be that he had really let Feng Qianhua down? Secretary Zhang, please leave for a moment. Secretary Zhang nodded. If there's anything, you can call me any time. Secretary Zhang went outside and called old Madame Lin to inform her of Lin Jincheng's current situation. Upon hearing this, old Madame Lin was very happy. Secretary Zhang, you've done very well in this matter. Also, the professor from Country P has gone to the hospital today. Thank you, old Mrs. Lin, Secretary Zhang said bitterly. The Tsin family. After Yizhua left, the Tsin sisters also brought their own gifts home. Although Tsin Yuyan was not married yet, she did not live in the old house. Because she disliked the things that Yizhua gave her as street goods, after Tsin Yuyan returned to her residence, she did not even open them. She handed them to the nanny. Throw this away. The nanny hesitated. Fourth miss, this box hasn't been opened yet. Are you sure you want to throw it away? Tsin Yuyan waved her hand with a disgusted expression. Throw it away. It's just trash. It's nothing valuable. Okay. The nanny sent the gift box to the garbage room. After Tsinyuya returned, the first thing she did was to open the gift that Yi Zhao had given her. Even if it was a pile of feces, she felt that the thing that Yi Zhao had given her was fragrant. She had originally thought that the thing that Yi Zhao had prepared was a piece of handicraft. After all, the gift box was very light. She did not expect that after opening the package, it would give Tsinyuya a huge shock. This was ZY Technology's latest air conditioning clothes that could adjust the temperature. This style had just been released. It was limited to 10 pieces worldwide. The selling price was needless to say. The most important thing was that they couldn't get it. Not to mention the limited number of 10 pieces, even the limited number of 500 pieces that Center Yuya hired more than a dozen professional snatchers couldn't get it. Therefore, Tsinyuya usually wore ZY family's normal selling price. She didn't expect Yizhua to be a king bomb the moment he made his move. Too amazing. Tsinyuya picked up the clothes and immediately went to the cloakroom to change. It was indeed the work of the chief designer Z. Whether it was the style or the lines, they were all designed perfectly. It was the kind that would definitely blow up the streets. Tsinyuya could not wait to wear this style of clothes and go for a walk. It made those girls die of envy. However, her little sisters had gone on a trip abroad and had not returned yet. Therefore, Tsinyuya put on the clothes and went downstairs for a walk. Her mother-in-law saw that she was wearing the limited edition of Zoe and asked curiously, Yaya, is this a replica of yours? Because ZY's limited edition was too hard to get, and because their family didn't have a membership system, they couldn't buy it even if they had money. Tsinyuya's mother-in-law was also ZY's fanatical fan. Fake? Mom, open your eyes wide and see if this is a fake. Tsinyuya walked to her mother-in-law's side. It could be seen at a glance whether ZY's clothes were fake or not. After all, the material was not the same as ordinary clothes. There was another particularly obvious point. At the hem of each piece of clothing, there was a large Z embroidered on it. The mother-in-law said in surprise, It's really not a fake. How did you buy it? Can you think of a way to buy one for Mom? Tsinyuya said with a proud face. Of course it's not a fake. Can someone as noble as your daughter-in-law wear a fake? This is a gift from my sister-in-law. You can't buy it outside, but if you want it, Mom, I can help you ask my sister-in-law tonight. So Master 5 really has a girlfriend. The mother-in-law was even more surprised. Moreover, the woman's background is not small. A normal person could casually buy a limited edition of ZY.
Cen YY nadyd.
Of course. Otherwise, why would she be my sister-in-law? After showing off the gift from her sister-in-law to her mother-in-law, Tsinyuya sent a WeChat video to the other sisters. Tsinyuyan was the only one in the group who was not online. Tsinyuang and Tsinyuang's packaging had already been opened. Their gifts were the same as Tsinyuang's, both limited edition ZY. However, the styles were different. Tsinyuang was steady. Sensual was simple and generous. Sensual's was a Korean version, which had a gentleness to it. It had to be said that Yi Zeo's taste in choosing clothes was really good. Where's the fourth girl? Why don't I see the fourth girl? Has the fourth girl opened the packaging and looked? Sensual smiled and said, the fourth girl is ZY's fanatic fan. She must be so happy that she fainted. After hanging up the video, Sensual called Sensual again. After calling twice, she finally picked up the phone. Second sister, what's the matter? What are you doing? Why aren't you picking up the phone? Sensual's gaze was fixed on the computer, afraid that she would miss the time. ZY is releasing a limited edition new product today. I'm waiting for the time to place the order. Second sister, if you have nothing else to do, I'll hang up first. Sensual. Hang up what? Fourth girl, you haven't opened the present that Zeo gave you yet. Sensual frowned slightly. Why was Sensual asking about that street vendor all of a sudden? Sensual didn't want to mention that street vendor at all. But she couldn't directly say that she had thrown it away, so she said, I haven't had the time to open it yet. Sensual continued. Then what are you still standing there for? Go and open it and see. Let me tell you what Burning saw was a new product that was limited to 10 pieces worldwide. The designs of Big Sister Me and the three girls are especially good looking. Quickly take a look at what model Burning saw for you. At this moment, Sensual's face turned pale. Second sister, what did you say? Sensual repeated what she said earlier. I said Searing send a new ZY limited edition product of 10 pieces worldwide. Quickly open it and take a look. What's wrong with you today, lass? Boom. Sensual only felt her head buzzing. ZY limited edition new product. And it was a global limited edition of 10 pieces? Did she hear wrongly? After a long while, Sensual finally reacted. Second sister, stop joking. ZY's global limited edition of 10 pieces of the new product had just been released 3 days ago. Sensual and her 3 assistants had been waiting in front of the computer for 3 whole hours, but they had not managed to snatch it. Yijua had taken out 6 pieces at once? Even if one thought about it with one's toes, one would know that it was impossible. Therefore, Sensual was definitely joking with her. Who's joking with you? Sensual's voice sounded again. Fourth girl, if you don't believe me, go and open the packaging and you'll know. Big sister, third girl and I have all sent their styles to the group. You can also take a photo of your clothes and send it to the group later. Let us take a look. After saying that, Sensual hung up. Sensual quickly opened the WeChat group chat. The group chat had already exceeded 99 plus. Big sister. Picture Jade, it's my first time wearing the limited edition of ZY. I feel that the limited edition is really different. It looks good. Second sister. You guys don't know how much my mother-in-law envied me when I went downstairs just now. Third sister. I feel that mine is the best looking one.
Nori Battle.
Grandma. Mine is obviously the best looking one. Mom. I feel that none of yours is as good looking as mine. Second sister. At Stinky brother. What about yours? What did Searing give you? Grandma. At Stinky brother. Searing didn't give you anything, right? Third sister. At Stinky little brother. Onlookers eating melons. / the bewildered crowd eating melons. Mom. At Stinky little brother. Eating melons +2. Big sister. At Stinky little brother. Eating melons +3. Sensual quickly scrolled through the message, and her fair fingers finally stopped on a few pictures. She opened the pictures and zoomed in. It was indeed the new product of ZY. There were no imitators of ZY temperature-adjustable clothes on the market. That was because they imitated the style and could not imitate the high-tech technology that could adjust the temperature. Therefore, ZY had always been the dominant one on the market. If Yijua had sent in a product, the sisters would have discovered it long ago. In other words, what Yijua had sent was not some street stall. What she had sent was really a limited edition ZY. She had actually thrown ZY away. Thinking of this, Sensual was filled with regret. She shouldn't have been so impulsive.
No.
She had to get her things back. Sun Yuyan rushed downstairs and found the nanny. Nanny Lu. Nanny Lu was sweeping the floor. When she saw Sun Yuyan running downstairs, she raised her head doubtfully. What happened to fourth miss? Sun Yuyan usually paid attention to her words and actions. She had never lost her composure. Sun Yuyan said anxiously, Nanny Lu, where's the box I gave you just now? It's the one that hasn't been opened yet. Nanny Lu said, Fourth miss, didn't you ask me to throw that away? Speaking up to this point, Nanny Lu said, could it be that there's something important in that box of yours?
Sun Yuyan nodded.
Yes. Something very, very important. Nanny Lu, quickly bring the thing over to me. Hearing this, Auntie Lu's heart skipped a beat. But I've already thrown it away. At that time, Sun Yuyan was disgusted, so Auntie Lu immediately threw it away. Who would have thought that Sun Yuyan would regret it in less than an hour? Sun Yuyan's eyes widened. Where did you throw it? Auntie Lu said, I threw it in the garbage room. As soon as Mother Lu finished speaking, Sun Yuyan turned around and ran toward the garbage room. Mother Lu quickly followed Sun Yuyan's footsteps. The garbage room was just behind the villa district. When the two of them arrived, an uncle was cleaning the garbage can in the garbage room. It was summer, and the smell of the garbage room was really not very pleasant. Sun Yuyan covered her nose and let Mother Lu ask. Mother Lu nodded and went forward to ask, Uncle, where's the garbage I sent over just now? The uncle raised his head and pointed in a direction. It seems to be over there. After getting the uncle's answer, Sun Yuyan couldn't care about anything else. She immediately ran in the direction of the garbage can and lowered her head to start rummaging through the garbage can. There was everything in the garbage can. The stench soared to the sky. There were also green-headed flies flying around inside. It was so disgusting. Sun Yuyan had just made her move when she caught a bunch of sticky things, but she still didn't want to give up. Compared to the limited edition ZY, what was the point of finding some trash? The current Sun Yuyan wished she could slap her previous self to death. Back then, if she had opened it to take a look, she wouldn't have gone to the extent of rummaging through the trash cans now. Sun Yuyan, this young miss of a rich family, had already put down her status and rummaged through the trash cans. Mother Lu also hurriedly came over to look for it together. Seeing the two of them like this, the uncle asked curiously, Did you guys accidentally throw anything valuable into the trash cans? The uncle had worked in the trash room for 3 years and had seen many careless people. He had accidentally thrown away valuable items as if they were trash and came back to look for them afterwards. Some were lucky enough to find them. Some were unlucky enough to never find them again. Mama Lu said while looking, Yes, I just sent them over half an hour ago. A square cardboard box and a black bag of household trash. Do you remember them? The uncle thought about it and said, Did you throw them into that yellow trash can? Yes, yes, yes. Seeing that the uncle remembered, Mother Lu said excitedly, May I ask where that pile of trash is now? Sun Yuyan raised her head in excitement. The uncle's expression was a little complicated. Don't look for it. That pile of trash seemed to have just been dragged away by the car. Dragged away. Sun Yuyan almost screamed out loud. She said with an excited expression, Didn't you say that it was here just now? Why is it being dragged away now? The uncle was shocked. He was afraid that Sun Yuyan would accuse him of taking something. We have surveillance cameras here. Why don't I adjust the surveillance cameras for you? Nanny Lu smiled apologetically. Then I'll have to trouble you. The uncle went into the house to adjust the surveillance cameras. Sun Yuyan looked at Nanny Lu. Continue to look here. I'll go in and take a look. Okay. Nanny Lu nodded. The uncle quickly pulled up the surveillance camera. This is your nanny, right? Yes.
Sun Yuyan nodded.
The uncle pointed at the surveillance camera and said, Look, after she threw the rubbish into this rubbish bin, it was quickly taken away by the car. Sun Yuyan's expression was very ugly. Where is this car taking the rubbish to? The uncle said, It needs to be taken to the rubbish dump in the east of the city to be destroyed. Destroyed? Sun Yuyan's brows twitched. The uncle continued. It's already been more than half an hour. Perhaps the rubbish hasn't been destroyed yet. I'll help you make a call and ask. All right.
Sensual nodded.
The uncle made a call. Very soon the call was connected. The uncle specially put the phone on speaker. Hello, old Zhao, right? Is the trash you just pulled from the royal garden still there? That pile of trash has been destroyed. Why are you calling now? The uncle continued. I have a landlord here who lost a very important document. Are you sure it has been destroyed? Can you transfer it to the destruction records? Yes, I'm sure. If you want to transfer the records, you can come over at any time. The uncle hung up the phone and looked up at Sun Yuyan. Sun Yuyan's expression was unclear. She was really regretful, so regretful that even her intestines turned green. Who would have thought that Yi Zhao would be so generous? If she had known that Yi Zhao had given her a limited edition ZY, she would not have thrown it away no matter what. Sun Yuyan was a huge fan of ZY. She had collected one of each ZY style. However, she had only collected 2 pieces of the limited edition, and they were the ones that had a limited edition of 10,000 pieces. One could imagine how precious a limited edition of 10 pieces was. Seeing her like this, the uncle could vaguely guess that the things she had thrown away were definitely priceless. He couldn't help but comfort her. The old ones won't go and the new ones won't come. Money is just a worldly possession. Young man, be more open-minded. Sun Yuyan didn't know how she had walked out of the garbage room. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. At this moment, the sound of a video notification rang out again. Sun Yuyan picked up the video. On the other end of the video was Sun Yuya's excited face. Fourth lass, you've already unwrapped it, right? Quickly take out your clothes and let me take a look. Sun Yuyan's expression was a little ugly. I'm outside now. Only then did Sun Yuya see that the background behind Sun Yuyan was outside. Then go back and quickly unwrap it. Sun Yuyan nodded and continued. I'm a little uncomfortable now. Second sister, I won't talk to you anymore. Sun Yuya was about to say something else when Sun Yuyan hung up the video call. Sun Yuyan was already feeling bad about missing out on a limited edition ZY. Now that she saw Sun Yuya wearing her new clothes on the other end of the screen, she felt even worse. If she hadn't thrown away the packaging box, she wouldn't have to envy Sun Yuya now. It was all her fault. She was too impulsive. Sun Yuya frowned slightly when she saw the video that was hung up. What's wrong with these 4 girls? They're so strange. Sun Yuyan couldn't tell the Cien sisters about her grievance, so she could only send the video to Song Chenyu. Song Chenyu was sitting in the makeup room removing her makeup. From the looks of it, she should have just finished shooting the commercial. Yuyan, what's wrong? No matter what, Song Chenyu always had a smile on her face. In addition to her beautiful appearance, she gave people an inexplicable sense of affinity. Therefore, Song Chenyu's affinity with the audience was very good. Chenyu, are you free tonight? I want to talk to you. Song Chenyu looked at his watch. Come to my house at 10:30 and look for me. Okay.
Sun Yuyan nodded.
On the other side, Sun Shaoqing was a little depressed after receiving the love each other as a family message. Yizhua had prepared gifts for everyone in his family. He just didn't prepare anything for him. Why was this so? Could it be that he didn't do anything well enough to make Yizhua angry? For a moment Sun Shaoqing was very perturbed. The full score for the internship period was 100 points. Not only did he not add a single point, but he also lost more than 10 points because of Hezi's bad move. If this continued, would he not even pass the internship period? Sun Shaoqing held the Buddha bead in his hand and looked up at Yi Zhao beside him. He was inexplicably a little nervous. Yi Zhao was about to make tea when he opened the tea barrel and saw that the tea leaves were already gone. He looked back at Sun Shaoqing and said, There are no more tea leaves at home. Is Sprite okay? Yes. Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly. Yizhua took out 2 bottles of Sprite from the fridge and threw 1 bottle to Sun Shaoqing. This was Sun Shaoqing's first time drinking Sprite. In the past, what he drank was either tea or water. When the ice Sprite entered his throat, There was an indescribable sense of excitement. It seemed to be a little spicy. The taste was not as good as he had imagined. Did all the young girls nowadays like to drink this kind of thing? Sun Xiaoqing looked at the green Coke bottle and narrowed his eyes slightly. You don't like this? Yizhua raised his eyebrows slightly. Sun Xiaoqing hurriedly denied. No, it tastes very good. I like it very much. That's good. Yizhua continued. Wait for me for a moment. Sun Xiaoqing nodded slightly. Yizhua turned around and walked into the room. Not long after, she came out with an emerald green rectangular paper box in her hand. This is for you. When I went out this morning, I was so busy making you take those clothes that I forgot about this. Was this a gift from Yizhao? So he had a gift too. The haze in Sun Xiaoqing's heart instantly disappeared, but his expression remained the same. This is for me? Yes. Yizhao nodded and looked back at the clock on the wall. My mom and the others will be back soon. You should go back quickly. Am I so shameful? Sun Xiaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Sun Xiaoqing had been in a high position for a long time. No matter where he went, everyone treated him respectfully. This was the first time he was chased away by someone. Yizhua pushed him out. I haven't announced our relationship to my mom and the others. It's already 9 o'clock. Don't you think it's inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone? Why not? Sun Xiaoqing looked down at her. Yizhua pushed him as he said, because you're still an intern. Sun Xiaoqing's thin lips parted. Then when can we announce it? Yizhua placed his hand on Sun Xiaoqing's waist and suddenly realized that this guy's waist was quite thin. There was not a single bit of fat on it. Summer's expectations were very thin. She even touched the firm abdominal muscles in her lower abdomen. TSK. His figure was really not bad. No wonder old lady Tsun said that this person often exercised. Yizhao raised his eyebrows slightly. Feeling the hands that were messing around his waist, Sun Xiaoqing's breathing became a little hurried at this moment. The blood in his body was boiling. A familiar yet strange feeling came as promised. One of his hands held onto Yizhao's hand. His tone was low and somewhat hoarse. I'm asking you a question. The Buddha pearl in Sun Xiaoqing's palm pressed against her hand and it hurt a little. How much strength did this person use? Yizhao raised his eyebrows slightly. When can it be announced? Sun Xiaoqing asked in a hoarse voice again. Only then did Yizhao react. You can do your best and announce it after your internship. After saying that, Yizhao continued. What's wrong with your voice? Sun Xiaoqing coughed lightly and said seriously, maybe you caught a cold last night. Let me take a look. After saying that, Yizhao reached out his hand to check Sun Xiaoqing's pulse. Sun Xiaoqing held Yizhao's hand back and his deep voice seemed to have become even more hoarse. No need. My resistance is very good. I'll be fine after a night. At worst, he could just wake up tomorrow morning and wash the bed sheets. It was not his first time anyway. Yizhao nodded slightly. All right then. You can call me if there's anything. Call me if there's anything? He really wanted to call. But he did not have the guts to do so. Sun Xiaoqing's gaze swept across Yizhao's face, and an unnatural expression flashed across his eyes. Then I'll go back first. Rest early tonight. Yizhao nodded slightly. After sending Sun Xiaoqing out of the apartment building and watching the black car disappear into the night sky, Yizhao turned around and entered the house. Sun Xiaoqing turned the temperature in the car to the lowest level and took out a bottle of ice mineral water from the car's refrigerator. He held the steering wheel with one hand and unscrewed the bottle cap with one hand. Gulp, gulp, gulp. His sexy Adam's apple started to slide up and down. Only when the ice-cold mineral water entered his throat did the dryness in his body subside a little. He looked out of the window. He suddenly felt a little emotional. He had never thought that he would have such a secular, impulsive, and embarrassing time. In the past, he always thought that he was different from others. His life had never been for the sake of getting a wife, having children, and having children. Now, he felt that the greatest meaning of existing in this world was to be with her, and nurture the crystallization of their love together. As he thought of this, the corners of Tsin Shaoqing's mouth curled into a faint smile. After a short while, he arrived at the Tsin house. Tsin Shaoqing took out the gift that Yi Zhao had meticulously prepared for him from the trunk. Just as he entered the house, old Madame Tsin appeared in front of Tsin Shaoqing with one hand on her waist. "Brat, how is it? Grandmother's new clothes are not bad, right?" "They are indeed not bad." Tsin Shaoqing nodded slightly. Old Mrs. Tsin glanced at Tsin Shaoqing. "It's a pity that you didn't." Tsin Shaoqing did not mind at all. "Grandmother, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room first." "Wait." Old Mrs. Tsin stopped Tsin Shaoqing and said suspiciously, "Rascal, stop pretending. Speak. Are you very jealous of grandmother now?" Yizhua had prepared gifts for the entire family, but Tsin Shaoqing was not one of them. Tsin Shaoqing must be feeling very uncomfortable now. It made him so arrogant in the past. Tsin Shaoqing was feeling very uncomfortable now, and old Madame Tsin was very happy now. She even wanted to sing a song. "No, you're imagining too much." Tsin Shaoqing's tone was indifferent. Old Madame Tsin narrowed her eyes. "It shouldn't be. Could it be that Yezi has also prepared a gift for you?" Tsin Shaoqing waved the rectangular box in his hand.
No wonder.
Old Mrs. Tsin snorted lightly. She didn't get to watch the show and was almost stuffed with dog food. Old Mrs. Tsin had no choice but to let Tsin Shaoqing return to his room. After Tsin Shaoqing returned to his room, the first thing he did was to open the package. It was a top-grade Hutian white jade tea set. It was full of color. One look and one could tell that it was carefully selected. Tsin Shaoqing immediately went to the tea honor. He was worried that the servant would break the tea set, so Tsin Shaoqing personally did it. He was very careful throughout the entire process, afraid that he would break the tea set. On the other side, Tsin Yuyan came to Song Qinyu's house. Song Qinyu had already finished showering. At this moment, she was really wearing her pajamas and applying a facial mask. She was in a very good state when she was not wearing makeup. "Qinyu." Tsin Yuyan gave Song Qinyu a big hug the moment she entered. "What's wrong?" Song Qinyu patted Tsin Yuyan's back. Tsin Yuyan talked about the gift that Yi Zhao gave her today. "Qinyu, do you know how regretful I am now? I was too impulsive at that time. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. That is ZY's new product with a limited edition of 10 pieces. Do you think I'm stupid?" Tsin Yuyan's heart throbbed with pain at the mention of this matter. Song Qinyu did not expect Tsin Yuyan to throw away the gift Yizhua gave her. There was some surprise between his brows. "Do your 3 sisters and Master 5 know about this matter?" Tsin Yuyan shook her head. "I didn't dare to tell them. The 3 sisters at home, grandmother, and mother all liked Yizhua very much. If they knew about this, she would definitely suffer." Song Qinyu nodded. "Don't tell them about this. However, Yin, you're a little impulsive when you do things. No matter what, you can't throw away the present Miss Yi gave you." "How would I know that she gave me a limited edition Zui?" Song Qinyu smiled and said, all right. Since the matter has already passed, let's just let it pass. However, Missy is indeed very amazing. Not only is she a godly doctor, but she can also buy a limited edition. ZY doesn't open its membership, nor does it let others use its backdoor. No matter who it is, they must abide by ZY's rules of snatching the bill. I don't know how Miss Yi bought it. Tsin Yuyan narrowed her eyes. This matter was indeed quite strange. Could it be my 5th brother? Tsin Yuyan continued. Actually, the person who bought ZY wasn't Yi Zhao at all, but my 5th brother? Can you think about it? Other than my 5th brother, who else can buy 6 ZY limited edition new products in one go? Yi Zhao was too tasteless. The few sisters had given such generous gifts, but Yi Zhao actually borrowed flowers to offer Buddha. Was there such a shameless person in the world? Seeing that Tsin Yuyan had misinterpreted his meaning, Song Qinyu hurriedly explained, Yuyan, that's not what I meant. I just feel that Miss Yi is definitely more powerful than what we saw. She's not an ordinary person. Qinyu, don't explain on her behalf. I know everything. Sun Yuyan said somewhat indignantly. I don't know what my grandmother's taste is like to actually take a liking to Yizhua. Other than being a little good-looking, what exactly is she worthy of my fifth brother? As she finished speaking, Sun Yuyan turned her head to look at Song Chenyu and said somewhat regretfully, Chenyu, I already said that I wanted to set you up with my fifth brother, but you just didn't agree. Look, now someone else has beaten me to it, right? From the beginning, Sun Yuyan had the intention to set Song Chenyu up with Sun Shaoqing. Who knew that Song Chenyu wouldn't take the initiative at all, not even taking the initiative to speak to Sun Shaoqing. She was too Buddhist. Song Chenyu had a faint smile on his face. This can only mean that Fifth Master and I are fated to be apart. Sun Shaoqing was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism. He was a vegetarian all year round and didn't get close to women. When he got along with such a person, he simply couldn't rush to get close to her. He had to take things slowly and develop feelings over time. What Song Chenyu did not expect was this. After a trip to Cloud Capital, a beautiful figure appeared by Sun Shaoqing's side. Sun Yuyan did not agree with Song Chenyu's words. Who said that my family and my fifth brother are fated to be apart? You were the one who knew him first. Just wait. He and that Yizhao will break up sooner or later. How could a fox not reveal its tail? It shouldn't be, Song Chenyu replied indifferently. I think Fifth Master should love Miss Yi very much, and they are also very compatible. Sun Yuyan said with certainty. My fifth brother is indifferent to fame and fortune. Yizhua is too materialistic. Sooner or later, my fifth brother will discover Yizhua's true colors. In short, Chenyu, you can't be so Buddhist this time. You have to take the initiative to fight for it. Look at Yizhua. My fifth brother originally didn't fancy her, but under Yizhua's forceful attack, my fifth brother was still bewitched by her. Song Chenyu did not continue this topic and placed his phone on the table. Yuyan, wait a moment. I have something to give you.
Sun Yuyan nodded.
At this moment, Sun Yuyan's gaze landed on Song Chenyu's phone. This was an automatic video. Who was the person in the video? Yizhao? Sun Yuyan quickly picked up her phone. It was Yizhao.
Sitara yecesiye?
He was actually a live streamer. Sun Yuyan had never expected that Yizhao was actually a live streamer. In recent years, there had been more and more negative news about live streamers swindling for rewards. As a result, the public's impression of live streamers had become worse and worse. In Sun Yuyan's eyes, what was a live streamer? A live streamer was equivalent to being vulgar. Seeing that Yizhao was actually a live streamer, Sun Yuyan felt that Yizhao was no longer worthy of Sun Shaoqing. What was going on with old Madame Sun? She actually introduced a live streamer to Sun Shaoqing. How could the Xian family's future mistress be a live streamer? Wasn't she going to be a laughing stock? Soon Song Chenyu came out. Sun Yuyan put down her phone, her expression somewhat ugly. Yuyan, what's wrong? Song Chenyu asked in puzzlement. Sun Yuyan suppressed the anger in her heart and pretended as if nothing had happened. Nothing. Song Chenyu smiled and said, It's good that you're fine. Oh right, this is for you. What's this? Sun Yuyan took the thing that Song Chenyu handed over. Song Chenyu said, This is a limited edition new product from Zuai. Although it's not as good as Miss Ye's gift, it's only limited to 3,000 pieces worldwide. My 5 assistants fought for it for a long time before they managed to get it. ZY did not have a membership system. Even a big star like Song Chenyu had to follow ZY's rules. If she wanted to buy clothes, she could only rely on luck and luck. Sun Yuyan was so touched that she hugged Song Chenyu. Chenyu, thank you. You're a good friend. Song Chenyu patted Sun Yuyan's back. Sun Yuyan said, You'll still be my sister-in-law in the future. Song Chenyu said very seriously, Fifth Master has a girlfriend now, so I can't do immoral things. So Yuyan, you'd better not say such things in the future. Sun Yuyan said, What's there to say? You're clearly the one who first got to know my fifth brother. If we really want to pursue the issue of morality, the truly immoral person should be Yizhua. 1. If it wasn't for Yizhua, The person who would end up with Sun Shaoqing would definitely be Song Chenyu. Song Chenyu was beautiful, generous, and accomplished. It was impossible for Sun Shaoqing not to be attracted to her. But now Fifth Master's girlfriend is indeed Miss Yi. We have to respect Miss Yi.
Chen Yuyan shrugged.
If Yizhua can think like you, then the person by my fifth brother's side right now would definitely be you. Everyone said that the entertainment industry was a big die in the wood. However, Xin Yuyan did not think so. Song Chenyu had been in the industry for more than 3 years, but she was still so kind-hearted and had a righteous outlook on the world. She had earned the glory she had today all by herself. She had never needed to rely on anyone. How was she like Yi Zhao? She even had to rely on Sun Shaoqing to give her a gift. Song Chenyu did not reply and only said, "It's already late. Why don't you stay with me tonight?" Sure. Sun Yuyan could not wish for more. On the other side, at the sanatorium, after reading the diary yesterday, Lin Jincheng's condition had suddenly worsened. He was currently receiving an infusion. His left hand was receiving the infusion while his right hand was flipping through the documents. After settling all the official matters, the words appeared in front of Lin Jincheng's eyes again. He rubbed his temples and raised his hand to press the bell. The assistant quickly walked in from outside. "Director Lin, do you have any orders?" Lin Jincheng continued. "Go and call Secretary Zhang over." "Yes, Director Lin." The assistant immediately went to do it. When Secretary Zhang received the news from his assistant, his mood was very complicated. He knew why Lin Jincheng called him over. It was because of that matter. He was the only person who Lin Jincheng trusted. But now, he wanted to lie to Lin Jincheng with old lady Lin. But now, he had no other choice but to do so. Secretary Zhang sighed. Soon they arrived at the hospital. Lin Jincheng sat on the bed, holding the notebook in his hand, his expression empty. "Chief Lin." It wasn't until Secretary Zhang spoke that Lin Jincheng reacted. "Secretary Zhang." "Director Lin, why did you call me here?" Secretary Zhang asked. Lin Jincheng was silent for a moment before he continued. "Secretary Zhang, tell me, are all these things in the diary real?" Secretary Zhang nodded. "Yes, when your memory had problems in the past, you also took this diary to read." "Azay's mother is really Feng Qianhua?" "Yes." Secretary Zhang nodded. "Feng Qianxian is really my daughter?" "Yes. I really let down Feng Qianhua, and that's why the mother and daughter suffered so many years." It was written in the diary. Because of a misunderstanding, Lin Jincheng and Feng Qianhua broke up. Feng Qianhua waited for Lin Jincheng for 19 years. But in these 19 years, Lin Jincheng was indifferent and even cheated on her. "Yes." Lin Jincheng looked at Secretary Zhang and said, "Secretary Zhang, the only person I can trust right now is you." Secretary Zhang took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the guilt in his heart. "CEO Lin, what I said is true. This diary was written by you personally." Lin Jincheng frowned. He was the one who wrote this diary. But why was the content so unfamiliar to him? Lin Jincheng continued. "My memory has always been intermittent. Is it possible that I wrote these wrong memories because there were errors in my memory?" "I'm not too sure about that either," Secretary Zhang replied. Lin Jincheng pressed his temples. "Other than you, is there anyone else who has this diary?" Secretary Zhang shook his head. "I should be the only one who knows about this." Lin Jincheng continued to ask, "Does the old lady know?" "She probably doesn't know," Secretary Zhang said. "Apart from the holidays and festivals, you rarely go home. So the old lady rarely knows about your situation." Lin Jincheng narrowed his eyes. He still felt that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. At this moment there was a knock on the door. "Director Lin, Miss Feng is here." Miss Feng was naturally referring to Feng Qianhua. "Let her in," Lin Jincheng said. Outside the door, Feng Qianhua's eyes lit up. She had finally arrived. After so many years, she had finally arrived. In the past, Lin Jincheng had only rejected her and never allowed her to step into the ward. This was the first time. Feng Qianhua's lips curled into a smile as she walked in. Brother Jincheng. Lin Jincheng raised his head to look at Feng Qianhua. Feng Qianhua was no different from what he remembered. They had known each other since they were young, but when they were young, Lin Jincheng only thought of Feng Qianhua as his younger sister. Later, as the two grew up, the parents of the two families began to set the two of them up on purpose. They even wanted to set up an engagement. But Lin Jincheng refused. He didn't like Feng Qianhua. He didn't have any feelings for Feng Qianhua. It was clearly the person he didn't like. What exactly happened 19 years ago? What was the reason that caused him to fall madly in love with Feng Qianhua? He even had a child? That wasn't right. This was very wrong. Why? Why did he remember everything except those 19 years? Lin Jincheng felt like his brain was about to explode. At this moment, the pain was unbearable. He tried his best to grab some memories, but he couldn't remember anything. What did he forget? What did he miss? Brother Jincheng, are you okay? Feng Qianhua put down the thermos. I made some soup for you. Do you want some? Lin Jincheng didn't say anything. Seeing that Lin Jincheng didn't say anything, Feng Qianhua opened the thermos and scooped out a bowl of soup. She fed it to Lin Jincheng with a spoon. Lin Jincheng pursed his lips and suddenly turned his head. You go back first. Feng Qianhua was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Jincheng remembered something? But if Lin Jincheng really remembered something, would he be so calm? Definitely not. Brother Jincheng. A glimmer flashed across Feng Qianhua's lowered eyes. She knew that at this moment, she could not stay in the ward any longer. There were still many opportunities in the future. As long as Lin Jincheng didn't think of Yishu one day, she would become the Yishu in Lin Jincheng's heart. Feng Qianhua stood up from the chair. Brother Jincheng, I won't bother you anymore. At this point, Feng Qianhua paused and said earnestly, let bygones be bygones. Don't think too much and don't give yourself any pressure. I've waited for you for 19 years. I don't care about that 1 or 2 years anymore. After saying that, Feng Qianhua turned around and left the ward. Without any hesitation, Lin Jincheng turned to Secretary Zhang. Is it really her? Secretary Zhang nodded. It's her. Secretary Zhang, you can go out first. I want to be alone. Lin Jincheng waved his hand. Secretary Zhang turned around and went out. At this moment, Lin Jincheng suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. Director Lin, do you have anything else? Secretary Zhang stopped in his tracks. Lin Jincheng pointed at the thermos flask on the table. Take that with you. Okay. Secretary Zhang nodded and took the thermos flask off the table. Feng Qianhua hadn't left yet. She was waiting outside the door. Seeing Secretary Zhang come out with the thermos flask, her eyes dimmed. She walked over and took the thermos flask from Secretary Zhang's hand. You didn't drink it, Boss Lin? Secretary Zhang shook his head. Feng Qianhua continued, Secretary Zhang, your Boss Lin's most trusted subordinate. During this period of time, you must take good care of him. Others might not understand the meaning of this sentence, but Secretary Zhang could understand it. This was to remind him not to spill the beans. Feng Qianhua had been hiding by Lin Jincheng's side for 19 years. Wasn't this the day she had been waiting for? Secretary Zhang said, Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Chief Lin. Feng Qianhua smiled and said, Secretary Zhang, I trust your character. Otherwise, Chief Lin wouldn't trust you so much. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Feng Qianhua nodded. Go do your work. Secretary Zhang turned around and left. Feng Qianhua looked at his back and narrowed her eyes. It didn't matter if Lin Jincheng didn't drink her soup now. She believed that one day, Lin Jincheng would drink it. After all, compared to before, the current Lin Jincheng was no longer so resistant to her. This was a good start. Everything had a transition period. As for Yishu, she would disappear from Lin Jincheng's life forever. Thinking of this, the corners of Feng Qianhua's mouth curled up. Today was Sunday. Lindsay, Dog 2, Fat Tiger, and Liwen had arranged to meet up for a small gathering. After 15 days of military training, apart from Lindsay, the other three had all turned dark several times. The place where the four of them gathered was a clean bar. The environment was very elegant, and soothing music was playing in the air. Lindsay picked up his glass and took a sip of wine. The 19-year-old youth had a sadness in his eyes that was not present at his age. His eyes were clear, and his facial features were exquisite. Because he had lived in a rich and noble family all year round, he had a dignified aura about him, which was particularly attractive. Because of this, after the military training ended, Lindsay was listed on the school's draft list. He became one of the most influential people in Beijing University. Liwen took out his phone and said excitedly, "Brother Zay Buttface, that new campus belle from your school is really too beautiful. What's her name?" Buttface said, "I think her name is Yizhua, right? She's from the chemistry department. Back then, during the military training, she was quite a sensation. Her skills are also very good. It's said that even the instructors can't beat her." Originally, Jing University's internal school belle was Feng Xianxian. Who knew that because of the military training review video, a scene of her unintentionally greeting someone caused Yi Zhao to go straight from the capital to the neighboring Qinghua. She was known by everyone as the goddess of faceless beauty, the newly promoted school belle. She directly crushed Feng Xianxian. Fat Tiger said, "Isn't our brother Zay also a school belle? Why don't brother Zay come forward and ask for a way to contact him?" Liwen nodded and said in agreement, "Yes, yes, yes. I'm not interested." Lindsay's tone was indifferent. Liwen continued, "Brother Zay, you must not have seen what your campus belle looks like, right? I have a video here, quick, take a look." As he said that, Liwen handed his phone over. The video of Yizhua wearing a camouflage uniform and looking back with a smile was made into a dynamic picture by the netizens. The moment he looked back, everything in the world instantly paled in comparison. Lindsay lowered his head and took a look. That's it. He had always been uninterested in the campus belle and the campus belle. Liwen didn't quite understand Lindsay's judgment. "What do you mean that's it? She's clearly very good looking, okay? She's 10,000 times better looking than Feng Xianxian." Fat Tiger looked at Lindsay, then looked at the video again and asked curiously, "Why do I feel that this campus belle and brother Zay look a little alike?" Hearing this, Buttface also came over to take a look. "Don't tell me they really look alike. Let me take a look." Liwen also came over. The person in the video looked like a painting. He had a pair of delicate phoenix eyes, red lips and white teeth. When he looked back, his smile was filled with a myriad of amorous feelings. Take a closer look. That pair of flawless phoenix eyes was exactly the same as Lindsay's phoenix eyes. These two people's looks were at least 30% similar. F***CK. Liwen said in surprise. They really do look alike. Brother Zay, is the school belle really your long-lost sister? Dog 2 and Fat Tiger also turned to look at Lindsay. Their eyes filled with curiosity. Lindsay looked at the video. You guys are overthinking things. Lin Jincheng was 40 years old this year, and he was 19 years old. During these 19 years, Lin Jincheng had been paralyzed in bed for more than 10 years. Where did he get a sister? Liwen smiled and said, Brother Zay, the two of you are the school belle and the school belle. They say that if you don't belong to the same family, then you don't belong to the same family. What if it really is your sister? What will you do? Fat Tiger did not mind watching the show. Brother Zay, your sister is so beautiful. When the time comes, will you become a siscon?
Linse's toon was indifferent.
She can't be my sister, and I won't become a siscon either. Brother Zay, don't be so full of yourself. What if she really is your long-lost sister? Can you still kick her out? Fat Tiger continued. If the school belle is my sister, then I can become a siscon in no time. No one can have any ideas about my sister. Liwen agreed with Fat Tiger. If this is my sister, I'll be her bodyguard every day. If anyone dares to make her frown, I'll fight them to the death. Dog 2 nodded in agreement. Apart from Li Wen having an older brother, the three of them were only children. They had neither an older sister nor a younger sister. Brother Zay, don't you want the school belle to be your younger sister at all? Dog 2 turned to look at Lin Zay. Lin Zay shook his head. No, Lin Zay had been unwilling to get close to girls since he was young. Because of Feng Xianxian, he didn't have a good impression of girls. In his eyes, a younger sister was equivalent to trouble and a burden. Other people had their first love during puberty, but Lin Ziyi spent his adolescence dreaming of finding his mother. If it was possible, he could even use the title of the top scorer in the college entrance examination to exchange for news of his mother. Unfortunately, he couldn't. At the thought of this, Lin Zay's eyes dimmed a little. He took a sip of wine. They said that wine could dispel sorrow, but why did he get more and more depressed the more he drank? Fat Tiger raised his glass to Lin Zay and drank the wine in one gulp. He smiled and said, Brother Z, if the school belle is really your sister, then there will be a good show to watch. Lin Zay also raised his glass. Don't worry, you won't be able to watch this show. It was impossible for him to have a sister. Li Wen continued. If the school belle is really your father's promiscuous affair, what will you do? Lin Zay put down his glass. Judging from the time, my father won't have the chance to go out and get promiscuous affairs, much less have the chance to keep a child around our age. 1. You're right.
Li Wen nudda.
After all, the school belle is in the same batch as us, so she's probably about the same age as us. Hearing this, Fat Tiger and Dog 2 looked disappointed. They felt that the school belle and Lin Zay looked a little alike. However, they had neglected the issue of time. Judging from the time, neither Lin Jincheng nor Lin Zay's birth mother could have two children at such a similar time. The two of them were twins. But that was even more impossible. The Lin family had always only given birth to boys, not girls. If Lin Zay's birth mother was really pregnant with twins, the old lady of the Lin family would probably be so happy to worship Lin Zay's birth mother like a bodhisattva. After all, old lady Lin treated Feng Xianxian, who was not related by blood, so well. How could she bear to let the Lin family's child wander outside? So, this was almost impossible. Li Wen continued. But Brother Zay, are you really not going to look for the school belle to get her contact information? Lin Zay shook his head. Li Wen also knew what Lin Zay was thinking. After so many years, Lin Zay's biggest wish was to find his biological mother. Brother Zay, didn't you say you wanted to make an appointment with Z last time? Have you made it yet? What did Xiao Dan say? Lin Zay's voice was a little muffled. There's no news for now. Li Wen comforted him. Brother Zay, don't worry. As long as there are clues, I believe it's only a matter of time before we find Auntie. Okay. Lin Zay took a sip of wine and his gaze fell on a spot not far away. I feel that my grandmother is a little abnormal these few days. What's abnormal? Li Wen asked.
Linse frowned.
When I went back yesterday, I heard my grandmother and Aunt Zhang discussing the marriage between my father and Feng Qianhua. Old Mrs. Lin's eyes were filled with confidence. She looked as if she had already married Feng Qianhua. Although old Mrs. Lin had always told Aunt Zhang about this matter, it had never made Lin Zay so anxious. He had a feeling that something must have happened. Otherwise, old Mrs. Lin would not be so sure with her words. Fat Tiger said in surprise. So Feng Qianqian is really going to become your sister? Brother Zay, what are you going to do? Fat Tiger, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Wen looked at Fat Tiger. If Uncle Lin was going to marry Feng Qianhua, he would have done so long ago. Why did he wait until now? Fat Tiger also realized that he had said something wrong. He immediately changed his words. Brother Zay, I was just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. As long as you don't accept Auntie Feng and Uncle Lin doesn't accept Auntie Feng, can your grandmother marry Feng Xianxian's mother on Uncle Lin's behalf? Dog 2 nodded in agreement. Fat Tiger is right. As long as you and Uncle Lin don't agree, No one can force Uncle Lin. Li Wen patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder. So Brother Zhe, don't worry about it. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Not worried. He said he wasn't worried. But could he really be at ease? Feng Qianhua and her daughter were wild and ambitious. Once they entered the Lin family would really fall into chaos. The older Mrs. Lin got, the more muddle-headed she became. She trusted Feng Qianhua without reservation. Lin Zhe almost didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Feng Qianhua married into the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, is this Uncle Zhao? It's me. Secretary Zhao's voice came from the other side. Zhe, what's the matter? Lin Zhe continued. Has my dad been acting strangely during this period of time? Secretary Zhang was stunned for a moment before continuing. Xiao Lin is still the same. After work, he went to the recuperation room. The situation isn't good, nor is it bad. Did Feng Qianhua go to look for my dad? Lin Zhe asked.
No.
Although he had already gotten Secretary Zhang's answer, Lin Zhe was still a little worried. After hanging up the phone, he greeted Li Wenpeng, Tiger, and Dog 2 before making a trip to the recuperation room. Coincidentally, when he arrived, old Mrs. Lin was sitting in the ward, chatting with Lin Jincheng. To be more precise, it was old Mrs. Lin who was talking, while Lin Jincheng's eyes were slightly closed. It was unknown whether he was asleep or deep in thought. Seeing Lin Zhe, old Mrs. Lin asked in puzzlement, Why is Zhe here? Lin Zhe put down his bag. I'm here to see my dad. Hearing this, Lin Jincheng opened his eyes. He looked a little tired. How is Zhe getting along with his classmates at the new school? Very well.
Lin Zhe nodded.
Dad, are you all right? Lin Jincheng nodded slightly. Lin Zhe picked up an apple. Dad, I'll peel an apple for you. Okay. Old Madam Lin looked at Lin Zhe and then at Lin Jincheng. A look of displeasure flashed across her eyes. This father and son pair. I don't look like me, and my son doesn't look like my son. None of them are easy to deal with. If Lin Jincheng hadn't chosen Yishu, that fickle woman, he wouldn't have ended up like this, and he wouldn't have lost a leg. Yet, even now, Lin Jincheng was still thinking about Yishu. Fortunately, she woke up early. She changed the diary. Otherwise, Lin Jincheng would probably be thinking about her for the rest of his life. Although Lin Jincheng had not fully accepted Feng Qianhua yet, old Madam Lin believed that one day, Lin Jincheng would accept her. Soon, Lin Zhe peeled an apple and handed it to Lin Jincheng. Old Madam Lin looked at Lin Zhe. Zhe, it's getting late. You should go back with Grandma. Don't disturb your father's rest here. After saying that, old Mrs. Lin turned back to look at Lin Jincheng. Jincheng, go home more often if you have time. Lin Jincheng nodded slightly. Grandma, I want to spend more time with my dad. Lin Zhe looked up at old Mrs. Lin. Old Mrs. Lin wanted to reject Lin Ziyi, but she was afraid that Lin Zhe would suspect something, so she said, Okay, I'll wait for you to go back with me. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. He didn't understand what old Mrs. Lin was up to. What is she hiding from me? Old Lady Lin had been staying in the ward the whole time. Lin Zhe could not ask Lin Jincheng directly about some things, so he suggested that he go back with old Lady Lin. Lin Jincheng sent the two out of the recovery room. Old Lady Lin turned to look at Lin Jincheng. You're not feeling well. Go back to your room and rest. Okay. Lin Jincheng nodded. Old Mrs. Lin looked at Lin Zhe again. Zhe, let's go back. Okay, Grandma. Lin Zhe followed old Mrs. Lin's footsteps. The grandfather and grandson got into the car. Lin Jincheng looked in the direction the car had disappeared and sighed deeply. After returning to the ward, he continued to look at the diary that was already slightly yellowed. The diary was filled with his memories, but it did not seem like his memories. He tried hard to remember his face, but in the end it was indeed a blur of facial features. Could it be? It was really as the diary had said. Was that person really Feng Qianhua? Old Lady Lin's words floated into his ears again. Jean City, it's been 19 years. Qianhua has waited for you for 19 years. She has given you the best golden years of a woman. How many more 19 years do you want her to wait? Jincheng, you and Qianhua have been childhood sweethearts since young. Why aren't you willing to take on the responsibilities that a man should have? I don't care. For Aze and for Xianxian, you must give Qianhua an explanation. Lin Jincheng pressed his temples, his facial features contorted in pain. Not only did he have a headache, but he also had phantom limb pain. He felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart by the immense pain. He could not breathe. He was like a person who had drowned. He struggled desperately in the middle of the abyss, but he still could not be saved. Bang! The teacups on the table were swept to the ground by Lin Jincheng. Director Lin, are you okay? The bodyguard immediately rushed in from outside the door. Quickly go and call Dr. N. Soon Dr. N, who was wearing a white coat, came in and gave Lin Jincheng a shot of painkillers. Lin Jincheng's situation was special. Because he had been taking painkillers all year round, the painkillers did not have any significant effect on him. Therefore, Lin Jincheng's dosage was 10 times that of an ordinary person. Gradually, Lin Jincheng's mood stabilized. Dr. N helped Lin Jincheng to the bed. Chief Lin, are you all right? Cold sweat broke out on Lin Jincheng's face. He waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Dr. N continued, have you taken your medicine on time these few days? The assistant beside him said, Chief Lin has always taken his medicine on time. Then what's going on? Dr. N frowned. If you take your medicine on time, your condition won't suddenly worsen. Did something provoke Chief Lin? The assistant shook his head. Lin Jincheng's hands trembled. He took out a tissue and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Seeing him like this, the assistant said, Boss Lin, let me help you. No need. Dr. N continued, Boss Lin, your condition is much worse than a year ago. Remember to take the medicine on time. Be careful not to let your mood fluctuate too much. If you feel uncomfortable, you must get someone to call me immediately. Lin Jincheng nodded slightly. Director Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Dr. N, you can go back to your work. Dr. N walked out of the ward. Just as he walked out of the ward, he saw Feng Qianhua. Feng Qianhua walked over to Dr. N. Dr. N. Madam Feng. Dr. N nodded. Feng Qianhua continued. Dr. N, do you have time now? Miss Feng, what can I do for you? Dr. N asked. Feng Qianhua turned to look at the ward. I'd like to talk to you about CEO Lin's condition. Dr. N was a doctor that the Feng family had specially hired overseas for Lin Jin City. Having been in the Lin family for so many years, he naturally knew that Feng Qianhua was already Madame Lin's default daughter-in-law and the future mistress of the Lin family. Therefore, Dr. N was still very respectful to Feng Qianhua. Madame Feng, this way please. Feng Qianhua nodded and stepped forward. She arrived at Dr. N's office. Feng Qianhua took the initiative to ask, Dr. N, how is President Lin's health now? Dr. N hesitated for a moment before he spoke. For President Lin, the biggest problem is his mental illness. He still has to be the one to solve it. If he won't let himself go, even the best medicine in the world won't be able to save him. Feng Qianhua nodded. She had always known that Yi Shu held a very important position in Lin Jincheng's heart. She was not surprised to hear what Dr. N said. She just couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept losing to Yi Shu just like that. She was born into a wealthy family and had been a rich young lady since she was young. She received the best education. How could that be to Yi Shu compared to her? In the beginning, she was Lin Jin City's fiancée. It was Yi Shu who was shameless and stole everything from her. She had to take back everything that belonged to her. You mean, as long as the knot in your heart is untied, President Lin will be able to return to normal? Dr. N nodded. You can say that. Okay. Then I understand. Feng Qianhua took out a red packet from her bag. Dr. N, thank you. In the future, President Lin's health will continue to depend on you. Miss Feng, you're too kind. Dr. N refused to accept Feng Qianhua's red packet. Feng Qianhua directly put the red packet on the desk, then turned around and left. After Feng Qianhua left, Dr. N opened the red packet. Inside was a 6-figure check. Feng Qianhua came to Lin Jin City's ward. This time the bodyguard did not stop her. A glimmer of light flashed in Feng Qianhua's eyes. It seemed that the diary really played a big role. Although the bodyguard did not stop her, Feng Qianhua still knocked on the door.
Come in.
Lin Jincheng's voice came from inside. Feng Qianhua pushed the door open and went in. Brother Jincheng, are you feeling better today? Lin Jincheng put down the newspaper. I'm fine, don't worry. Feng Qianhua put her bag on the coffee table. Brother Jincheng, I know that you've always misunderstood me. Actually, in the past 19 years I've already thought it through. Two people who love each other don't have to be together to be happy. I know that Aunt Lin came to see you this morning. Please don't feel pressured because of this. I've never thought of making you take responsibility because I did all this on my own. I'll explain to Aunt Lin. Feng Qianhua had known Lin Jincheng for 40 years. No one knew Lin Jincheng better than her. She knew what to do to lower Lin Jincheng's guard. Lin Jincheng had lost that memory. She could take advantage of it and let Lin Jincheng know a new version of herself. That was why Feng Qianhua used a roundabout tactic of retreating in order to advance. It turned out that she had done the right thing. Lin Jincheng had thought that Feng Qianhua came here with the same attitude as old lady Lin, which was to force a marriage. But Feng Qianhua said something like this. Lin Jincheng couldn't figure it out. Could it be that everything in the diary was true? For a moment, Lin Jincheng fell into deep thought. Feng Qianhua saw that the fire was almost ready, so she stood up. Brother Jincheng, I won't disturb you any longer. Take good care of yourself and don't let your imagination run wild. After saying that, she turned around and left. She had to put on a good show, so Feng Qianhua went straight to the Lin family. Seeing Feng Qianhua come over, old Madame Lin was very happy. Qianhua is here. Feng Qianhua walked to old Madame Lin's side. Aunt Lin, I want to discuss something with you. Please promise me. Old Madame Lin said with a smile. Qianhua, you can just say it directly. We're mother and daughter. What else is there to promise or not? Aunt Lin, I want you to help Brother Jincheng and Sister Yishu succeed. Saying that, Feng Qianhua directly knelt down to old Madame Lin. Old Lady Lin was shocked and quickly helped Feng Qianhua up. Qianhua, you silly child, what are you thinking about? What do you mean by helping them? In my heart, only you are worthy of Jincheng. Yishu is not only a promiscuous woman, but also a jinx. If it weren't for her, Jincheng wouldn't have become like this. Not only did she cheat on Jincheng, but she also harmed him for the rest of his life. Back then, Lin Jin City ignored old lady Lin's objections and insisted on being together with Yishu. After old lady Lin learned of this, she locked Lin Jin City up at home and sent people to watch over him. But for some reason, Lin Jin City still learned of the news of Yishu's birth. Lin Jin City threatened her with death and drove to Yunjing overnight. Unexpectedly, there was only a car accident on the road. When her son was in an accident as the matriarch of the Lin family, old lady Lin would not disregard the life and death of her grandson no matter how hard-hearted she was. Thus, she bribed the midwife and carried away the newly born Lin Zhe. Every time she thought of this, old lady Lin would feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, she had gone early back then and that little bastard had yet to be born. Otherwise, wouldn't the Lin family have to raise a bastard for 19 years? So this was all Yishu's fault. If not for Yishu's words, Lin Jincheng, who had always listened to her, wouldn't have become so rebellious. He actually dared to threaten his mother with death. If Lin Jincheng hadn't threatened her with his life, old lady Lin wouldn't have let Lin Jincheng drive to find Yishu that night. If Lin Jincheng hadn't driven to find Yishu, Lin Jincheng wouldn't have lost a leg. Old lady Lin hated Yishu. She wanted to send Yishu straight to hell. Feng Qianhua continued to defend Yishu. Aunt Lin, Sister Yishu is not to blame for all of this. Love is uncontrollable, just like how I love Brother Jin Chung. I'm willing to give up everything for Brother Jin Chung. I don't want Brother Jin Chung to suffer so much. So, Aunt Lin, I beg you, please help Sister Yishu and Brother Jin Chung. Old Madam Lin did not understand why Feng Qianhua was so kind. It was Yishu who took everything from Feng Qianhua. But Feng Qianhua not only didn't blame Yishu, but she even pleaded on Yishu's behalf. Qianhua, if that be asterisk that Yishu really loved Jin Chung, she wouldn't have cuckolded him. She didn't love Jin Chung at all. She just loved Jin Cheng's power. If Jin Chung was a pauper back then, Yishu would have run away with someone long ago. Feng Qianhua was already in tears. Aunt Lin, but seeing Brother Jin Chung like that, I feel really bad. Old Madam Lin patted Feng Qianhua's hand. It's almost over. Everything is almost over. Qianhua, you're a good woman and Jin Chung isn't blind. I believe that he will definitely remember how good you are. With that diary, Lin Jin Chung would definitely be responsible for Feng Qianhua. Old Madam Lin took a tissue to wipe Feng Qianhua's face. Good child, don't cry. Don't say such silly things in the future. Yishu, that be asterisk tisich isn't worth it for you to treat her so well. She doesn't deserve it. When Feng Qianhua was mentioned, Old Madam Lin's face was full of smiles, but whenever Yishu was mentioned, Old Madam Lin's face would immediately turn ferocious. Her appearance wasn't good to begin with, but now that she looked ferocious, it was even more terrifying. Feng Qianhua choked with sobs and said, Aunt Lin, I just went to see Brother Jin Chung. Doctor and told me that a heart disease needs to be cured by medicine. I'm afraid that he won't be able to survive. After saying that, Feng Qianhua continued, no matter how big of a mistake Sister Yishu has made, it's still in the past. Aunt Lin, please forgive her this once and help her and Brother Jin Chung. Okay? Seeing Feng Qianhua like this, Old Madam Lin could not help but tear up. Qianhua, you are Jin City's medicine. The only person who can cure him is you. Daughter-in-law, Old Madam Lin only acknowledged Feng Qianhua, not to mention anything else. Just based on the fact that Feng Qianhua had taken care of her by her side for 19 years, this filial piety was not something that others could compare to. Old Madam Lin continued, Qianhua, don't cry. You've guarded Jin City for so many years. It's time for you to see the light of day. Under Madam Lin's persuasion, Feng Qianhua finally stopped crying after a long while. Her mood gradually calmed down. Aunt Lin, I've lost my composure today, but I hope you can seriously consider my suggestion. Madam Lin nodded her head in agreement. Feng Qianhua then bid her farewell. Madam Lin personally sent her out. Worried that Feng Qianhua's bad mood would affect her driving, Madam Lin specially called the chauffeur at home to send Feng Qianhua back. Seeing Feng Qianhua get into the car with her own eyes, old Mrs. Lin was relieved and walked back. Aunt Zhang supported old Mrs. Lin and said with emotion, Old Mrs. Lin, Miss Qianhua is too soft-hearted. 19 years ago, if she had fought for it, Jin City would not have been deceived by Yishu. Old Mrs. Lin sighed. Fortunately, we have already changed Jin City's diary. I see that Jin City is not as resistant to Qianhua as before. This is a good thing. Aunt Zhang nodded. Suddenly, a worried look appeared in her eyes. The safe on the tower of Jin City hasn't been opened yet. Do you think there will be any trouble when that time comes? Lin Jin City had the habit of hiding important things in the safe. Therefore, old Madam Lin guessed that there must be something in the safe. Perhaps it was related to Yishu. Old Madam Lin narrowed her eyes. Don't worry about this. Even if there really is something in the safe, Jin City will probably forget about it. Otherwise, he would have come back to get it. Moreover, the key is in my hands now. If Jin City comes back to stay, he can just find an excuse and ask him to change rooms. Aunt Zhang nodded. Old Madam, that's what you said, but the safe is always there. It's a disaster after all. What if one day? The rest was self-evident. Old Mrs. Lin continued, I've already contacted the experts in Country P and said that they will give the news in a few days. Anyway, I won't let Qianhua suffer. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang was confident. Old Mrs. Lin was serious this time. It seemed that it was only a few days before Feng Qianhua married into the Lin family. On the other side, Feng Qianhua returned to the Feng family. Just as she returned, she saw old Madame Feng waiting for her at the door. When she saw old Madame Feng, Feng Qianhua's heart skipped a beat. As a mother, she had always seen only benefits. This time there was definitely nothing good. Mother. Feng Qianhua walked over. Old Madame Feng smiled. You're back. Feng Qianhua nodded. Old Madame Feng looked outside the door. Did the Lin family's chauffeur send you back? Yes. The expression on old Madame Feng's face softened a little, but her tone was still aggressive. Qianhua, I know that old Madame Lin likes you very much and is very satisfied with you, but you won't be able to get past Lin Jin City. I can't let old lady Lin marry you. I've waited for you for 19 years, but you still haven't married into the Lin family. Let me ask you, when will you be able to give me a definite letter? It was said that the daughter who was married off would be splashed with water, but the Feng family had already raised Feng Qianhua and her daughter for so many years, yet they still hadn't received any returns. Old Madame Feng didn't know when the splashed water would bring benefits to the Feng family. No later than this year. Feng Qianhua's tone was firm. Are you serious? Old Madame Feng was in disbelief. I'm sure. Old Madame Feng glanced at Feng Qianhua. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Don't worry. After saying this, Feng Qianhua returned to her room. Feng Xianxian was watching TV in the living room. Seeing this, Feng Qianhua frowned. Xianxian, why didn't you go to the bodybuilding class? In order to cultivate a refined temperament, Feng Xianxian not only learned Latin dance, but also signed up for a weekly bodybuilding class. Feng Xianxian said, Teacher has something to do today, so there's no class today. Feng Qianhua immediately turned off the TV. Then go read a book, learn chess and practice the way of tea. Mom is going to marry you into the Lin family soon. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, you have to bring out the eldest daughter of the Lin family's temperament. I heard from your grandmother Lin that 5th Masterson likes to drink tea and play chess. You have to practice these two things well. If she wanted to attract 5th Masterson's attention, she had to cater to his interests. Although Feng Xianxian had studied the way of tea and chess since she was young, she was still a little immature in front of 5th Masterson. Hearing this, Feng Xianxian's eyes lit up. Mother, are you really going to marry into the Lin family? Yes. Feng Qianhua nodded. In that case, she was about to become the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lin family. Thinking of this, Feng Xianxian's face was full of excitement. Thinking of the extremely noble 5th Masterson, Feng Xianxian felt her heart almost jump out of her chest.
Bang bang bang.
Feng Qianhua continued. By the way, Xianxian, from today onwards, you'll be a vegetarian. What? A vegetarian? Feng Xianxian was stunned. Mom, I'm not fat. In order to maintain her weight, Feng Xianxian had already paid attention to her diet. If she were to eat a vegetarian diet and not touch any meat, who would be able to stand it? Feng Qianhua looked at Feng Xianxian. Sun Wuye is a vegetarian. Before you follow me to the Lin family, you must change your eating habits. 5th Masterson is a vegetarian? Upon hearing this sentence, Feng Xianxian instantly had no objections. As long as she could marry 5th Masterson and stand at the top, she was willing to do anything. At that time, she would be the ruler of the 49 cities. Didn't these relatives of the Feng family feel that Feng Qianhua was unable to marry into the Lin family, and usually ridiculed them? She wanted to make those people in the Feng family who looked down on her regret beyond measure. Feng Xianxian nodded firmly. Mom, I'll listen to you. Seeing her daughter so obedient, Feng Qianhua was also very gratified. On the other side, in the top-floor office of the San Group, Sun Shaoqing was sitting at his desk, brewing tea. On the jade green tea set, a pair of fair and slender hands weaved through it. When the tea set collided, it emitted a crisp ding-dong sound. Tea smoke curled up, making that exquisite facial features even more hazy, as if it was covered with a layer of gauze. The man's facial features were handsome. He wore a retro-styled long gown with a button top. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and his thick eyelashes covered his bottomless eyes. The red mole at the end of his eyes only added to his charm. The room was cold, making people afraid to look him in the eye.
Bang, bang, bang.
At this moment there was a knock on the door. "Come in," the man said in a low voice. Heartwarming pushed the door open and entered, holding a document in his hand. "Fifth brother, can you give this land to me? From the south of the city?" Sensual asked without raising his head. "Yes." Heartwarming nodded. "Not from the south of the city." Sensual poured the water from the teapot into 8 small cups. "Take the piece from the north." It was a very casual tone. It was so casual that it was as simple as giving a piece of candy. Little did he know that the piece of land in the north was not just a piece of land, but also involved a nearly 8-figure order. Heartwarming frowned slightly. Why not the land in the south? If he remembered correctly, the land in the north was much more valuable than the land in the south of the city. "I have a use for the land in the south of the city." Sensual's tone was indifferent. He picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Heartwarming. "Try it and see how it tastes." Heartwarming was stunned. For the first time in his life, he drank the tea Sensual personally brewed. He was flattered. Heartwarming wiped his hands on his clothes and took the cup handed to him by Sensual solemnly. He took a sip of the tea. The taste was slightly bitter and sweet. It was mellow and smooth, and the fragrance of the tea permeated the air. It was a very top-notch taste. Heartwarming narrowed his eyes. The things around Sensual were indeed different from ordinary things. "How is the taste?" Sensual asked. "Very good." Heartwarming gave a thumbs up. "Even the white silver needles collected by our old man don't have such a taste." Sensual picked up the Buddha beads on the table. "The instrument is the father of tea. The main thing is that the tea set is good." "1. Tea set?" Heartwarming looked at the tea set in his hand. Unlike the traditional purple clay pot, this was a set of jade green tea set. It felt fine and not greasy, warm and not cold. It was exquisite and elegant. It was the best tea set. "Something from the Qing dynasty?" Heartwarming asked in surprise. Sensual nodded slightly. "Yes, your 5th sister-in-law has good taste, right?" Heartwarming was stunned. "What does this have to do with my 5th sister-in-law?" Sensual picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. He said slowly, "This tea set was given to you by your 5th sister-in-law." Heartwarming, who had been fed dog food, was speechless. He smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he was King mad. It turned out that Sensual just wanted to show off that this tea set was gifted by Yizhua. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Heartwarming would never have believed that the person in front of him was Wu, who claimed that he would never marry. This person was about to become a wife-flaunting maniac and a love-flaunting maniac. Heartwarming silently covered his mouth and did not say a word. Sensual glanced at him and said in a cold tone, "Why are you covering your mouth?" Heartwarming whimpered, "I'm afraid I'll bark." Sensual's expression did not change. He said seriously, "You're very talented in chasing girls. It's only a matter of time before you become a bachelor." Hearing that, Heartwarming immediately regained his full confidence. "Talent is useless. The problem is that I've never met a girl who can move me." "You'll meet her." Sensual patted Heartwarming on the shoulder. "You won't be a single dog for the rest of your life." Heartwarming felt that Sensual's gaze was meaningful, but he couldn't figure out what was strange about it. 1. Could it be that he was thinking too much? At the sanatorium, Lin Jincheng had been thinking about those past events for the past few days. But he couldn't remember the person in his memory. Could it be that that person was really Feng Qianhua? Lin Jincheng felt very painful. Jincheng. At this moment, old lady Lin walked in from outside. "Mom." Lin Jincheng raised his head. Old lady Lin sat on the chair and said earnestly, Jin Cheng, you have been calm for so many days. Shouldn't you give Qian Hua an explanation? Lin Jincheng did not say anything. Jincheng. Old Madam Lin's voice became heavier. Lin Jincheng raised his head to look at old Madam Lin. Mom, is it really Qian Hua? Is Azay's mother really Qian Hua? Don't you know in your heart? Old Madam Lin stood up angrily. Qian Hua hid her identity by your side and took care of our family for so many years. Don't you feel anything at all? How can you let Qian Hua down by doing this? Are you still a man? A misunderstanding has passed for so many years. Can't you let it go? Lin Jincheng was silent and did not say anything. The diary mentioned the misunderstanding, but Lin Jincheng could not bring it into his memory. The room was cold, making people afraid to look him in the eye.
Bang, bang, bang.
At this moment there was a knock on the door. Come in, the man said in a low voice. Heeziting pushed the door open and entered, holding a document in his hand. Fifth brother, can you give this land to me? From the south of the city? Sun Shaoqing asked without raising his head. Yes. Heeziting nodded. Not from the south of the city. Sun Shaoqing poured the water from the teapot into 8 small cups. Take the piece from the north. It was a very casual tone. It was so casual that it was as simple as giving a piece of candy. Little did he know that the piece of land in the north was not just a piece of land, but also involved a nearly 8-figure order. Heeziting frowned slightly. Why not the land in the south? If he remembered correctly, the land in the north was much more valuable than the land in the south of the city. I have a use for the land in the south of the city. Sun Shaoqing's tone was indifferent. He picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Heeziting. Try it and see how it tastes. Heeziting was stunned. For the first time in his life, he drank the tea Sun Shaoqing personally brewed. He was flattered. Heeziting wiped his hands on his clothes and took the cup handed to him by Sun Shaoqing solemnly. He took a sip of the tea. The taste was slightly bitter and sweet. It was mellow and smooth, and the fragrance of the tea permeated the air. It was a very top-notch taste. Heeziting narrowed his eyes. The things around Sun Shaoqing were indeed different from ordinary things. How is the taste? Sun Shaoqing asked. Very good. Heeziting gave a thumbs up. Even the white silver needles collected by our old man don't have such a taste. Sun Shaoqing picked up the Buddha beads on the table. The instrument is the father of tea. The main thing is that the tea set is good. 1. Tea set? Heeziting looked at the tea set in his hand. Unlike the traditional purple clay pot, this was a set of jade green tea set. It felt fine and not greasy, warm and not cold. It was exquisite and elegant. It was the best tea set. Something from the Qing dynasty? Heeziting asked in surprise. Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly. Yes, your 5th sister-in-law has good taste, right? Heeziting was stunned. What does this have to do with my 5th sister-in-law? Sun Shaoqing picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. He said slowly, this tea set was given to you by your 5th sister-in-law. Heeziting, who had been fed dog food, was speechless. He smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he was king mad. It turned out that Sun Shaoqing just wanted to show off that this tea set was gifted by Yizhua. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Heeziting would never have believed that the person in front of him was Tsin Wu, who claimed that he would never marry. This person was about to become a wife-flaunting maniac and a love-flaunting maniac. Heeziting silently covered his mouth and did not say a word. Sun Shaoqing glanced at him and said in a cold tone, Why are you covering your mouth? Heeziting whimpered, I'm afraid I'll bark. Sun Shaoqing's expression did not change. He said seriously, You're very talented in chasing girls. It's only a matter of time before you become a bachelor. Hearing that, Heeziting immediately regained his full confidence. Talent is useless. The problem is that I've never met a girl who can move me. You'll meet her. Sun Shaoqing patted Heeziting on the shoulder. You won't be a single dog for the rest of your life. Heeziting felt that Sun Shaoqing's gaze was meaningful, but he couldn't figure out what was strange about it. 1. Could it be that he was thinking too much? At the sanatorium, Lin Jincheng had been thinking about those past events for the past few days. But he couldn't remember the person in his memory. Could it be that that person was really Feng Qianhua? Lin Jincheng felt very painful. Jincheng. At this moment, old lady Lin walked in from outside. Mom. Lin Jincheng raised his head. Old lady Lin sat on the chair and said earnestly, Jincheng, you have been calm for so many days. Shouldn't you give Qianhua an explanation? Lin Jincheng did not say anything. Jincheng. Old Madam Lin's voice became heavier. Lin Jincheng raised his head to look at old Madam Lin. Mom, is it really Qianhua? Is Azay's mother really Qianhua? Don't you know in your heart? Old Madam Lin stood up angrily. Qianhua hid her identity by your side and took care of our family for so many years. Don't you feel anything at all? How can you let Qianhua down by doing this? Are you still a man? A misunderstanding has passed for so many years. Can't you let it go? Lin Jincheng was silent and did not say anything. The diary mentioned the misunderstanding, but Lin Jincheng could not bring it into his memory. Old lady Lin said forcefully, Jincheng, I don't care what you are thinking right now. You have to give me an answer today. Mom, do you know about the diary? Lin Jincheng raised his head to look at old lady Lin. Old lady Lin was stunned. Diary? What diary? You really don't know? Lin Jincheng asked. I know. Old lady Lin frowned. Jincheng, what do you think I should know? Lin Jincheng narrowed his eyes. He felt a headache and his head was about to explode. Old lady Lin continued to pressure him. Jincheng, I have already found a master. This month's 18th is very good. I will make the decision to settle the matter between you and Qianhua first. We will hold the wedding in December. After all, it was also a big wedding for the Lin family. Old Madam Lin wanted to hold a big one and make it more lively. Lin Jincheng pressed his temples. His expression was normal, but his face was covered in layers of cold sweat. It was very uncomfortable. Old Madam Lin turned to look at Lin Jincheng. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your acquiescence. After saying that, old Madam Lin turned around and walked out of the door. Bang! At this moment, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from behind old Madam Lin. Old Madam Lin looked back and was so frightened that her face turned pale. Jincheng. She saw Lin Jincheng lying on the ground unconscious. Help! Help! Immediately medical staff rushed in. After some resuscitation, Lin Jincheng finally regained consciousness, but his complexion was worse than before. Old lady Lin sat by the bed. Jincheng, give Qianhua an explanation. Qianhua needs you, and Xianxian needs you. After saying that, old lady Lin continued. Anyway, I've already set the date. It's on the 18th of this month. Rest well for the next few days. You'll be in good spirits when you attend the engagement party. After saying that, old lady Lin explained something to the doctor before leaving the sanatorium. Back at the Lin family home, old Mrs. Lin began to arrange the happy occasion on the 18th. She had to cut the Gordian knot quickly and settle things while Lin Jincheng was still in a daze. Beijing University. After the military training ended, it was the orientation party. Today was Monday, which was also the day of the orientation party. Originally, the school had arranged for Yizhua to speak on behalf of the new students. But Yi Zhao refused, so the school went to find Lin Zhe. Like Yi Zhao, Lin Zhe was not interested in these things. Helplessly, the school had to find someone else. After the new students spoke, the school also arranged for the famous entrepreneurs in Beijing to go on stage and share their successful experiences. Bai Xiaoman sat next to Feng Xianxian and looked at the stage curiously. Xianxian, do you know this old Mr. Yang? Feng Xianxian nodded, her eyes filled with pride. Not only do I know Grandpa Yang, but I've also had dinner with him at the dinner table. He and my grandmother are old friends for many years. As she spoke, Feng Xianxian looked in the direction of Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao was sitting in the same row as her. It was obvious that Yizeo must have heard her voice. At this moment, Yizeo must be very envious of her. So what if Yizeo snatched away her position as the school belle? Her status and position was something that Yizeo could never have imagined. She could get to know old Master Yang, who was also from a wealthy family. Could Yizeo? She was the eldest daughter of the Lin family. In the future, she would marry Tsin Wuyi and become the Honorable Tsin family's matriarch. What about Yizeo? Yizeo could only marry a lowly person and spend his entire life fighting for a house and a car. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoman said enviously, Xian, is that true? Did you really have dinner with old Mr. Yang? That was the Yang Corporation, a famous brand in the country. The Yang Corporation that produced the top 10 famous wines. One had to know that Bai Xiaoman usually only saw old Mr. Yang on television. It's just a meal. Is it really hard to believe? Feng Xianxian's tone was very flat. If you knew that every time my grandmother goes to the bank president personally receives her, wouldn't you go crazy? Your grandmother is really amazing. Bai Xiaoman was even more envious. At this moment, the speech on stage ended, and Mr. Yang walked down the stage. Bai Xiaoman excitedly grabbed Feng Xianxian's wrist. Coming. Mr. Xian, Mr. Yang must be here to look for you, right? Of course. Feng Xian had a smile on her face. As Mr. Yang walked over, the other students in the venue also looked over. Feng Xian smiled and stood up from her chair under everyone's gaze. Hello, Grandpa Yang. However, Grandpa Yang ignored Feng Xian. He directly walked past her and stopped in front of Yizeo. He said excitedly, Zeo, it's really you. I thought I had misjudged you. It was because Yizeo had applied for Peking University that Mr. Yang accepted the Peking University's invitation to speak. He thought that Yizeo would definitely speak on behalf of the freshmen, but who knew that the one speaking on behalf of the freshmen was actually a young man that he did not know at all. When he did not see Yizeo on stage, Mr. Yang thought that Yizeo had not come to Peking University and changed his choice at the last minute. He did not expect to see Yizeo off stage. After confirming that Yizeo was off stage, old Master Yang quickly concluded his speech and impatiently went off stage. Although Feng Xian had eaten with old Master Yang at the same table, there were too many juniors around old Master Yang. How could he remember all of them? Grandpa Yang. Yizeo stood up and greeted old Master Yang. Everyone's gaze fell on Feng Xian. There was some meaning behind it. Some were curious, some were mocking, and some were watching the show. Feng Xian originally thought that old Master Yang was here to greet her. After all, old Master Yang had some friendship with old Lady Lin. During old Master Yang's birthday banquet, she even toasted to old Master Yang. Who would have thought that old Master Yang was here to greet Yizhua? How did this country bumpkin know old Master Yang? Feng Xian just stood there with an awkward expression on her face. She wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Liya held back her laughter. Feng Xian relied on her status as the eldest daughter of the Lin family to strut around in the dormitory all day. She thought that she was superior, but in reality she was just a clown. This time she finally got her comeuppance. In front of so many people, she felt embarrassed for Feng Xian. Old Master Yang said a few words to Yizeo and left with the school leader. Liya turned to look at Yizeo curiously. Zeo, is old Master Yang a relative of yours? Yizeo nodded slightly. A little. Liya was sitting to Bai Xiaoman's left. She frowned when she heard this. Yizhua's mother was a waitress and her uncle was a courier. How could she possibly know old Master Yang? And they were relatives? Wasn't this a fantasy? Xian, what do you think old Master Yang's relationship with Yizhua is? Bai Xiaoman asked in a low voice. Feng Xian said, What does a person like her have to do with old Master Yang? Didn't you see old Master Yang leave after saying a few words? He probably mistook her for someone else. Yes, he must have mistaken her for someone else. After all, Elder Yang was so blind that even she couldn't recognize him. It was normal to have mistaken him for someone else. Feng Xianxian pinched her fingers. Bai Xiaoman nodded. Xianxian, you're right. Elder Yang must have mistaken her for someone else. If Yizhua and Elder Yang were really related, would Yizhua still be so poor? He was wearing clothes without labels, a worn-out second-hand computer, and even his cell phone was an old model from last year. He even liked to go to the cafeteria with Li Ye, eat street food, and even eat junk food like spicy hot pot. Therefore, Grandpa Yang must have mistaken him for someone else. After the orientation party ended, it was October 1st. Li Ye planned to go home for a 7-day-long vacation. Zhonghua, are you going home? Li Ye asked as she packed her luggage. Yi Zhonghua lay in the hammock and squinted his eyes. I'm not going home. My mom and uncle are here. Li Ye continued. You don't have anything to do in the capital. Why don't you come with me to our prairie to play? What's fun there? In Yi Zhao's previous life, the environment was polluted and the weather was getting worse. The prairie was desertified. She had only seen pictures of the real prairie in a museum. Li Ye counted with her fingers and said, We can ride horses, roast meat, learn archery, and dance on the bonfire. In short, there are many fun things. Yizhua stretched out one leg and lightly kicked the bed frame. His long white legs were extremely slender, and even his feet were as white as jade. His pink toenails were like rows of pearls and the hammock slowly swayed. 11 might not be able to do it. I have other things to do. This lively scene made Li Ye's eyes widen. This leg was too beautiful. It was long and straight. It was like milk without a single flaw. She could not help but think about how outstanding Yi Zhao's boyfriend was to be worthy of Yi Zhao. Zhao, is your boyfriend very good? Very good. Hearing this, Feng Xianxian and Bai Xiaoman pricked up their ears to listen to Yi Zhao's reply. Yi Zhao said unhurriedly, It's all right. He's just an old antique. Old antique? How old was he? He was probably old enough to be Yi Zhao's father, right? Feng Xianxian and Bai Xiaoman looked at each other and saw the mockery in each other's eyes. Li Ye was too curious about what Yi Zhao's boyfriend looked like, so she asked, Is your boyfriend coming to pick you up later? Yi Zhao said, We have an appointment at 2 in the afternoon. 2 o'clock. Li Ye said with a regretful look, I'm taking the bullet train at 1:30. If I had known earlier, I would have snatched the ticket at 2:30. It was hard to get a ticket during the 11th Golden Week. It was almost impossible to change the ticket. Yi Zhao said, How long will it take you to take the bullet train home? Li Ye thought for a moment. The bullet train will take 18 hours. Then, adding on the transfer, it will take about 21 hours to get home. 21 hours? Hearing this answer, Yizhua felt his scalp go numb. It was too difficult for her to travel for 21 hours. Li Ye continued, Actually, it's faster to travel by plane, but I'm airsick so I can't fly. Can't fly? Hearing this, Bai Xiaoman almost laughed out loud. Li Ye was a poor wretch. Could she take a plane? She couldn't even take a plane. She overestimated herself. She didn't even write a draft when she was bragging. Hearing this, Yi Zhao got up from the hammock and rummaged through her bag. In a moment, she flipped to a bottle of transparent spray. Yeah, this is a spray that specializes in air sickness. You can try it when you come to school. The effect is pretty good. Bai Xiaoman looked at Yi Zhao. She had only heard of air sickness spray. The inventor was Miracle Dr. Yi, who cured cancer. What the hell was air sickness spray? It was a very small bottle with no label on it. One look and it was obvious that it was a 3 product. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoman looked disdainful, her eyes full of ridicule. Li Ye was a braggart. Yi Zhao was also a braggart. No wonder people said that birds of a feather flock together. Li Ye reached out and took the bottle from Yizhua. There was no doubt in her eyes. Thank you, Burning. Then I'll try it when I come back. Where did you buy this spray? If the effect is good, I'll have to buy more for preparation. My mom and my grandma are both a little airsick.
Ye zapilet amilk sendi.
I made this up by myself. If it's useful, you can just tell me when the time comes. I still have a lot of it here. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoman was speechless. Did Yi Zha think she was godly Dr. Yi? She could invent a godly device that could cure motion sickness just by messing around? She was imitating him. He actually took advantage of godly Dr. Ye's popularity. He was really shameless.
Liyue hugget ye zao ekcitetli.
Zao, thank you. You're welcome. Li Ye continued. When I come, I'll bring you beef jerky, milk skin, and cheese that can only be bought from our place. Yi Zhao smiled and said, Then you mustn't forget. I've already written it down in a small notebook. Don't worry, I definitely won't forget. Li Ye patted her chest and said. At 12 o'clock, Li Ye set off for the train station. Yizhua sent her to the bus stop. After returning to the dormitory, Yizhua did not stay idle. He turned on his computer and communicated with Li Shang. The situation at the management company had already stabilized. Li Shang had signed a total of more than 200 streamers. Among them, 50 were currently popular streamers, 100 were not popular, and the remaining 50 were newbies who had just entered the circle. Li Shang. There are a few things that need to be discussed in person. When are you free? Beifeng. I might not have the time recently. Let's wait a little longer. Li Shang. Alright, I'll wait for your reply then. Alright, I've sent you a document. Please take a look. If there are no problems, I'll sign it. Yizhua clicked accept. The speed at which she read the document was very fast. Her eyes were like a scanner, scanning through everything with a single glance. About 5 minutes later, Li Shang received a reply from the other party. I have marked all the problematic areas for you. After you have corrected them, send them to me again. Li Shang was stunned. The document was a total of 16 pages. He had finished reading it so quickly? Li Shang quickly clicked to accept it. When he saw it, he was immediately stunned. Because the other party not only read all of it, but also commented on every page. Li Shang was shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of person was sitting across from him. Yizhua had just finished processing the documents sent by Li Shang when he received a new message. 9 miles. God, is the new map out yet? Yizhao replied. Soon. 9 miles. Okay, there's no rush. I didn't mean to rush you. I was just asking casually. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's 10 days to half a month later. Okay. Yizhao closed the dialog box. Only then did he realize that there was only half an hour left until the appointment with Sun Shaoqing. It took 10 minutes to walk from the dormitory to the school gate. She still had to wash her face and change her clothes. Therefore, Yizhao closed the computer and walked to the bathroom. 15 minutes later, Yizhao walked out of the dormitory wearing a white suspenders shirt and black wide-legged pants. She was originally tall and slender. At this moment, she looked even taller and longer in the high-waisted wide-legged pants. Her aura was 1.8 meters. The white suspenders shirt outlined a perfect body line. Above it was an exquisite collarbone. As soon as she walked out of the dormitory, passers-by frequently turned to look at her. Brother Zay, look. Your sister. When Dog 2 saw Yizhao, it excitedly elbowed Lin Zay. Lin Zay looked up and frowned. His eyes were calm. Brother Zay, why aren't you excited at all? Dog 2 asked. Lin Zay asked back. Why should I be excited? Dog 2 said. One of you is the campus belle, and the other is the campus belle. Don't you think that you two are fated? Wasn't it popular to recognize younger sisters a few years ago? Why don't you go and recognize a younger sister for the three of us? I believe that Mosquito and Fat Tiger will definitely like our younger sister very much. You're thinking too much. Lin Zay glanced at Dog 2 and walked to the other side. Dog 2 immediately followed Lin Zay's footsteps. Yizhao walked all the way to the school gate. At this moment, a tall boy suddenly blocked Yizhao's path. Hello, Junior. My name is Shangguan Shufei. Can we get to know each other? Yizhao looked up slightly. I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. Although Yi Zhao had already said that he had a boyfriend, Shangguan Shufei was not willing to give up just like that. After all, many girls like to use this sentence as an excuse. It's just making friends. Don't tell me that you have a boyfriend and don't want to socialize anymore. I really have a boyfriend. Please make way. Yi Zhao's voice suddenly turned cold. Shangguan Shufei was stunned and took a few steps back, subconsciously making way for Yi Zhao. He did not even realize what was going on. When Yi Zhao was far away, Shangguan Shufei finally reacted and scratched his head in confusion. As soon as Yi Zhao walked out of the school gate, he saw Chen Xiaoqing's car parked at the school gate. It was a low-profile Bentley. There were many rich people in the capital, so a Bentley was not eye-catching. Yizhua walked towards the car. At this moment, the car door opened and a middle-aged man walked out. He was one of Chen Xiaoqing's chauffeurs. Uncle Zhao, why is it you? Yizhua asked in surprise. Where's Chen Xiaoqing? Uncle Zhao opened the car door for Yizhua. Master Wu was delayed by something, so he asked me to pick you up. Yi Zhao nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He got into the car. Uncle Zhao continued. Miss Yi, Master Wu has prepared some desserts for you in the fridge. Okay. Just as Yi Zhao closed the car door, Feng Xianxian and Bai Xiaomen walked out from behind the sculpture in front of the school gate. Both of their expressions were a little complicated. Bai Xiaomen said, Xianxian, did you see Yi Zhao's boyfriend just now? Feng Xianxian nodded. Bai Xiaomen continued, I think he's in his 50s or so. No wonder Yi Zhao said that his boyfriend was an old antique. He was already so old, but she didn't know how Yi Zhao could do that. Bai Xiaomen felt goosebumps all over her body. Feng Xianxian looked at the back of the Bentley as it left, and the corners of her mouth curled up. 50? I think he's at least 60 or 70. Standing with Yi Zhao. He could be Yi Zhao's grandfather. Although she knew that Yi Zhao's boyfriend was very old, Feng Xianxian did not expect that Yi Zhao's boyfriend would be so old. Bai Xiaomen continued, I saw that man driving a Bentley. His family background should be pretty good. Yi Zhao must have taken a fancy to his money. If it was not for money, who would be willing to date such an old man? It would be more appropriate if he was older than 10 years. He was already several decades older. Just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. I didn't expect Yi Zhao to be such a person. Bai Xiaomen continued, Xianxian, do you think that Yi Zhao's boyfriend is so old? Is she being kept by someone? Feng Xianxian's eyes were filled with ridicule. Even if she wasn't kept by someone, she's probably a shameless mistress. I think that old man's family should even have a grandson. At the mention of a mistress, Feng Xianxian's eyes were filled with hatred. If it wasn't for Yi Shu, she would have long been the miss of the Lin family. Why did she have to wait until now? All the mistresses deserved to die. Bai Xiaomen said with some regret, if we had known earlier, we should have taken a picture with that phone. Let the whole school know Yi Zhao's true face. Let's see how she will face others in the future. Feng Xianxian smiled. There's no rush. There's still a chance in the future. How can a fox not show its tail? The higher she stood, the more miserable she fell. Yi Zhao's good days were still ahead. Xianxian, you're right. Soon, the Bentley stopped at the entrance of the San group. Yi Zhao pushed the door open and got out. He walked into the company hall. As Yi Zhao entered, everyone looked over. Although this was only the second time Yi Zhao had come to the Xian group, everyone had a deep impression of her. They whispered, Madam President is here again.
Holy starnt, holy starnt.
I've finally seen someone alive. Madam President's clothes look so good. I want to buy a suspender shirt and wide-legged pants too. The most important thing is that the person looks good, right? For a clothes rack like Madam President's, even if she wears a sack, she would still look good. Can you not be so prickly? I'm ready to place the order. Yizhua walked all the way to the CEO's private elevator and stopped. Ding! The elevator door opened and she walked in. The elevator went straight to the top floor. After a few seconds, the elevator stopped at the top floor. A secretary was waiting at the elevator door. "Miss Yi, this way please." Yijua nodded slightly. "Where's your fifth master?" The secretary said respectfully. "Fifth master is having a meeting in the conference room." Yijua did not ask any more questions and followed the secretary into Xian Shaoqing's office. The secretary was busy making tea for Yi Zhao and getting snacks. "Fifth master asked me to tell you that the computer password is your birthday. If you want to play with the computer, you can play with his computer." After the incident with the CEO's wife had spread in the group, the secretary was still wondering if these two were just friends. After all, Xian Fifth Master was famous for not getting close to women. Until the secretary found out that Xian Shaoqing's computer password was actually Yijua's birthday. Would a normal friend use the other party's birthday to set the password? It looked like Xian Group was about to have a lady boss. "Okay." Yijua continued. "You can go out first." The secretary nodded. "My name is Clark. If there's anything, you can just call me from the secretary department outside." "Okay." After the secretary left, only Yijua was left in the office. Yijua ate a dessert and suddenly remembered that he had not live-streamed for a long time. So he turned on his computer and started live-streaming. F***CK. F***CK, Yezi is here. Why did Yezi change the location of the live-stream? Is this your company? No, this is my boyfriend's office, Yijua replied. Boyfriend? When he heard this word, the bullet screen exploded. Yi has a boyfriend.
Ah, I'm heartbroken.
I really want to see Ye's boyfriend. Yi has a boyfriend. What about the beauty boss? Wooly, the beauty boss is so pitiful. My heart aches for the beauty boss. Wait, Ye's boyfriend can't be the beauty boss, right? The moment he said that, it attracted a group of onlookers. Yijua explained, my boyfriend met him in real life. Not the beauty boss. Oh right, I'll broadcast chess for you guys first today, right? Then if time permits, we'll play LOL again. User. Heaven Toppling Earth Purple Gold Hammer 1225. Gives out 10 sports cars. User. That dog gave out 10 cloud-piercing arrows. Hammer Bro and Dog Bro are both here. Now only Beauty Boss is left. Beauty Boss is sad. Izeo started his live broadcast of chess. He originally thought that he would receive an invitation from the unlucky guy again today. But the unlucky guy did not go online today. Thus, Yizeo randomly matched a chess streamer. 10 minutes later, a game of chess ended. Yizeo is amazing. I always thought that the unlucky guy was stupid and always lost to Yizeo, but now I realize that the unlucky guy is also a master. One more upstairs. After the live broadcast of chess, Yizeo began to play LOL. Sun Shaoqing pushed open the office door and saw Yizeo sitting in front of his desk playing games. He was wearing headphones and staring at the screen with full concentration. One hand was pressing the mouse, and the other hand was quickly jumping on the keyboard. When did you come? Sun Shaoqing walked over and stood behind Yizeo. About half an hour, Yizeo answered without raising his head. Sun Shaoqing stared at the screen for about a minute. Seeing that Yizeo still had no reaction, Sun Shaoqing leaned slightly and rested his chin on Yizeo's shoulder. One hand landed on her waist, and the other on the keyboard. A faint fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. Is the game that fun? He did not even look at him. That? Yizeo looked back slightly. I'm live streaming. Sun Shaoqing was stunned for a second and let go of Yizeo. I'll wait for you at the side. At this moment, the bullet comments exploded. Oh my god. Was that Yizeo's boyfriend just now? Although I didn't see his face, his voice was so magnetic and beautiful. He must be a handsome man. Ah. I'm so excited, I actually heard Yezi's boyfriend's voice. Yezi, when will you let us meet him in person? And that hand is also very good looking. The joints are long, beautiful and well proportioned. I heard that a man with long fingers has another place that is especially long. This is not the bus to the kindergarten. I want to get off. Is what you said above true? I want to find my boyfriend to test it out. I also want to know if it's true. Hence, the bullet comments were completely slanted. Yizeo was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he did not let Sun Xiaoqing see these bullet comments. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain. After the live broadcast of a game, Yizeo logged off. Sun Xiaoqing was sitting on the sofa, processing documents. His long legs were crossed, inadvertently emitting a strong aura. Holding the documents in his right hand, Yizeo's gaze fell on his well-defined hand. His skin was the kind of white with a cold color. His fingers were very long. Playing the piano would definitely look good. Yizeo suddenly remembered the words on the bullet screen. His gaze turned hot, and he immediately averted his gaze. He silently recited the words, meaning that it was empty. He walked to the fridge and picked up a bottle of ice-cold Coke. As the ice-cold Coke entered his stomach, the messy thoughts in his heart faded a little. "You're done." A deep male voice suddenly appeared in the air. Yizeo was stunned. He saw that the man who was originally sitting there processing documents had appeared in front of him at some point in time. "Okay." Yizeo's face was still abnormally red. "What's wrong with your face?" Yizeo touched his face. "Nothing. It's probably too hot." Sun Xiaoqing took out his phone to adjust the temperature of the air conditioner. "Can you do it now?" "Almost." Yizeo nodded slightly. The Lin family. Madame Lin had been preparing for Lin Jin City and Feng Qianhua's engagement party these few days. The Lin family was very busy. As soon as Lin Zhe got out of the car, he felt that something was wrong. "Grandpa Butler, did something happen at home?" The butler hesitated and didn't know what to say. He had watched Lin Zhe grow up. He knew that Lin Zhe didn't like Feng Qianhua and her daughter. But now Mrs. Lin had made up her mind, and Lin Jincheng didn't refuse. Even Lin Zhe wouldn't be able to stop this. "Grandpa Butler, is there anything that you can't let me know?" Lin Zhe asked. The butler carefully chose his words and continued. "Young master, didn't old Mrs. Lin tell you? The master is going to get engaged to Miss Feng. We've been preparing the engagement party for the master and Miss Feng these days." "What?" Lin Zhe's face turned pale. The butler repeated what he had just said. "Grandpa Butler, are you kidding me?"
Lin Zhe frowned.
"How could my father be engaged to Aunt Feng? This is absolutely true." The butler sighed. "Just accept reality."
Impossible.
Lin Zhe's voice suddenly became louder. "My father would never marry Aunt Feng. He hasn't found my mother yet. How could he marry someone else?" The housekeeper was in a difficult position and didn't know how to answer Lin Zhe. "Qianhua will be your mother from now on." Old Mrs. Lin's voice came from behind. "Xianxian will be your sister." Lin Zhe turned to look at old Mrs. Lin.
No.
"I don't agree." Old Mrs. Lin's face was cold. She berated. "You don't have the right to disagree. I have already set the date. It will be on the 18th of this month. From now on, your Aunt Feng will be your father's fiancée and your future mother. I will let them get married this year." Old Mrs. Lin's words were extremely forceful. Lin Zhe, this child is really too insensible. Others all hope that their father can find happiness. But he actually opposed Lin Jincheng to remarry. Lin Zhe just looked at old Mrs. Lin. "Grandma, did you consider my father's feelings when you did this?" Lin Jincheng didn't like Feng Qianhua at all. Because he didn't like her, Lin Jincheng stayed in the sanatorium all year round. Although Lin Jincheng didn't say it, Lin Zhe knew it. Your dad and your Aunt Feng were childhood sweethearts. If it weren't for that fickle woman Yi Shu, the two of them would have been together a long time ago. Why did they wait until now? Does my dad know about this? Lin Zhe looked up at old Mrs. Lin. Old Mrs. Lin said, "This kind of thing is consensual. Do you think I can force your dad to do it?" Old Mrs. Lin's tone softened a little. "Ah Zhe, Grandma knows that you're a good child. You also want your dad to be happy, right? Your Auntie Feng is a good woman, and will be a good mother in the future. Grandma hopes that you can respect your dad's choice. Is this really my father's choice? Old Mrs. Lin asked back. Zay, do you think Grandma can force your father?
Linse was silent.
He subconsciously felt that something was not right. Why did Lin Jincheng suddenly agree to this matter? Old Mrs. Lin continued. Zay, you believe Grandma. Your Aunt Feng is really a good wife and mother. Our Lin family will get better and better with her in the future. But I don't like her. Lindsay continued. I want her to be my mother. Old Mrs. Lin's face, which had finally calmed down, suddenly turned cold. She said angrily, Why are you such a child? Do you have to make me happy? Do you still miss your mother in your heart? Let me tell you. That B*Tej ran away with someone a long time ago. She even gave birth to a bastard. She doesn't want you. If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. Think about it yourself. Do you still have a conscience? Look at Xian, look at you. Ask yourself, are you half as sensible as Xian? Lin Zay's eyes turned red in an instant, unable to control the emotions in his body. My mother is not a B*Tej. After saying that, Lin Zay turned and ran. Old Mrs. Lin was furious at Lin Zay, but she was worried that something might happen to Lin Zay. If something happened to Lin Zay at this critical moment, the matter between Lin Jincheng and Feng Qianhua would be raised. Thinking of this, old Mrs. Lin pointed at the two bodyguards beside her and said, You two follow the young master. The two bodyguards immediately followed Lin Zay. Lin Zay ran all the way. Tears gushed out. Lin Zay ran all the way to Lin Jin City's recuperation room. Lin Jin City was resting. Seeing Lin Zi like this, Lin Jin City put down the medicine bottle. Zay, what's wrong? Lin Zay's eyes were red as he said, Dad, are you getting engaged to Feng Qianhua? Zay, I think we might have misunderstood your Aunt Feng in the past. Lin Jin City raised his head. Lin Zay continued. So you really agreed? Lin Jin hesitated and continued. Zay, have you ever thought that Aunt Feng is actually your biological mother? No. She isn't. Lin Zay said emotionally. Dad, what's wrong with you? My mother isn't Feng Qianhua. I beg you not to get engaged to her, okay? If your mom isn't your Auntie Feng, then who is she? Lin Jincheng asked. Lin Zay shook his head, his face full of bitterness. I don't know either. Lin Jincheng looked up at Lin Zay. Zay, do you know how many 19 years a person has? If your Auntie Feng is really your mom, then I've let her down for 19 years. You can't be heartless. He was the one who wrote the diary. And Feng Qianhua had indeed waited for him for 19 years. Everyone around him said that Feng Qianhua was Lin Zay's biological mother. Now that things had come to this, Lin Jincheng had no choice but to believe it. So, you want to be with Feng Qianhua because you think that she is my mother? Lin Zay asked. Lin Jincheng nodded. Last night, old Mrs. Lin almost talked to him all night long. Lin Jincheng felt that he should give Feng Qianhua an explanation. But she's not my mother. Dad, give me some time. I'll definitely find my mother, and let you recover your memory. Dad, I beg you not to give up on my mother, okay? Lin Jincheng patted Lin Zay's shoulder. Zay, I know that this matter is a little difficult for you to digest in a short time. In fact, it's the same for me. But if your Aunt Feng is really your mother, then we can't let her down. Z was so young, so cold. Could it be that they had entered the wrong room? W stood up and said, Beauty, may I know who you're looking for? I'm looking for W. Yijua's tone was clear. Looking for W? Could it be that this was Z? It would be a lie to say that they were not shocked. The three of them were stunned. W was the first to react. He stuttered. You are Z? You are W. Yi Zhao raised his eyes, revealing a pair of clear black and white eyes. His eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and there was a hint of scorn in his coldness.
Linse var stunned.
She did not expect Yi Zhao to be Z. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, who would have believed that a chemistry department genius was actually a computer expert? Z caused a stir in the hacker world last summer. Last summer? China International's official website was maliciously attacked by foreign hackers, and the words "sick man of East Asia" were left behind. For 2 days in a row, countless hackers and top programmers were at a loss. Until the appearance of hacker Z. Z not only repaired the international official website and strengthened the firewall, but also openly attacked the official websites of both countries under the noses of many hackers from Country J and Country P. Adhering to the etiquette of not returning the favor, he left a line of words on the official websites of both countries. Those who offend China, although far away, must be killed. There were more than 3,000 top hackers from both sides, but they were unable to solve this problem. In desperation, they could only self-seal the website, abandoning the pawn to protect the cart. For a time, the entire hacker world was in an uproar. Because of this, Z also became the first hacker to go on an international kill order. He became the pursuer of both countries. The reward was 500 Chioti coins. Chioti coins were universal coins. 1 Chioti coin could be exchanged for 50,000 renminbi. Unfortunately, it had been more than a year. Forget about chasing after the hacker Z. Even the hacker Z was tall, short, fat, and thin. It was impossible to know if he was a man or a woman. If those people knew that the hacker who offered a reward of tens of millions was just an ordinary female university student, how depressed would they be? For a moment, Lindsay was extremely shocked. Yes. W was too excited. He did not expect that not only was Z not an old man, but she was actually such an imposing beauty. God, let me introduce you. This is my cousin. This is a friend of my cousin. Xiao Dan quickly stood up. God, you can just call me Xiao Dan. Xiao Dan was from Tsinghua University next door. Even though Yizhua was the campus belle of Jing University, she was too popular during military training. That dynamic picture was still spreading like wildfire. It had already spread from Jing City to other universities, becoming the goddess of first love in the hearts of countless scholars. Xiao Dan did not expect that the campus belle of Jing University was actually Hacker Z. This was too exciting. Brother Zhe, aren't you also from Peking University? Xiao Dan looked at Lin Zhe. You and the campus belle are both campus belle and campus belle. You should know each other, right? Lin Zhe stood up and extended his hand to Yizhua.
Hello, I'm Lindsay.
I've heard a lot about you. Seeing Lin Zhe, Yizhua was also stunned. She had clearly never seen Lin Zhe before. She actually had the illusion that she had known Lin Zhe for a long time. Moreover, she saw Yishu's shadow in Lin Zhe's eyes. Especially that pair of phoenix eyes, they were exactly the same as Yishu's. If Yizhua did not know Yishu very well, she would even suspect that this was Yishu's illegitimate child. Yizhua nodded slightly and reached out to hold Lin Zhe's hand. Hello, Yezuo. After saying that, Yizeo continued. Have you brought the things? Lin Zhe nodded and took out his laptop from his bag. I'll be counting on you. After Yizeo took the laptop, he went back to work. Other than the melodious singing, there was only the sound of typing. The other three looked at Yizeo. They were afraid of missing out on something. W was very excited. He wanted to take a photo to brag in the group, but he was afraid of exposing Yizeo's identity as Z. So W had to suppress his excitement. 5 minutes later, Yizeo looked up slightly. The password has been deciphered. 198-1114. 198-1114?
Lindsay frowned.
This was obviously a person's birthday. Linjin City was in the 1980s. Could it be? This was his birth mother's birthday? Xiaodin asked curiously. Brother Zhe, is this your father's birthday? Lin Zhe shook his head. My father's birthday is in the 1980s. Yizhua raised his eyebrows, feeling that it was a little strange. Because Yishu's birthday was in 1981, and her birthday was on November 14th. Was this just a coincidence? Xiao Dan said. Could it be your mother's birthday? It's possible. Lin Zhe picked up the computer and continued. Gadi, thank you for today. He and Z had known each other online for a long time, but he had never seen Z in person. W clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. Dafa. After getting excited, W picked up his phone and called his cousin. Hello, Xiaoshan. Hurry up and contact your friend. Z has agreed to meet us. Tell him to go to Jingdiuan at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Xiaoshan on the other end of the phone was also very excited. Brother, really? When have I ever lied to you? W continued. After hanging up the phone, I'll tell you in detail on WeChat. Okay, brother. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Dan immediately opened WeChat. His cousin quickly sent a WeChat message, instructing Xiao Dan to dress more seriously tomorrow. After all, Z was very likely to be an old man. What if he saw Xiao Dan dressed inappropriately and refused to help? Xiao Dan touched his ears. Then should I remove the earring? Do you even need to say that? W continued. Also, you'd better wear long sleeves to cover the tattoo tomorrow. Older people were more conservative. Most people did not like juniors to scribble on their bodies. W continued. Tell that friend of yours that we'll arrive 20 minutes earlier tomorrow. Okay. After chatting with W, Xiao Dan informed Lindsay of the good news. At this moment, Lindsay was walking alone on the street. When he received Xiao Dan's call, his whole body came alive. Really? Z really agreed. Z's strength in the hacker world was obvious. As long as he agreed to help, there was a 90% chance of success. Yes, Brother Z. My cousin asked us to go to Jingda Garden 20 minutes earlier tomorrow. Okay. The next day at noon, Lindsay arrived at the agreed location on time. Jingda Garden. They booked a small private room on the 3rd floor. A beaded curtain hung in front of the door of the private room. Looking down, one could see 2 performers standing on the stage. One was holding a lute, and the other was wearing a long robe and holding a paper fan. They were singing along with the melody of the pipa. Between the sounds of singing, there was a melodious Qinhuai accent. When Lindsay arrived, Xiao Dan and W hadn't arrived yet. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Dan arrived. Brother Z. Lindsay turned around and saw Xiao Dan bringing a young man in a plaid shirt into the room with the beaded curtain raised. In comparison, this was W. W was about 30 years old and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Brother Z, let me introduce you. This is my cousin W. Brother, this is the Lindsay I told you about. Hello, senior. Lindsay politely extended his hand to W. Hello. W smiled and held Lindsay's hand. You're about the same age as Xiaoshan. Just call me brother from Xiaoshan. Big brother. After the 3 of them sat down, a waiter dressed in a cheongsam immediately came to deliver tea. W looked at the waiter. Please serve some snacks that are suitable for older people. Make them soft. Okay. Please wait a moment. Lindsay asked in puzzlement. Are there any elders coming later? Xiao Dan explained. Z might be older. Can't you see that I've even covered the Azure Dragon today?
Lindsay nodded.
Time passed by. There were only 2 minutes left before the agreed time, but there was still no sign of Z. Xiao Dan was a little anxious. Brother, is that Z not coming? W looked at his watch. Wait a little longer. As soon as he said that, the beaded curtain was lifted by a fair hand. The beaded curtain collided with each other, producing a crisp jingling sound. The 3 of them raised their heads to take a look. They saw a tall figure wearing a black t-shirt and a cap on her head. The wide brim of the cap covered her face that was as clear as a painting. They could only see a part of her chin that was as white as jade. Although they lowered their heads slightly and could not see her face clearly, they could still feel the domineering aura from her. It was very cold and very rustling. Was this Z? After saying that, Lin Jincheng continued. Your grandmother has already set the date. I believe that we will get used to it slowly. Dad. Lindsay closed his eyes in pain. Just then Dr. N walked in from outside the door. CEO Lin, it's time for treatment. Lin Jincheng nodded and left with Dr. N. Lindsay didn't know how he left the sanatorium. Today was the 13th day of the lunar calendar, and there were only 5 days left until the 18th. The password to the safe wasn't unlocked. He didn't know anything about his mother's situation. What could he do in 5 days? Could he just accept Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian?
No.
If he accepted Feng Qianhua and her daughter, what would happen to his mother? Although old Mrs. Lin had always said that his mother was a promiscuous woman and even had a child with someone else, Lindsay did not believe her. Lindsay walked on the street in a daze, forming a stark contrast with the noisy crowd. The Yi family, Yishu, had been very busy these days. Although she had only been in Beijing for a short month, because the Yi family's private dishes business was really booming, she was already starting to open a third and fourth branch. Recently, Yizhua had been busy with the management company and the technology website. He had almost forgotten about his second job and quickly logged into his account. As soon as he logged in, he received a bunch of messages from people. Yizhua opened them one by one and replied. The last message was from W. This was sent by W. 10 days ago. W? Is the god here? Yizhua slowly replied. What's the matter? Thinking that W would not reply immediately, Yizhua prepared to take a shower. Unexpectedly, she had just taken her pajamas when she received W's reply. W sent her a web address. Is there any confidence in cracking this password? Yizhua clicked on it, and it was the web address of an advanced safe. The security system of this kind of safe was very high, and its technology was at least 20 years ahead of the market. The real name system connected to the police station, and it was not something that any kind of family could use. Once it was deciphered, they would get into trouble. And Yizhua was most afraid of trouble. Yizhua replied, Sorry, this cannot be deciphered. Before her message was sent out, she saw that W had sent another message. W. The owner of this safe is a friend of my cousin. For some reason, his mother's information was locked inside. He really wanted to find his mother, but if he could not get the information inside, he could not find his mother. Yizhua frowned slightly. All right, let's make an appointment. Let's meet and talk about it. W thought Z would continue to refuse, but he didn't expect Z to agree. He quickly replied, You decide the time and place. Yizhua thought for a moment and then replied, Tomorrow at 1 p.m., see you at Jingda Garden? Jingda Garden? Z on the other end of the screen was stunned. Jingda Garden was a place to listen to plays. Could it be that Master Z was an old man who liked to listen to plays? Who among the young people liked to listen to plays? But now, W could not care about that anymore. He quickly replied, Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. When he saw that Z would see him tomorrow, W on the other end of the screen was so excited that he almost jumped up. It's nothing. Yizeo pressed the cap on his head. If there's anything, you can contact me again. W quickly stood up. God, I'll send you out. Lindsay and Xiaodin also stood up. Yizeo's car was parked downstairs. W instructed Yizeo to drive carefully. Seeing the black car disappear into the road ahead, W sighed. I really didn't expect Z to be a student. Oh right, Lindsay. Z must be very famous in your school's computer science major. Right? At the last sentence, W turned to look at Lindsay.
Linse's toon was indifferent.
She's from our school's chemistry department. Chemistry department. W was stunned. A person from the evolutionary chemistry lab actually became a hacker? Was he really not dreaming? Lindsay continued. Brother Xiaodan, I'm going home first. Thank you all for today. W knew that Lindsay was eager to find his mother, so he smiled and said, Go back. It's not too late to thank you us after you find Auntie.
Xiaodan helped Linse heel a taxi.
Brother Zay, quickly get in. The engagement day was getting closer and closer. The Lin family had been very lively these past few days. Lin Zay had just entered when he saw Feng Xianxian and old Madame Lin chatting in the living room. Old Madame Lin was so amused by Feng Xianxian that she burst out laughing. Aosha! Old Madame Lin called out to Lin Zay. Lin Zay stopped in his tracks. Grandma! Old Madame Lin's face was stern. Xian will be your sister from now on. Don't you even know to greet her when you see her? Sister? What kind of sister was Feng Xian? But Lin Zhe knew that now was not the time to go against old Madame Lin. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. Grandma, I know that you're doing this for my own good, but everything has a transition period. I hope that you can give me a chance to adapt to Aunt Feng and Xian. Hearing this, old Mrs. Lin's eyes revealed some unhappiness. Adapt? How many years had Lin Zi known Feng Qianhua and Feng Xian? Moreover, Lin Zhe and Feng Xian grew up together. Did he still need to get used to this? Lin Zhe was clearly deliberately making things difficult for Feng Qianhua and Feng Xian. She thought Lin Zi was sensible. She didn't expect him to still be so insensible. Then tell me, how long will it take you to get used to it? Lin Zhe tried his best to say calmly. Grandma, can you give me 5 days? 5 days later was the day Lin Jincheng and Feng Qianhua got engaged. He would definitely find his mother within 5 days to help Lin Jincheng recover his memories. Hearing this, old Mrs. Lin's expression softened. Lin Zhe continued. Grandma, I'll go upstairs first. Old Mrs. Lin nodded. Feng Xian looked at Lin Zhe's back and said worriedly, Grandma, does Brother Aze not like me? Old Mrs. Lin smiled and said, Xian, don't worry. Aze only has you as his sister. If he doesn't like you, who else can he like? Old Lady Lin had a total of 5 sons and several great-grandsons. The entire family only had one precious granddaughter, Feng Xian, so of course she had to be pampered. Even though Old Lady Lin said so. But Feng Xian hugged Old Lady Lin's arm and said, Grandma, it doesn't matter even if Brother Aze doesn't like me. I just need to know that you like me. Grandma, don't worry. I will be filial to you with my unborn younger brother in the future. Once Feng Qianhua gave birth to Lin Jincheng's flesh and blood, what would Lin Zi be? At that time, Lin Zhe would be a pitiful wretch that no one wanted. Thinking of this, the corners of Feng Qianxian's lips curled up. Old Madame Lin was very happy to be coaxed by Feng Qianxian's words. Qianxian still understands Grandma's heart. After all, Lin Zhe had crawled out from Yishu's stomach. It was normal for him to not be on the same side as her. In the future, Feng Qianhua and Lin Jincheng would have their own children. Lin Zhe went upstairs. Lin Jincheng's room was closed. There was a cleaning made upstairs at the moment, so it was definitely not appropriate for him to go in now. So, Lin Zhe could only return to his room temporarily. 20 minutes later, when Lin Zhe came out again, the maid who was already cleaning had already left. Lin Zhe took the key that he had made and opened Lin Jincheng's room. The safe was still in the corner. Lin Zhe took a deep breath and walked to the front of the safe. He entered the password one by one. 189111114. At this moment, Lin Zhe's hands were shaking. He was afraid that he had entered the wrong number. After he finished typing the 8 numbers, Lin Zhe let out a long breath. Da. The safe's door opened. At this moment, Lin Zhe was extremely excited. Lin Zhe tried his best to say calmly, Grandma, can you give me 5 days? 5 days later was the day Lin Jincheng and Feng Qianhua got engaged. He would definitely find his mother within 5 days to help Lin Jincheng recover his memories. Hearing this, old Mrs. Lin's expression softened. Lin Zhe continued, Grandma, I'll go upstairs first. Old Mrs. Lin nodded. Feng Xian looked at Lin Zhe's back and said worriedly, Grandma, does Brother Aze not like me? Old Mrs. Lin smiled and said, Xian, don't worry. Aze only has you as his sister. If he doesn't like you, who else can he like? Old Lady Lin had a total of 5 sons and several great-grandsons. The entire family only had one precious granddaughter, Feng Xian, so of course she had to be pampered. Even though Old Lady Lin said so. But Feng Xian hugged Old Lady Lin's arm and said, Grandma, it doesn't matter even if Brother Aze doesn't like me. I just need to know that you like me. Grandma, don't worry. I will be filial to you with my unborn younger brother in the future. Once Feng Qianhua gave birth to Lin Jincheng's flesh and blood, what would Lin Zi be? At that time Lindsay would be a pitiful wretch that no one wanted. Thinking of this, the corners of Feng Qianxian's lips curled up. Old Madame Lin was very happy to be coaxed by Feng Qianxian's words. Qianxian still understands Grandma's heart. After all, Lindsay had crawled out from Yishu's stomach. It was normal for him to not be on the same side as her. In the future, Feng Qianhua and Lin Jincheng would have their own children. Lindsay went upstairs. Lin Jincheng's room was closed. There was a cleaning maid upstairs at the moment, so it was definitely not appropriate for him to go in now. So, Lindsay could only return to his room temporarily. 20 minutes later, when Lindsay came out again, the maid who was already cleaning had already left. Lindsay took the key that he had made and opened Lin Jincheng's room. The safe was still in the corner. Lindsay took a deep breath and walked to the front of the safe. He entered the password one by one. 189111114. At this moment, Lindsay's hands were shaking. He was afraid that he had entered the wrong number. After he finished typing the 8 numbers, Lindsay let out a long breath. Da. The safe's door opened. At this moment, Lindsay was extremely excited. It was a feeling that could not be described with words. Those who did not have the same experience would not be able to empathize. 19 years. He had waited for a whole 19 years. There was a document bag in the empty safe. Lindsay quickly took out the document bag, closed the safe door, and came to his room. Bang, bang, bang. It was only a few steps from Lin Jincheng's room to his room, but he felt that it was extremely long. Every second felt like he was walking on clouds. It wasn't real. It was very unreal. He never dreamed that he would date Z and open the safe so easily. After Lindsay returned to his room, he immediately locked the doors and windows, closed the curtains, sat in front of his desk, and opened the document bag. In the document bag there was a group photo. There was also a letter. This was a letter that had not been sent in time. Usher. The letter was beautiful, and the words were like a book. During this period of time I have been locked at home by my mother, but don't worry, I will try to convince my mother as soon as possible, and let her help us. How are you doing in Yunjing? Is the child causing trouble? Is she good? Have you been to the hospital for a checkup? Did you receive the money I sent you?
Shu, I'm sorry.
When you most need someone to accompany you, I cannot accompany you. I am really a husband, a father. Don't worry, although I am not with you, but my heart has already flown to the capital, come to you and the child. I can lose anyone in my life, but I can't lose you and the child. I've already thought it through. If my mother doesn't agree to us being together, I'll take you and the child far away so that they'll never find us. Please give me a little more time. Don't give up. I won't give up on you either. These days, I have been recalling the process of our acquaintance. Bit by bit, like a movie, flashed in front of my eyes. The greatest luck in my life is to meet you with our common child. Love your sincerity. August 16th. A letter of 2 pages, about 1,000 words. Between the lines are full of Lin Jincheng's love for his lover and strong helplessness. His heart was in love with his lover, but unfortunately, his mother at home had been trying to stop him. Only then did Lin Zi know. It turned out that Lin Jincheng was not married at all. He and his mother were pregnant before marriage. Then what happened in the end? Why didn't Lin Jincheng send the letter? Also, Lin Jincheng clearly said in the letter that he would take his mother far away from the capital, so why didn't he fulfill his promise in the end? Did his mother know of his existence? After so many years, why hadn't his mother come to look for him once? Also, why did Lin Jincheng write, "Love your sincerity" at the end of the letter? Sincerity? Cheng? The 2 words had the same pronunciation, but the meaning was very different. Did Lin Jincheng write the words wrong? Or was there something else? Lindsay had too many questions in his heart. Unfortunately, no one could answer them. After reading the letter, Lindsay found another photo in the file bag. In the photo, the woman was standing next to the young man with a smile on her face. Her facial features were like a painting, and she was smiling very happily. Behind the photo there was a row of very beautiful small script. It carried a bit of the gentleness of a woman's home. Seeing a gentleman, Yun who did not like it. This is not the character of Lin Juncheng. Could it be that the person in the photo is his mother? Yes, it must be. She is his mother. If this was not his mother, Lin Juncheng would not have kept the photo until now, and would not have put it together with the letter. 19 years. He had waited 19 years. Lin Zhe just looked at the young and beautiful woman in the photo. From a toddler to a babbling toddler, from an unworldly man to a promising young man, he had been thinking of his mother for the past 19 years. Suddenly Lin Zhe's eyes turned red. He pressed the photo tightly to his chest. Tears almost burst out of his eyes. Mom! The atmosphere in the room was tense and stifling. After a long while, Lin Zhe's emotions slowly calmed down. Now was not the time for him to be sad. He had to tell Lin Jincheng the truth. He could not let Lin Jincheng and Feng Qianhua get engaged. Lin Zhe put the letter and photos in his bag and walked downstairs. When he went downstairs, old Mrs. Lin had already taken her lunch break. Feng Xianxian stood in the hall downstairs, bossing the servants around. She was very imposing. She looked as if she had become the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Seeing Lin Zi coming down, Feng Xianxian smiled and walked over to greet him. Brother Zhe. Lin Zhe directly ignored Feng Xianxian and continued to walk forward. Feng Xianxian's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Lin Zhe was only a stray dog now. Who knew what he was so proud of? Feng Xianxian followed Lin Zhe's footsteps. She smiled and said, Brother Zhe, Grandma told me that after my mother and Uncle Lin are engaged, we will move our hukou over. Oh right, Grandma also said that she will change my surname. By then I will have the same surname as you. Brother Zhe, are you happy? Seeing that Lin Zhe's face was getting darker and darker, Feng Xianxian became more and more complacent. She continued, By the way, Grandma also said that my mom will give birth to a little brother for Uncle Lin. At this point, Feng Xianxian lowered her voice and said, Grandma also said that she will train my mom's little brother to become the heir of the Lin family. Brother Zhe, what about you? Won't no one want you anymore? Aya, then you are so pitiful. Have a little brother. Lin Zhe turned his head slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. That depends on whether Feng Qianhua has the ability to do so. At this moment, Lin Zhe seemed to have changed into a different person. His eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of murderous intent, deep and bottomless. Feng Xianxian was shocked. She had never seen Lin Zhe like this, so she unconsciously took a few steps back. After saying this, Lin Zhe strode out of the door. Only when Lin Zhe walked out of the door did Feng Xianxian react. She spat at Lin Zhe's back. Shameless bastard. Bah! In the future, she would be the real blood of the Lin family. She would definitely make Lin Zhe's life worse than death. Xianxian. At this moment, Aunt Zhang suddenly appeared beside Feng Xianxian. Feng Xianxian turned around and called out unwillingly, Grandma Zhang. She would definitely not be willing to call a servant grandma. However, Feng Qianhua respected Auntie Zhang very much. In addition, Auntie Zhang had indeed done many things for Feng Qianhua during this period of time, so Feng Xianxian could only reluctantly call out. Auntie Zhang said in a low voice, Miss Qianhua asked me to remind you to always pay attention to your words and deeds in the Lin family. Although Feng Qianhua was about to get engaged to Lin Jincheng, she was still not engaged. In order to avoid complications, she had to be careful. I know. Feng Qianqian continued. Grandma Zhang, you don't have to worry. Seeing that Feng Qianqian was so sensible and obedient, Aunt Zhang nodded in satisfaction. The biggest mistake Feng Qianhua made back then was to marry Feng Qianqian's biological father. The best decision she made was to give birth to Feng Qianqian. Feng Xianxian was smart and intelligent, and the Lin family had been genetically programmed to only give birth to boys over the years. Feng Xianxian was just enough to satisfy old lady Lin's wish to have a granddaughter. Most importantly, not only was Feng Xianxian smart and intelligent, she was also beautiful. With the status of the Lin family's eldest daughter, she would definitely be able to marry into the Tsin family. After all, Old Lady Tsin and Old Lady Lin had such a good relationship. From now on, Feng Xianxian would be the Tsin family's matriarch, and Feng Qianhua and Lin Jincheng's children would become the future successors of the Lin family. A son and a daughter, both dragons and phoenixes among men. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Aunt Zhang's face. On the other side, Lin Zhe came to the sanatorium. But Lin Jincheng was not in the ward. "Where's my dad?" Lin Zhe looked at the bodyguard. The bodyguard said, "Director Lin left with Miss Feng." "With Feng Qianhua?" Lin Zhe frowned slightly and took out his phone to call Lin Jincheng. The phone rang. Feng Qianhua picked up the phone and hung up. Lin Zhe did not give up and continued to call. Feng Qianhua really wanted to block Lin Zhe's number, but she did not know Lin Jincheng's password, so she had to pick up the phone. "Dad, where are you now?" Feng Qianhua said gently. "Zhe, it's me. Where's my dad? Let my dad pick up the phone."
Lin Zhe frowned.
Feng Qianhua's gaze fell on Lin Jincheng, who was talking to a few foreigners not far away. The breeze was just right and the sun wasn't dry. Lin Jincheng was about 1.8 meters tall, not shorter than a few tall foreigners at all. Although he had been sick for a long time, there was not a trace of illness on Lin Jincheng. Instead, his aura was extremely strong. Feng Qianhua had fallen in love with this man in front of her since she was young. It was a pity. At that time he could not see her at all. She was not resigned. She tried to marry a man more outstanding than Lin Jincheng. It was a pity. That man was not up to expectations. After being married for less than a year, his family was in decline, and he became a rundown household. Looking at the Lin family, although Lin Jincheng was with Yishu all day long, the Lin family did not fall, but instead flourished, and Yishu could marry Lin Jincheng at any time. Feng Qianhua was unwilling. She was unwilling to have her position snatched away by Yishu just like that. She was originally the eldest daughter of a rich family. After marrying that disappointing man within a year, she had become an ordinary housewife. But Yishu had transformed from the lowest class to the mistress of the Lin family. How could she accept this? Fortunately, she had waited until today. Now, she could finally sit in the position of the mistress of the Lin family. As for that to Yishu, until her death, she would never be able to see Lin Jin City again. Thinking of this, Feng Qianhua curled the corners of her lips. Her eyes were filled with pride. She said gently, "Zhe, your father is not available to answer the phone right now." "What's my father doing? Where are you guys now?" Feng Qianhua deliberately said ambiguously, "Hze, sometimes it's not convenient for us adults to tell you things about a child. Don't call him again. Your father will be back on the 18th. The 18th? Wasn't the 18th the day of their engagement?" When Lin Zhe wanted to say something else, Feng Qianhua had already hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Lin Zhe was frowning. Since he couldn't find Lin Jincheng, he could only check on his mother first. Now that he had photos, he was much more confident. After all, there were photos in the population database. Lin Zhe carried his bag back to the Lin residence, locked the door, and began to search for information. There were many firewalls and security systems in the database, so it was not easy to break in. Lin Zhe's fingers kept jumping on the keyboard. The only thing that could be heard in the quiet air was the crackling sound. The fluorescent light from the computer screen hit his face. He was only 19 years old, but he gave off the impression of an adult. It was fascinating. The sky was getting darker and darker. Lin Zhe kept doing one thing. On the other side, after the collaboration ended, Feng Qianhua walked to Lin Jincheng's side. "Brother Jincheng, are you tired? Let me help you over there to rest for a while." Lin Jincheng gently pulled his arm away from Feng Qianhua's. "I'll be fine here by myself. You should go back and rest first." The smile on Feng Qianhua's face was a little stiff. Lin Jincheng's behavior told her that although he had already agreed to the engagement, He was still resisting her. Although they stayed in the same hotel, they had 2 suites. But at this moment, Feng Qianhua had no choice but to maintain a decent smile. Then I'll go back first. Oh right, Aziz called in the afternoon. If the child really doesn't agree to us being together, then forget it. I'll respect the child's opinion. I don't want anyone to be hurt. After saying this, Feng Qianhua turned around and left. Lin Jincheng looked at Feng Qianhua's back and unconsciously frowned. He tried very hard to convince himself to accept Feng Qianhua. Feng Qianhua was the person in his memories, but he found that he couldn't accept it at all. Being with Feng Qianhua, he couldn't feel the happiness described in the diary at all. Maybe he still needed time. Lin Jincheng sighed softly. Yi family. After eating, Yizhua looked at Yi Shu. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Mom, can you tell me about my father? After being reborn for such a long time, Yizhua had never heard Yi Shu talk about her biological father. Today's encounter made her curious about the word father. Yi Shu was stunned for a moment before she recovered. Yizhua was 19 this year. There were some things that could not be hidden from her for the rest of her life. She had the right to know her biological father. Yi Shu fell into the memories of that year when she was 18. Your father was from Lu City. His name was Lin Qingcheng. I met him when I was 18. At that time he was 19. Yi Shu told Yizhua everything about how she met Lin Jincheng without reservation. When the woman who claimed to be your father's fiancée came to me, I didn't believe that I was a mistress, nor did I believe that he would lie to me. Because in my eyes he was a man who stood tall and strong. He was a gentleman. He wouldn't lie to me. I've been waiting for him, but he didn't show up until after you were born. He didn't show up, so I had to go find him myself. In Lu City, Lin Qingcheng found a few, but none of them matched him. At this point, a sarcastic smile appeared on Yi Shu's lips. At that time, I found out that he left a fake name and his home address was also fake. Now Yi Shu spoke so casually, and at that time she was so desperate. She was born out of wedlock and was chased out of the house by her parents. She had nothing. She had to take care of the child who had just reached the full moon while working to earn money. Now that she thought about it, she did not even know how she survived those years. Yizhua walked over and hugged Yi Shu. Mom, don't cry. It's not worth it for that kind of scumbag. You still have me in the future. No matter what, I will always be by your side. Yi Shu hugged Yizhua and nodded with a sob. There was only one day left until the engagement date. Old Lady Lin had already sent out all the invitations. She had invited many of the wealthy and famous people in the capital, including the Tsin family. Old Lady Tsin and she had been old friends for many years. Old Lady Tsin would definitely personally attend Lin Jin City's marriage event. The night before the engagement party, the Feng family's daughters-in-law had never thought that Feng Qianhua would really marry into the Lin family. After all, the Lin family had made Feng Qianhua wait for 19 years in vain. Thinking of their usual sarcasm towards Feng Qianhua, the 4 sisters-in-law were filled with regret. They all came to Feng Qianhua's house to congratulate her. The Lin family was not an ordinary wealthy family. If Feng Qianhua left with hatred, their good days would come to an end. Qianhua, this is a gift from sister-in-law. You must accept it. Little sister, usually second sister-in-law, speaks quickly. If she has offended you in any way, please don't hold it against second sister-in-law. And me, little sister. Actually, fourth sister-in-law is not a bad person. It's just that she can't hide the truth in her heart. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Qianhua, mother gave this to me when I got married. Now, I'm giving it to you. Feng Qianhua had never seen a few sisters-in-law behave so lowly in the Feng family. Usually, they were all high and mighty, pointing fingers at Feng Qianxian and herself. Who would have thought that they would also have such a day? For a moment, Feng Qianhua felt extremely happy. Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law, I've remembered all your kindness over the years. Don't worry, after I marry into the Lin family, I won't forget all of you. These words made the hearts of the four of them tremble. What did Feng Qianhua mean? She wanted revenge? Before the four of them could react, Feng Qianhua stood up and said, "Sisters-in-law, I need to rest. You can go back first. Little sister, then we won't disturb your rest." Walking out of the door, the four of them took off their disguises. Feng Qianhua's second sister-in-law said anxiously, "Do you think she will really hold a grudge?" "I think she will. Look at how petty she is. If we knew this would happen, we would have treated her better." At this moment, old Madame Feng walked over from the opposite side. "What are the four of you whispering about?" In the Feng family, old Madame Feng was an absolute authority. Feng's second aunt said hesitantly, "We are worried about Qianhua." Old Madame Feng glanced at second sister-in-law of the Feng family. "Worried that she'll give you little shoes to wear?" The four of them looked at each other and did not say a word, feeling guilty. Old Madame Feng's face was stern. "As long as the few of you treat them a little better on a daily basis, you don't have to worry about this now. All of you have turned a deaf ear to my words. Why do you regret it now?" Who dared to answer her? After a long while, Mrs. Feng gathered her courage and said, "Mother, I heard from Qianhua's words just now that she seems to still be holding a grudge. Why don't you go and plead for us?" Old Madame Feng glanced at Mrs. Feng and continued, "Don't worry. She's not the kind of person who doesn't know the gravity of the situation. She should know the principle of if one loses, one will prosper. Even if Feng Qianhua married into the Lin family, the Feng family would still be her backing. She was a smart woman. She would never make an enemy out of her own family." Hearing old Madame Feng's words, the few of them were relieved. It's said that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. This saying is indeed true. Mom, with you saying this, we are relieved. Old Madame Feng nodded. "It's getting late. Go and rest. You still have to attend Qianhua's engagement party tomorrow." The few of them returned to their respective rooms. After the few sisters-in-law of the Feng family left, Feng Qianhua began to educate Feng Xianxian. "Xianxian, did you see that? Only if we stand tall will those who once looked down on us be filled with regret. They will think of all ways to please us. In this world, apart from power and money, family and love are all lies. Only grasp the power can stand at the top." At this point, Feng Qianhua paused, then she said, "At the engagement party between your Uncle Lin and I tomorrow, your grandmother Lin invited the Tsin family's old lady. Maybe Fifth Master Tsin will also attend. At that time, you must pay attention to your image, and let old lady Tsin and Fifth Master Tsin see a different young lady from a wealthy family." Feng Xianxian nodded. "Mom, don't worry. I know what to do." Feng Qianhua continued, "Fifth Master Tsin is a vegetarian. You should also pay more attention to the way you dress tomorrow. Remember to wear something simple and elegant. 1 or 2 jewelry straps that could reveal one's identity would do. They should not be like those vulgar people who wore everything on their bodies." "Okay," Feng Xianxian said. "Mom, I even specially ordered a qipao." Sun Wuya liked wearing a long robe. It was very suitable to stand with him in a qipao. Feng Qianhua's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Feng Xianxian was good-looking and had a good figure. After wearing the qipao, she would definitely be stunning. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the engagement. Seeing that the downstairs was getting more and more lively, Lin Zhe was extremely anxious. "Hurry up." He had to hurry up. Lin Jincheng should be back in a while. At this moment, a word suddenly popped up on the computer screen. Success. He successfully hacked into the database, but unfortunately, there was no information about his mother in the database. Yeshu. Female. 39 years old. Pregnant with a daughter, this year 19 years old. Studying at Beijing University. Name. Yizhou. Yizhou? Yizhou was actually Yishu's daughter.
Linse var stund.
What was going on? If Yishu was the mother that he had been looking forward to for so many years, then how did she give birth to him and Yizhou at the same time? Looking further down, Yishu was currently living with her brother Yi Sr., Seeing this, Lindsay was stunned again. So Yishu and Yisun were siblings. Lindsay suddenly thought of what Yisun had said to him. He said that his sister was a single mother. Because she had been cheated, she had given birth to a daughter. All these years she had raised her daughter alone. Yisun had also used this to comfort Lindsay, telling him not to give up looking for his mother. Lindsay thought of what Fat Tiger and the others had said. Fat Tiger said that Yizhua looked very similar to him. Could it be that he and Yizeo were really brother and sister? They were twins. Did he really have a sister? Not only did he have a mother, but he also had a sister. Thinking of this, Lindsay was so happy that he almost cried. With the information he had found, he hurried downstairs. Downstairs, the servants were busy, and more than half of the guests had arrived. Old Mrs. Lin was greeting the guests with a smile on her face. "Grandpa Butler, where's my dad?" Lindsay ran to the butler's side. The butler said, "I saw him just now. He said that he was going to pick someone up from the Fong family." "The Fong family?"
Lindsay's eyebrows jumped.
"When did you see my dad?" "About 5 minutes ago." The Fong family was quite a distance away from the Lin family. 5 minutes, there was still time. Lindsay turned around and ran out. He took out his cell phone and made a call. "Fat Tiger, are the three of you together now? Okay, you guys immediately ride your bikes to East City Avenue to stop my dad's car. The license plate number is Beijing Y6218. I'll be there right away." "Okay, Brother Zay, I got it." After Fat Tiger hung up, Dog 2 asked curiously, "Brother Z called?" Li Wen said, "Brother Zay's dad is engaged today. Brother Z must be in a bad mood right now." Dog 2 sighed. "He's really engaged? Then what about our Brother Zay?" Fat Tiger picked up the keys to his bike and handed it to the three of them. "Brother Zay just called and told us to go to East City Avenue to stop his dad's car. It looks like there's something urgent. Let's go quickly." Hearing this, Li Wen straightened his expression. "What's the license plate number?" Fat Tiger replied, "Beijing Y6218. Dog 2, who had been lying on the sofa, immediately stood up. The three of them had a life-and-death relationship with Lindsay. No matter when or where, as long as Lindsay opened his mouth, they would not hesitate to help Lindsay. Not long after, 3 motorcycles appeared on the highway at lightning speed. They were so fast that only an afterimage could be seen, causing the passing cars to look at each other. The skills of the three of them were very good. With a rumble, they perfectly avoided every car on the highway. "Extremely handsome. Boss, the 3 cars behind seem to be coming for us." Secretary Zhang sat in the front passenger seat and turned to look at Lin Jincheng. Lin Jincheng pressed his temples and said tiredly, "Tell the driver to be careful." He had just finished his sentence. "Key." The car suddenly stopped. Because of the sudden force, Lin Jincheng fell forward fiercely. "Boss, are you okay?"
"I'm fine."
Lin Jincheng waved his hand and pushed the door open to get out. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw 3 motorcycles surrounding his car. Li Wen hugged his helmet and went forward. "Uncle Lin, hello. The 3 of us are Brother Zay's friends. We're very sorry to suddenly stop you. Please wait for a moment. Brother Zi will be here soon." Lin Jincheng narrowed his eyes. "Did Azi send you here?" "Yes."
Li Wen nudda.
Lin Jincheng looked at his watch. "But Uncle still has other things to do right now. It's almost time. Do you guys think that you can let Uncle handle things first?" Fat Tiger was straightforward. "You're in a hurry to marry Brother Zay's stepmother, right?" Dog 2 said, "Uncle Lin, Azi doesn't like Auntie Fong, and he doesn't like Fong Xianxian either. We hope that you can reconsider this matter." Lin Jincheng's gaze was a little far-reaching. "There are some things that Uncle won't be able to explain to Aze in a short period of time, but please don't worry. Aze will understand in the future. Kids, let me go first. I'll tell Z about his problems when we get home." "No." The 3 of them were very firm. "Before Brother Zay comes, we can't let you go." Seeing that the auspicious time was getting closer and closer, Lin Jincheng became more and more anxious, but Li Wan, Fat Tiger, and Buttface didn't let him go at all. At this moment a small car stopped. The car door opened and Lindsay walked out. Brother Zay. When the three of them saw Lindsay, their eyes lit up. Lindsay looked at the three of them. Mosquito, Fat Tiger, and Dog 2, sorry for troubling you today. The three of them waved their hands and said with a smile, it's just a small matter. Brother Zay, talk to Uncle properly. Don't quarrel. We'll go back first. Okay.
Lindsay nodded.
The three of them got on their bikes and left. Lin Jincheng walked to Lin Zay's side. Zay, what do you want to tell me? Dad, I found my mom. Lin Zay took out the letter and the photo from his bag. My mom's name is Yishu. Her name is Yishu. She's not Feng Qianhua. Yishu. When he heard this name, Lin Jincheng's eyes instantly turned red. When he saw the photo and the letter again, the memories buried deep in his mind flooded in like a tap that had been turned on. He remembered. He remembered everything. Secretary Zhang was stunned. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't expect the matter to be exposed so quickly. Lin Jincheng turned to look at Secretary Zhang and said to Lindsay, let's go home first. Lindsay nodded and followed Lin Jincheng into the car. Not long after, the car stopped in front of the Lin family's manor. By now, almost all the guests had arrived. Seeing Lin Jincheng walk in, old Mrs. Lin was overjoyed. She was just a little puzzled as to why Feng Qianhua didn't come in with him. Could she be in the back? Old Mrs. Lin thought to herself, this child really doesn't know how to do things. How could he leave Feng Qianhua alone to come in? Fortunately, this wasn't a wedding ceremony, it was just an engagement ceremony. Lin Jincheng walked straight to the stage and dialed the microphone. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our Lin family's engagement party. However, I regret to inform everyone that the engagement party is going to be cancelled. In my entire life, the only woman that I, Lin Jincheng, deeply love is Zay's mother, Yishu. I will not marry anyone else. And I will not be engaged to anyone. As soon as these words were said, the people below the stage began to discuss animatedly. The engagement party was cancelled? Who would cancel their engagement on the day of the engagement party? Off stage, old lady Lin was so angry that her face had turned pale. Her entire body was trembling. She pointed at Lin Jincheng's back and said, unfilial son, stop right there. Lin Jincheng turned around and looked at old lady Lin. He bowed and said, Mom, I'm sorry. Old lady Lin closed her eyes and fainted just like that. The entire Lin family was in a mess. Lin Zay followed Lin Jincheng to the door. Dad, are we going to look for my mom? Yes. Lin Jincheng nodded. Let's go look for your mom. They had already missed out on so many years. After experiencing this incident, Lin Jincheng didn't want to miss out anymore. No matter what happened back then, whose child was Yishu's, he was willing to accept it. His life had only been a few decades, and he had already wasted half of it. He wanted to cherish the rest of his life. Yes, Lin Jincheng had already thought it through. He was going to look for Yishu. No matter what happened in the past, he could overthrow it and start over as long as Yishu could still accept him. Lin Zay raised his head to look at Lin Jincheng. Dad, do I still have a sister? Yes. Lin Jincheng nodded. Zay, you and your sister are twins. Remember to take good care of your sister in the future. Since he had already decided to look for Yishu, he would accept everything. In the future, her child was his child, the child they shared. Twins. Lin Zay was a little excited, a little expectant, and a little afraid. He did not know if Yishu would acknowledge him as his older brother, nor did he know if his mother would accept him. Lin Zay followed Lin Jincheng into the car. Lin Jincheng instructed the driver, Shaoli, go to the airport. Shaoli said, okay.
Lindsay was stunned.
Dad, what are you going to the airport for? Your mother is in Yunjing. Let's go look for her, Lin Jincheng replied. Lindsay continued. Mother is not in Yunjing. She is in the capital now. In the capital? Lin Jincheng was a little surprised. Lindsay continued. Sister has been admitted to Beijing University. Then where are they living now? Lin Jincheng hurriedly asked.
Lindsay frowned slightly.
This was also a problem that Lindsay was concerned about. He searched through Yishu's information, but could not find the addresses of Yishu and Yizhua. The information seemed to have been deliberately hidden. Lindsay continued. Let's go find Uncle Yi first. Unleye. Lindsay explained. Uncle Yi is my mother's younger brother. Yi Sr. according to seniority, Lindsay should have called him uncle, but he was used to calling him uncle so he could not change his words. Yi Sen. The figure of a young boy immediately appeared in front of Lin Jincheng. When he met Yishu, Yi Sun was only 13 years old. Then where is your uncle now? Lin Jincheng asked. Lindsay continued. Dad, I think we should clarify things before we go to find uncle. For example, does my mother know about my existence? In the letter, you clearly said that you were going to look for my mother. Why did you break your promise again? Also your name. Also, do you know about your sister's existence? How did I return to your side? Why am I the only one by your and grandma's side while my sister is not? I secretly went to Yunjing to look for my mother before. At that time I didn't know that Uncle Yi was my uncle. My uncle told me that my mother was a very strong person. Unfortunately, when I was young, I met someone unladylike and was cheated by someone. She even gave birth to a daughter out of wedlock. A daughter out of wedlock. This means that my mother never knew of my existence. How did I leave my mother's side at that time? Why didn't my mother know of my existence? After saying this, Lindsay continued. Moreover, my mother hasn't remarried all these years. She's been living a very difficult life. If we don't figure out all these things, not only will my mother not forgive us, even my own face will be too ashamed to see my mother. Just like what old lady Lin said, how many 19 years could there be in life? But Yishu gave the best 19 years of her life to Lin Jincheng. Yishu had waited for Lin Jincheng alone with her child for so many years, but Lin Jincheng had not even shown up once. Without a reasonable explanation, no matter who it was, they might not be able to forgive Lin Jincheng. What Lindsay said made a lot of sense. It turned out that unknowingly, the child from back then had already grown up. Lin Jincheng was silent for a moment. After a while he looked up at the driver. Shaoli. Let's go to the bustling place first. The bustling place was a temporary residence for Lin Jincheng. There were some things that were not convenient to talk about in the car. He had to find a place and tell Lindsay the details of what happened 19 years ago. Then, the father and son would think of a way to seek Yishu's forgiveness. As for the child's matter, Lin Jincheng planned to keep this matter in his stomach forever. He believed that Yishu was definitely innocent. In the future, she would be his daughter, Lindsay's only sister. Lin Jincheng only regretted that he did not wake up earlier. If he could wake up earlier, he would not have wasted more than a year's time. The car sped up. On the other side, the Feng family. The auspicious hour had arrived, but Lin Jincheng had not come to pick Feng Qianhua up. The guests of the Feng family were discussing in low voices. Feng Qianhua had waited for Lin Jincheng for 19 years. There had been no news for 19 years. The two families had suddenly decided to get engaged. The auspicious hour had arrived, but the groom-to-be had not come. This was somewhat intriguing. Lindsay directly ignored Feng Xianxian and continued to walk forward. Feng Xianxian's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Lindsay was only a stray dog now. Who knew what he was so proud of? Feng Xianxian followed Lindsay's footsteps. She smiled and said, Brother Aze, Grandma told me that after my mother and Uncle Lin are engaged, we will move our huku over. Oh right, Grandma also said that she will change my surname. By then, I will have the same surname as you. Brother Aze, are you happy? Seeing that Lindsay's face was getting darker and darker, Feng Xianxian became more and more complacent. She continued, By the way, Grandma also said that my mom will give birth to a little brother for Uncle Lin. At this point, Feng Xianxian lowered her voice and said, Grandma also said that she will train my mom's little brother to become the heir of the Lin family. Brother Aze, what about you? Won't no one want you anymore? Aya, then you are so pitiful. Have a little brother. Lin Zhe turned his head slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. That depends on whether Feng Qianhua has the ability to do so. At this moment, Lin Zhe seemed to have changed into a different person. His eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of murderous intent, deep and bottomless. Feng Xianxian was shocked. She had never seen Lin Zhe like this, so she unconsciously took a few steps back. After saying this, Lin Zhe strode out of the door. Only when Lin Zhe walked out of the door did Feng Xianxian react. She spat at Lin Zhe's back. Shameless bastard. Bah! In the future, she would be the real blood of the Lin family. She would definitely make Lin Zhe's life worse than death. Xianxian. At this moment, Aunt Zhang suddenly appeared beside Feng Xianxian. Feng Xianxian turned around and called out unwillingly, Grandma Zhang. She would definitely not be willing to call a servant grandma. However, Feng Qianhua respected Auntie Zhang very much. In addition, Auntie Zhang had indeed done many things for Feng Qianhua during this period of time, so Feng Xianxian could only reluctantly call out. Auntie Zhang said in a low voice, Miss Qianhua asked me to remind you to always pay attention to your words and deeds in the Lin family. Although Feng Qianhua was about to get engaged to Lin Jincheng, she was still not engaged. In order to avoid complications, she had to be careful. I know, Feng Qianqian continued. Grandma Zhang, you don't have to worry. Seeing that Feng Qianqian was so sensible and obedient, Aunt Zhang nodded in satisfaction. The biggest mistake Feng Qianhua made back then was to marry Feng Qianqian's biological father. The best decision she made was to give birth to Feng Qianqian. Feng Xianxian was smart and intelligent, and the Lin family had been genetically programmed to only give birth to boys over the years. Feng Xianxian was just enough to satisfy old lady Lin's wish to have a granddaughter. Most importantly, not only was Feng Xianxian smart and intelligent, she was also beautiful. With the status of the Lin family's eldest daughter, she would definitely be able to marry into the Tsin family. After all, old lady Tsin and old lady Lin had such a good relationship. From now on, Feng Xianxian would be the Tsin family's matriarch, and Feng Qianhua and Lin Jincheng's children would become the future successors of the Lin family. A son and a daughter, both dragons and phoenixes among men. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Aunt Zhang's face. On the other side, Lin Zhe came to the sanatorium. But Lin Jincheng was not in the ward. Where's my dad? Lin Zhe looked at the bodyguard. The bodyguard said, Director Lin left with Miss Feng. With Feng Qianhua? Lin Zhe frowned slightly and took out his phone to call Lin Jincheng. The phone rang. Feng Qianhua picked up the phone and hung up. Lin Zhe did not give up and continued to call. Feng Qianhua really wanted to block Lin Zhe's number, but she did not know Lin Jincheng's password, so she had to pick up the phone. Dad, where are you now? Feng Qianhua said gently. Aze, it's me. Where's my dad? Let my dad pick up the phone.
Lin Zhe frowned.
Feng Qianhua's gaze fell on Lin Jincheng, who was talking to a few foreigners not far away. The breeze was just right and the sun wasn't dry. Lin Jincheng was about 1.8 meters tall, not shorter than a few tall foreigners at all. Although he had been sick for a long time, there was not a trace of illness on Lin Jincheng. Instead, his aura was extremely strong. Feng Qianhua had fallen in love with this man in front of her since she was young. It was a pity. At that time, he could not see her at all. She was not resigned. She tried to marry a man more outstanding than Lin Jincheng. It was a pity. That man was not up to expectations. After being married for less than a year, his family was in decline, and he became a rundown household. Looking at the Lin family, although Lin Jincheng was with Yishu all day long, the Lin family did not fall, but instead flourished, and Yishu could marry Lin Jincheng at any time. Feng Qianhua was unwilling. She was unwilling to have her position snatched away by Yishu just like that. She was originally the eldest daughter of a rich family. After marrying that disappointing man within a year, she had become an ordinary housewife. But Yishu had transformed from the lowest class to the mistress of the Lin family. How could she accept this? Fortunately, she had waited until today. Now, she could finally sit in the position of the mistress of the Lin family. As for that to Yishu, until her death, she would never be able to see Lin Jin City again. Thinking of this, Feng Qianhua curled the corners of her lips. Her eyes were filled with pride. She said gently, "Aze, your father is not available to answer the phone right now." "What's my father doing? Where are you guys now?" Feng Qianhua deliberately said ambiguously, "Hze, sometimes it's not convenient for us adults to tell you things about a child. Don't call him again. Your father will be back on the 18th. The 18th? Wasn't the 18th the day of their engagement?" When Lindsay wanted to say something else, Feng Qianhua had already hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Lindsay was frowning. Since he couldn't find Lin Jincheng, he could only check on his mother first. Now that he had photos, he was much more confident. After all, there were photos in the population database. Lindsay carried his bag back to the Lin residence, locked the door, and began to search for information. There were many firewalls and security systems in the database, so it was not easy to break in. Lindsay's fingers kept jumping on the keyboard. The only thing that could be heard in the quiet air was the crackling sound. The fluorescent light from the computer screen hit his face. He was only 19 years old, but he gave off the impression of an adult. It was fascinating. The sky was getting darker and darker. Lindsay kept doing one thing. On the other side, after the collaboration ended, Feng Qianhua walked to Lin Jincheng's side. "Brother Jincheng, are you tired? Let me help you over there to rest for a while." Lin Jincheng gently pulled his arm away from Feng Qianhua's. "I'll be fine here by myself. You should go back and rest first." The smile on Feng Qianhua's face was a little stiff. Lin Jincheng's behavior told her that although he had already agreed to the engagement, he was still resisting her. Although they stayed in the same hotel, they had 2 suites. But at this moment, Feng Qianhua had no choice but to maintain a decent smile. "Then I'll go back first." "All right," Aziz called in the afternoon. "If the child really doesn't agree to us being together, then forget it. I'll respect the child's opinion. I don't want anyone to be hurt." After saying this, Feng Qianhua turned around and left. Lin Jincheng looked at Feng Qianhua's back and unconsciously frowned. He tried very hard to convince himself to accept Feng Qianhua. Feng Qianhua was the person in his memories, but he found that he couldn't accept it at all. Being with Feng Qianhua, he couldn't feel the happiness described in the diary at all. Maybe he still needed time. Lin Jincheng sighed softly. "Yi family." After eating, Yizhua looked at Yishu. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Mom, can you tell me about my father?" After being reborn for such a long time, Yizhua had never heard Yishu talk about her biological father. Today's encounter made her curious about the word father. Yishu was stunned for a moment before she recovered. Yizhua was 19 this year. There were some things that could not be hidden from her for the rest of her life. She had the right to know her biological father. Yishu fell into the memories of that year when she was 18. "Your father was from Lu City. His name was Lin Qingcheng. I met him when I was 18. At that time, he was 19. Yishu told Yizhua everything about how she met Lin Jincheng without reservation. "When the woman who claimed to be your father's fiancée came to me, I didn't believe that I was a mistress, nor did I believe that he would lie to me. Because in my eyes he was a man who stood tall and strong. He was a gentleman. He wouldn't lie to me. I've been waiting for him, but he didn't show up until after you were born. He didn't show up, so I had to go find him myself. In Lu City, Lin Qingcheng found a few, but none of them matched him." At this point, a sarcastic smile appeared on Yishu's lips. "At that time, I found out that he left a fake name and his home address was also fake." Now Yishu spoke so casually, and at that time she was so desperate. She was born out of wedlock and was chased out of the house by her parents. She had nothing. She had to take care of the child who had just reached the full moon while working to earn money. Now that she thought about it, she did not even know how she survived those years. Yijue walked over and hugged Yishu. Mom, don't cry. It's not worth it for that kind of scumbag. You still have me in the future. No matter what, I will always be by your side. Yishu hugged Yijue and nodded with a sob. There was only one day left until the engagement date. Old Lady Lin had already sent out all the invitations. She had invited many of the wealthy and famous people in the capital, including the Tsin family. Old Lady Tsin and she had been old friends for many years. Old Lady Tsin would definitely personally attend Lin Jin City's marriage event. The night before the engagement party, the Feng family's daughters-in-law had never thought that Feng Qianhua would really marry into the Lin family. After all, the Lin family had made Feng Qianhua wait for 19 years in vain. Thinking of their usual sarcasm towards Feng Qianhua, the four sisters-in-law were filled with regret. They all came to Feng Qianhua's house to congratulate her. The Lin family was not an ordinary wealthy family. If Feng Qianhua left with hatred, their good days would come to an end. Qianhua, this is a gift from sister-in-law. You must accept it. Little sister, usually second sister-in-law, speaks quickly. If she has offended you in any way, please don't hold it against second sister-in-law. And me, little sister. Actually, fourth sister-in-law is not a bad person. It's just that she can't hide the truth in her heart. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Qianhua, mother gave this to me when I got married. Now, I'm giving it to you. Feng Qianhua had never seen a few sisters-in-law behave so lowly in the Feng family. Usually, they were all high and mighty, pointing fingers at Feng Qianxian and herself. Who would have thought that they would also have such a day? For a moment, Feng Qianhua felt extremely happy. Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law, I've remembered all your kindness over the years. Don't worry, after I marry into the Lin family, I won't forget all of you. These words made the hearts of the four of them tremble. What did Feng Qianhua mean? She wanted revenge? Before the four of them could react, Feng Qianhua stood up and said, Sisters-in-law, I need to rest. You can go back first. Little sister, then we won't disturb your rest. Walking out of the door, the four of them took off their disguises. Feng Qianhua's second sister-in-law said anxiously, Do you think she will really hold a grudge? I think she will. Look at how petty she is. If we knew this would happen, we would have treated her better. At this moment, old Madame Feng walked over from the opposite side. What are the four of you whispering about? In the Feng family, old Madame Feng was an absolute authority. Feng's second aunt said hesitantly, We are worried about Qianhua. Old Madame Feng glanced at second sister-in-law of the Feng family. Worried that she'll give you little shoes to wear? The four of them looked at each other and did not say a word, feeling guilty. Old Madame Feng's face was stern. As long as the few of you treat them a little better on a daily basis, you don't have to worry about this now. All of you have turned a deaf ear to my words. Why do you regret it now? Who dared to answer her? After a long while, Mrs. Feng gathered her courage and said, Mother, I heard from Qianhua's words just now that she seems to still be holding a grudge. Why don't you go and plead for us? Old Madame Feng glanced at Mrs. Feng and continued, Don't worry. She's not the kind of person who doesn't know the gravity of the situation. She should know the principle of if one loses, one will prosper. Even if Feng Qianhua married into the Lin family, the Feng family would still be her backing. She was a smart woman. She would never make an enemy out of her own family. Hearing old Madame Feng's words, the few of them were relieved. It's said that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. This saying is indeed true. Mom, with you saying this, we are relieved. Old Madame Feng nodded. It's getting late. Go and rest. You still have to attend Qianhua's engagement party tomorrow. The few of them returned to their respective rooms. After the few sisters-in-law of the Feng family left, Feng Qianhua began to educate Feng Xianxian. Xianxian, did you see that? Only if we stand tall will those who once looked down on us be filled with regret. They will think of all ways to please us. In this world, apart from power and money, family and love are all lies. Only grasp the power can stand at the top. At this point, Feng Qianhua paused, then she said, at the engagement party between your Uncle Lin and I tomorrow, your grandmother Lin invited the Tsin family's old lady. Maybe 5th Master Tsin will also attend. At that time, you must pay attention to your image and let old lady Tsin and 5th Master Tsin see a different young lady from a wealthy family. Feng Xianxian nodded. Mom, don't worry. I know what to do. Feng Qianhua continued. 5th Master Tsin is a vegetarian. You should also pay more attention to the way you dress tomorrow. Remember to wear something simple and elegant. 1 or 2 jewelry straps that could reveal one's identity would do. They should not be like those vulgar people who wore everything on their bodies. Okay, Feng Xianxian said. Mom, I even specially ordered a qipao. Sun Wuya liked wearing a long robe. It was very suitable to stand with him in a qipao. Feng Qianhua's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Feng Xianxian was good-looking and had a good figure. After wearing the qipao, she would definitely be stunning. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the engagement. Seeing that the downstairs was getting more and more lively, Lin Zhe was extremely anxious. Hurry up. He had to hurry up. Lin Jincheng should be back in a while. At this moment, a word suddenly popped up on the computer screen. Success. He successfully hacked into the database, but unfortunately, there was no information about his mother in the database. Ye Shu. Female. 39 years old. Pregnant with a daughter, this year 19 years old. Studying at Beijing University. Name. Ye Zhao. Ye Zhao? Yi Zhao was actually Yi Shu's daughter.
Linse was stunned.
What was going on? If Yi Shu was the mother that he had been looking forward to for so many years, then how did she give birth to him and Yi Zhao at the same time? Looking further down, Yi Shu was currently living with her brother Yi Sr. Seeing this, Lin Zhe was stunned again. So Yi Shu and Yi Sun were siblings. Lin Zhe suddenly thought of what Yi Sun had said to him. He said that his sister was a single mother. Because she had been cheated, she had given birth to a daughter. All these years, she had raised her daughter alone. Yi Sun had also used this to comfort Lin Ziyi, telling him not to give up looking for his mother. Lin Zhe thought of what Fat Tiger and the others had said. Fat Tiger said that Yizhua looked very similar to him. Could it be that he and Yi Zhao were really brother and sister? They were twins. Did he really have a sister? Not only did he have a mother, but he also had a sister. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe was so happy that he almost cried. With the information he had found, he hurried downstairs. Downstairs, the servants were busy, and more than half of the guests had arrived. Old Mrs. Lin was greeting the guests with a smile on her face. Grandpa Butler, where's my dad? Lin Zhe ran to the butler's side. The butler said, I saw him just now. He said that he was going to pick someone up from the Feng family. The Feng family?
Lin Zhe's eyebrows jumped.
When did you see my dad? About 5 minutes ago. The Feng family was quite a distance away from the Lin family. 5 minutes, there was still time. Lin Zhe turned around and ran out. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Fat Tiger. Are the 3 of you together now? Okay. You guys immediately ride your bikes to East City Avenue to stop my dad's car. The license plate number is Beijing Y6218. I'll be there right away. Okay, Brother Zhe, I got it. After Fat Tiger hung up, Dog 2 asked curiously. Brother Zhe called. Li Wen said, Brother Zhe's dad is engaged today. Brother Zhe must be in a bad mood right now. Dog 2 sighed. He's really engaged? Then what about our brother Zhe? Fat Tiger picked up the keys to his bike and handed it to the 3 of them. Brother Zhe just called and told us to go to East City Avenue to stop his dad's car. It looks like there's something urgent. Let's go quickly. Hearing this, Li Wen straightened his expression. What's the license plate number? Fat Tiger replied. Beijing Y6218. Dog 2, who had been lying on the sofa, immediately stood up. The three of them had a life-and-death relationship with Lin Zhe. No matter when or where, as long as Lin Zhe opened his mouth, they would not hesitate to help Lin Zhe. Not long after, 3 motorcycles appeared on the highway at lightning speed. They were so fast that only an afterimage could be seen, causing the passing cars to look at each other. The skills of the 3 of them were very good. With a rumble, they perfectly avoided every car on the highway. Extremely handsome. Boss, the 3 cars behind seem to be coming for us. Secretary Zhang sat in the front passenger seat and turned to look at Lin Jincheng. Lin Jincheng pressed his temples and said tiredly, "Tell the driver to be careful." He had just finished his sentence. Key. The car suddenly stopped. Because of the sudden force, Lin Jincheng fell forward fiercely. "Boss, are you okay?"
I'm fine.
Lin Jincheng waved his hand and pushed the door open to get out. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw 3 motorcycles surrounding his car. Li Wen hugged his helmet and went forward. "Uncle Lin, hello. The 3 of us are Brother Zhe's friends. We're very sorry to suddenly stop you. Please wait for a moment. Brother Zhe will be here soon." Lin Jincheng narrowed his eyes. "Did Zhe send you here?" "Yes."
Li ven nudda.
Lin Jincheng looked at his watch. "But Uncle still has other things to do right now. It's almost time. Do you guys think that you can let Uncle handle things first?" Fat Tiger was straightforward. "You're in a hurry to marry Brother Zhe's stepmother, right?" Dog 2 said, "Uncle Lin, Zhe doesn't like Auntie Feng, and he doesn't like Feng Xianxian either. We hope that you can reconsider this matter." Lin Jincheng's gaze was a little far-reaching. "There are some things that Uncle won't be able to explain to Zhe in a short period of time, but please don't worry. Zhe will understand in the future. Kids, let me go first. I'll tell Zhe about his problems when we get home." "No." The 3 of them were very firm. "Before Brother Zhe comes, we can't let you go." Seeing that the auspicious time was getting closer and closer, Lin Jincheng became more and more anxious, but Li Wen, Fat Tiger, and Buttface didn't let him go at all. At this moment, a small car stopped. The car door opened and Lin Zhe walked out. Brother Zhe. When the 3 of them saw Lin Zhe, their eyes lit up. Lin Zhe looked at the 3 of them. "Mosquito, Fat Tiger, and Dog 2, sorry for troubling you today." The 3 of them waved their hands and said with a smile, "It's just a small matter. Brother Zhe, talk to Uncle properly. Don't quarrel. We'll go back first." "Okay."
Linse nodded.
The 3 of them got on their bikes and left. Updated from Innovielbien. Lin Jincheng walked to Lin Zhe's side. "Zhe, what do you want to tell me?" "Dad, I found my mom." Lin Zhe took out the letter and the photo from his bag. "My mom's name is Yishu. Her name is Yishu. She's not Feng Qianhua." "Yishu." When he heard this name, Lin Jincheng's eyes instantly turned red. When he saw the photo and the letter again, the memories buried deep in his mind flooded in like a tap that had been turned on. He remembered. He remembered everything. Secretary Zhang was stunned. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't expect the matter to be exposed so quickly. Lin Jincheng turned to look at Secretary Zhang and said to Lin Zhe, "Let's go home first." Lin Zhe nodded and followed Lin Jincheng into the car. Not long after, the car stopped in front of the Lin family's manor. By now, almost all the guests had arrived. Seeing Lin Jincheng walk in, old Mrs. Lin was overjoyed. She was just a little puzzled as to why Feng Qianhua didn't come in with him. Could she be in the back? Old Mrs. Lin thought to herself, this child really doesn't know how to do things. How could he leave Feng Qianhua alone to come in? Fortunately, this wasn't a wedding ceremony, it was just an engagement ceremony. Lin Jincheng walked straight to the stage and dialed the microphone. "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our Lin family's engagement party. However, I regret to inform everyone that the engagement party is going to be cancelled. In my entire life, the only woman that I, Lin Jincheng, deeply love is Aze's mother, Yishu. I will not marry anyone else. And I will not be engaged to anyone. As soon as these words were said, the people below the stage began to discuss animatedly. The engagement party was cancelled? Who would cancel their engagement on the day of the engagement party? Off stage, old lady Lin was so angry that her face had turned pale. Her entire body was trembling. She pointed at Lin Jincheng's back and said, "Unfilial son, stop right there." Lin Jincheng turned around and looked at old lady Lin. He bowed and said, "Mom, I'm sorry." Old lady Lin closed her eyes and fainted just like that. The entire Lin family was in a mess. Lin Zhe followed Lin Jincheng to the door. "Dad, are we going to look for my mom?" "Yes." Lin Jincheng nodded. "Let's go look for your mom." They had already missed out on so many years. After experiencing this incident, Lin Jincheng didn't want to miss out anymore. No matter what happened back then, whose child was Yishu's? He was willing to accept it. His life had only been a few decades, and he had already wasted half of it. He wanted to cherish the rest of his life. Yes, Lin Jincheng had already thought it through. He was going to look for Yishu. No matter what happened in the past, he could overthrow it and start over as long as Yishu could still accept him. Lin Zhe raised his head to look at Lin Jincheng. "Dad, do I still have a sister?" "Yes." Lin Jincheng nodded. "Aze, you and your sister are twins. Remember to take good care of your sister in the future." Since he had already decided to look for Yishu, he would accept everything. In the future, her child was his child, the child they shared. Twins. Lin Zhe was a little excited, a little expectant, and a little afraid. He did not know if Yizhua would acknowledge him as his older brother, nor did he know if his mother would accept him. Lin Zhe followed Lin Jincheng into the car. Lin Jincheng instructed the driver, "Shaoli, go to the airport." Shaoli said, "Okay."
Linze was stunned.
"Dad, what are you going to the airport for?" "Your mother is in Yunjing. Let's go look for her," Lin Jincheng replied. Lin Zhe continued, "Mother is not in Yunjing. She is in the capital now." "In the capital?" Lin Jincheng was a little surprised. Lin Zhe continued, "Sister has been admitted to Beijing University. Then where are they living now?" Lin Jincheng hurriedly asked.
Linze frowned slightly.
This was also a problem that Lin Zhe was concerned about. He searched through Yishu's information, but could not find the addresses of Yishu and Yizhua. The information seemed to have been deliberately hidden. Lin Zhe continued, "Let's go find Uncle Yi first." "Unleye." Lin Zhe explained, "Uncle Yi is my mother's younger brother. Yi Sr. according to seniority, Lin Zhe should have called him uncle, but he was used to calling him uncle so he could not change his words. Yi Sen." The figure of a young boy immediately appeared in front of Lin Jincheng. When he met Yishu, Yi Sun was only 13 years old. "Then where is your uncle now?" Lin Jincheng asked. Lin Zhe continued, "Dad, I think we should clarify things before we go to find uncle. For example, does my mother know about my existence? In the letter, you clearly said that you were going to look for my mother. Why did you break your promise again? Also your name. Also, do you know about your sister's existence? How did I return to your side? Why am I the only one by your and grandma's side while my sister is not? I secretly went to Yunjing to look for my mother before. At that time I didn't know that Uncle Yi was my uncle. My uncle told me that my mother was a very strong person. Unfortunately, when I was young, I met someone unladylike and was cheated by someone. She even gave birth to a daughter out of wedlock. A daughter out of wedlock. This means that my mother never knew of my existence. How did I leave my mother's side at that time? Why didn't my mother know of my existence?" After saying this, Lin Zhe continued, "Moreover, my mother hasn't remarried all these years. She's been living a very difficult life. If we don't figure out all these things, not only will my mother not forgive us, Even my own face will be too ashamed to see my mother. Just like what old lady Lin said, how many 19 years could there be in life? But Yishu gave the best 19 years of her life to Lin Jincheng. Yishu had waited for Lin Jincheng alone with her child for so many years, but Lin Jincheng had not even shown up once. Without a reasonable explanation, no matter who it was, they might not be able to forgive Lin Jincheng. What Lin Zhe said made a lot of sense. It turned out that unknowingly, the child from back then had already grown up. Lin Jincheng was silent for a moment. After a while he looked up at the driver. Shaoli, let's go to the bustling place first. The bustling place was a temporary residence for Lin Jincheng. There were some things that were not convenient to talk about in the car. He had to find a place and tell Lin Zhe the details of what happened 19 years ago. Then, the father and son would think of a way to seek Yishu's forgiveness. As for the child's matter, Lin Jincheng planned to keep this matter in his stomach forever. He believed that Yishu was definitely innocent. In the future, she would be his daughter, Lin Zhe's only sister. Lin Jincheng only regretted that he did not wake up earlier. If he could wake up earlier, he would not have wasted more than a year's time. The car sped up. On the other side, the Feng family. The auspicious hour had arrived, but Lin Jincheng had not come to pick Feng Qianhua up. The guests of the Feng family were discussing in low voices. Feng Qianhua had waited for Lin Jincheng for 19 years. There had been no news for 19 years. The two families had suddenly decided to get engaged. The auspicious hour had arrived, but the groom-to-be had not come. This was somewhat intriguing. Could it be that the Lin family went back on their word at the last minute? Old Madame Feng presided over the overall situation as she whispered to the butler beside her. Quickly get someone to go to the Lin family's side to see what's going on. Yes, old madam, I'll go right away. The butler immediately walked out. Upstairs in the bedroom, Feng Qianhua was wearing a wine-red gown and an exquisite hair accessory on her head as she looked at herself in the mirror. Although she was already 39 years old this year, due to her good maintenance and hyaluronic acid, the years did not leave any traces on her face. Compared to the frivolous youth of 19 years ago, it was more like the charm of a mature woman. From now on, she would be the matriarch of the Lin family, Lin Jincheng's only wife. Looking back now, these 19 years of persistence were nothing at all. At least, she had waited until Lin Jincheng. And what about that B*Tsechishu? So what if she gave birth to 2 children for Lin Jincheng? In the end, wouldn't it all be for naught? After a long while, Feng Qianhua picked up the lipstick on the dressing table and slowly applied it on her lips. At that moment, the door was pushed open from the outside. Feng Qianhua turned around and saw that it was Feng Xianxian who had entered. Feng Xianxian had an anxious look on her face. It seemed like she had something urgent to attend to. Xianxian, how many times have I told you to pay attention to your manners? From now on, you are the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Every word and action of yours represents the Lin family. You can't be so rash. The eldest daughter of the Lin family was different from the eldest cousin daughter of the Feng family. Although Feng Xianxian's surname was Feng, in the Feng family, the mother and daughter had always been outsiders. Only the Lin family was the true home of the mother and daughter. Moreover, the Feng family was a small family, and could not compare to the Lin family at all. Feng Xianxian could not care less and continued. Mother, the auspicious time has passed, but Uncle Lin has not come yet. Do you think there will be any changes? Hearing this, Feng Qianhua's expression changed. What time is it now? Feng Qianxian said. It's already 12:20. The master had calculated the auspicious time to be 12:16. Logically speaking, Lin Jincheng should have arrived a few minutes earlier, but it was already 4 minutes later, and Lin Jincheng was still nowhere to be seen. Feng Qianxian's intuition told her that this wasn't a good thing. Feng Qianhua narrowed her eyes slightly. What time is the second auspicious time? In order to prevent accidents, 2 auspicious times were usually prepared. 13:14 p.m. Feng Qianxian answered. The corners of Feng Qianhua's mouth curled up. 1314 signifies a lifetime. Perhaps your Uncle Lin likes this auspicious time more. Mom, aren't you worried at all? Feng Qianqian admired Feng Qianhua very much. The commotion downstairs was about to break out, but Feng Qianhua was so calm. Feng Qianhua closed the lid of her lipstick and pursed her lips. Your Uncle Lin won't marry anyone else but me. What's there to be worried about? During the days when Lin Jincheng was out discussing cooperation, Lin Zhe called Lin Jincheng many times. But Lin Jincheng didn't pick up. This meant that Lin Jincheng had made up his mind. Today was their engagement day. Lin Jincheng cared about her so much, so how could he drop the ball at such a critical time? So Feng Qianhua was not anxious at all, because she knew that Lin Jincheng had already decided on her. In Lin Jincheng's subconscious mind she was Yishu. Lin Jincheng would never let her down. Moreover, Lin Jincheng had always been a gentleman. He could not go back on his words. Feng Qianhua had always believed in Lin Jincheng's character. After saying that, Feng Qianhua continued, Your Uncle Lin is an open and aboveboard man. Once he has decided on something, he will not go back on his word. Hearing Feng Qianhua's words, Feng Qianqian also heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and circled around in front of Feng Qianhua. Mom, what do you think of my outfit today? Good, very good. Feng Qianhua nodded in satisfaction and then instructed, Remember not to touch meat dishes and wine at today's banquet. Fifth Sin was not only vegetarian, but he also did not drink wine. Feng Xianxian was wearing a blue and white cheongsam today. In addition to her outstanding facial features, she looked very elegant and charming in this way. Although there were beauties in the capital, there were not many natural beauties. Most of the daughters of socialites had gone to the beauty salon to make minor adjustments. Only Feng Xianxian was naturally sculpted. Feng Qianhua believed that in today's banquet hall, Feng Xianxian was the most eye-catching existence. At that time, not to mention Sun Wuya, even half of the capital's noble families and dignitaries would have to bow down to Feng Xianxian. Thinking of this, the corners of Feng Qianhua's mouth curled up even more. Her daughter was so outstanding, and as a mother she was also proud. Mom, don't worry, I know what to do. For today's engagement party, Feng Qianxian had prepared for a long time. How to smile was the most attractive, and what topics to participate in appeared to be knowledgeable and cultured. In order to cater to Fifth Master Tsun's preferences, she even specially flipped through some scripture books and recited some relatively famous fragments. She believed that she would definitely have a common topic with Fifth Master Tsun. So today, she would definitely attract Fifth Master Tsun's attention. Make Fifth Master Tsun fall for her. Feng Qianhua continued, Xianxian, you can't just think about attracting Fifth Master Tsun's attention. You have to think about how to please old Madame Tsun. Although old Madame Tsun is old, her weight in the Tsun family is definitely not inferior to Zhou Xiang. I heard that Fifth Master Tsun did not want to go to Yunjing previously. It was only because old Lady Tsun threatened him with her life that he agreed to go. Once old Lady Tsun approves of you, then you will be the Tsun family's matriarch. Because the relationship between the Tsun family and the Lin family was not bad, old Lady Lin could always tell some topics about the Xian family. Feng Xianxian nodded. Isn't it just to please the old lady? Look at how happy I made that old Lady Lin. I'm the best at this. Now that I think about it, the eldest daughter of the Mu family in Yunjing is really stupid. She's short-sighted. Fifth Master Tsun only used a little trick, and she took the initiative to break off the engagement. But I still have to thank her. If it weren't for her short-sightedness, I wouldn't have had the chance to get in touch with Fifth Master Tsun now. Feng Qianhua reached out and placed her hand on Feng Xianxian's. If you don't have the chance, create it. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Just like her, if she had accepted her fate 19 years ago, then would she still be able to become the matriarch of the Lin family? Therefore, one must never accept one's fate. Even if Fifth Master Tsun already has someone by his side, you can't give up. As long as Fifth Master Tsun can see you, it means that he still doesn't love his female companion enough. Feng Xianxian nodded, not fully understanding. Yes, Mom, I understand. Just then Feng Qianhua's eldest sister-in-law walked in from outside and said with a smile, Qianhua, are you hungry? Do you want sister-in-law to bring you something to eat? Normally, Feng Qianhua's eldest sister-in-law would not have such a good expression. But now it was different. Feng Qianhua was about to get engaged to Lin Jincheng. The Lin family was big and powerful. In the future, even if Feng Qianhua revealed something between her fingers, it would be enough for her to squander. Although it was already too late for Lin Jincheng to pick Feng Qianhua up, he had already prepared 2 auspicious times. She could not offend Feng Qianhua again because of her short-sightedness. Feng Qianhua did not stand on ceremony with sister-in-law. Then I'll have to trouble sister-in-law to get me a bowl of porridge. My appetite has not been very good recently, so I want to have some porridge. Okay, I'll go now. Feng Qianqian looked at Feng Qianqian's back. Her eyes filled with pride. Can I trouble you to get me a bowl of porridge too? Her first aunt was the most snobbish, and she usually liked to bully the mother and daughter. Who would have thought that she would have such a day? Feng Qianqian was overjoyed. Yes, yes, of course. Feng Qianqian quickly nodded. After Feng Qianhua's eldest sister-in-law left, Feng Qianhua's second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, and fourth sister-in-law also walked in. They came here to please Feng Qianhua. Feng Qianxian ordered her 3 aunts to take care of her like she was ordering the servants of the Lin family. The 3 Feng sisters-in-law could only swallow their anger. Who asked her to become the eldest daughter of the Lin family? The difference between the Feng family and the Lin family was not just a little bit. At the same time, downstairs, as the discussions among the guests increased, old Madame Feng became more and more uncertain. What was going on with the Lin family? Why was no one here yet? Did something really happen? Just then the butler jogged in. Old Madame Feng saw that the butler's expression did not seem to be right, so she immediately walked over and asked in a low voice, What is going on with the Lin family? The housekeeper glanced at old Madame Feng and was momentarily at a loss for words. The Feng family was bustling with activity as they prepared for the engagement banquet. However, the groom-to-be announced that the wedding banquet was cancelled. He even announced that he would only love his son's birth mother and would not be engaged to anyone else. If this news were to spread, what would the Feng family and Feng Qianhua do? What's going on? Hurry up and tell me. Old Madame Feng said anxiously. The butler raised his head to look at old Madame Feng, his expression somewhat complicated. Old Madame, you have to make preparations. Hearing this, old Madame Feng's heart skipped a beat. The butler continued. Family head Lin suddenly announced the cancellation of the engagement banquet, and now the Lin family is in chaos. Cancel the engagement banquet? Now that all the guests had arrived, the Lin family wanted to cancel the engagement banquet. How was she going to explain this to the guests present? Old Madame Feng's face turned pale and she stumbled back a few steps. Fortunately, the housekeeper held her in time. Old Madame, don't be anxious. There might be some misunderstanding. Old Madame Feng continued. Did they say why they wanted to cancel the engagement banquet? The butler shook his head and tried his best to be tactful. I'm not too sure about the details. I only know that family head Lin's car was about to arrive, but it suddenly turned back halfway and announced that the engagement party was cancelled. Old Madame Feng pressed her temples and said weakly, You go. Go and call the eldest madam over. The eldest madam was naturally referring to the Feng family's eldest sister-in-law. The butler nodded. All right, I'll go now. Soon Feng Qianhua's wife arrived. When she heard about this matter, her face turned pale. How can this be? Isn't the Lin family bullying others? The engagement was agreed upon today. How can it be cancelled so easily? Feng Qianhua's wife was extremely shocked. Although she could not stand Feng Qianhua and her daughter's petty ways of achieving success, this was a major matter that concerned the entire Feng family. If she could get married to the Lin family, she could also benefit greatly from it. Now that the Lin family suddenly announced the cancellation of the engagement, how would she and the Feng family behave in the future? Old Mrs. Feng was completely exhausted and did not want to say another word. Go and call the second, third, and fourth families. Go and settle the guests down. Tell them that today's reception was not good, and that the engagement banquet has been postponed. I will apologize to them another day. Since things had come to this, they could only use the delay as an excuse. In this circle, besides power, face was also very important. Old Madame Feng only begged the Lin family to temporarily cancel the engagement party. Everything was a misunderstanding. Okay. Feng's eldest sister-in-law nodded and immediately went to call the other 3 sisters-in-law. These 4 daughters-in-law of the Feng family, although they usually like to be calculative, in the face of major events, they were not ambiguous at all. They quickly settled the guests down. After the guests dispersed, the originally noisy hall instantly became quiet. Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian were still upstairs waiting for Lin Jincheng to pick them up. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. It must be Lin Jincheng. Feng Qianhua turned her head in surprise. But the people who came were the 4 sisters-in-law of the Feng family. The smile on Feng Qianhua's face faded. Feng Xianxian said with some dissatisfaction, "First aunt, didn't you go downstairs to get porridge for me and my mother? Where's the porridge? And second aunt, third aunt, and fourth aunt, where are the things I asked you to take? Why did you come up empty-handed? It's already so late, and you still want to eat porridge." Fourth sister-in-law's face was stern. "Don't talk about porridge. In the future, the 2 of you won't even be able to drink water." Feng Qianhua frowned. "Fourth sister-in-law, what do you mean by that?" Third sister-in-law stood up, her face full of sarcasm. She looked completely different from before. "Don't you know what I mean? The 2 of you should stop dreaming about Madame Lin and Miss Lin in the future." Hearing this, Feng Qianhua's heart skipped a beat, and a layer of sweat appeared on her back. Third sister-in-law, what happened? Not to mention Feng Qianhua, when she saw her 4 aunts acting like this, Feng Qianqian was a little flustered. She subconsciously grabbed Feng Qianhua's wrist, not daring to be aggressive anymore. Feng Qianhua's eldest sister-in-law looked at Feng Qianhua. "You really don't know?" Feng Qianhua shook her head. Family head Lin announced that the engagement was cancelled. Feng Qianxian said word by word. "What? The engagement was cancelled? How could this be? It couldn't be. She had just met Lin Jincheng last night and everything was normal in Lin Jincheng. He had even discussed the matter at the engagement party with her. Everything was fine. Why would Lin Jincheng cancel the engagement party just like that? It wouldn't happen. Lin Jincheng wasn't that kind of person." Feng Qianhua's face turned pale immediately, but she had no choice but to calm herself down. "Sister-in-law, stop joking. It was fake. It was definitely fake. A few of her family's sisters-in-law were jealous of her, and that was why they were joking with her." Seeing Feng Qianhua like this, Feng Qianhua sighed. "It's true. The guests downstairs have all dispersed." Only then did Feng Qianhua realize that the Feng family villa seemed to have quieted down in an instant. Is it true? How could this be? Feng Qianhua sat on the chair in a daze. There was not a single glimmer of light in her eyes. Feng Xianxian was also dumbfounded. The few sisters-in-law of the Feng family sneered at the mother and daughter before leaving. They did not dare to go too far. What if the mother and daughter still had a chance to turn things around? After the 4 of them left, Feng Qianhua turned back to look at Feng Xianxian. Quick! Quick! Call your grandma Zhang." Okay. Feng Qianxian quickly went to get her phone. After a long while, the other side picked up the phone. Feng Qianxian cried and asked what was going on. Aunt Zhang said, "Qianxian, don't cry. It's okay. Don't worry. Pass the phone to your mother. I have something to tell her." Feng Qianxian had no choice but to pass the phone to Feng Qianhua. Feng Qianhua took the phone and asked in a trembling voice, "Aunt Zhang, what exactly happened?" Aunt Zhang did not expect such a turn of events. She said in a low voice, "Qianhua, Lin Jincheng seems to have regained his memory." "What?" Feng Qianhua's breathing stopped. Regained his memory? How did he regain his memory all of a sudden? Aunt Zhang comforted Feng Qianhua a few more times, but Feng Qianhua could not hear anything.
No.
She could not give up just like that. She couldn't just lose to Yishu like that. Feng Qianhua tried her best to calm herself down. How's Aunt Lin now? Aunt Zhang said. Her condition isn't too good. She fainted on the spot and hasn't woken up yet. Please take good care of Aunt Lin. Don't worry about me. Very good. After hanging up, Feng Qianhua started to remove her makeup. She couldn't admit defeat. The position of the matriarch of the Lin family was hers, and it had always been hers. No one could take it away from her. So what if Lin Jincheng regained his memory? Could he find Yishu? With the paternity test, Lin Jincheng would never be able to overcome the hurdle in his heart. He was just trying to escape. He couldn't possibly find Yishu. Feng Qianhua turned to look at Feng Qianxian. Qianxian, change your clothes too. We'll go see your grandma Lin later. Okay. Feng Qianxian nodded. In the bustling city, Lin Jincheng told Lin Zi everything that had happened back then. Lin Zi sighed after hearing it. He didn't expect so many things to happen. Dad, don't worry. I believe Mom will definitely understand you. From the perspective of his children, Lin Zi still hoped that his parents could get back together, and that the four of them could live happily together in the future. Lin Jincheng sighed. I hope so. He wasn't sure if Yishu would still be able to forgive him. Lin Zi continued. Dad, I'm going to meet Uncle at the Royal Cafe. Unable to find Yishu's address, Lin Zi had no choice but to ask Yi Sin out. Lin Jincheng nodded. Then let's go now. Okay. Lin Zi continued. But I didn't tell him about this. When we meet, you have to be mentally prepared. I will. The Royal Cafe was right below Yi Sin's company. So when Lin Zi and Lin Jincheng arrived, Yi Sun had already arrived. Seeing Lin Zi come over, Yi Sun waved at him excitedly. Aosha.
Unle ye.
Lin Zi also waved. Yi Sun saw Lin Jincheng beside Lin Zi and frowned slightly. He subconsciously felt that Lin Jincheng was a little familiar. Ao Zi, this is your father?
Lin Zi nodded.
Soon, Lin Jincheng said with red eyes.
Sin.
Yi Sin was stunned. How many years had it been since someone called him that? I'm sorry, who are you? Yi Sin didn't recognize Lin Jincheng for a moment and couldn't remember who he was. 1. After all, he was only 13 at that time. Moreover, he hadn't seen Yi Sun many times. Lin Jincheng looked at Yi Sun and said, I'm Lin Qingcheng. Lin Qingcheng. Hearing these 3 words, the memories buried deep in Yi Sin's mind flooded out in an instant. Who was Lin Qingcheng? Wasn't Lin Jincheng the scumbag who had deceived Yishu? 19 years. A whole 19 years. The scumbag had finally appeared. At this moment, other than anger, Yi Sin's eyes were still filled with a layer of fire. He raised his hand and directly punched Lin Jincheng. Bang! Lin Jincheng tilted his head. If not for the chair behind him, he would have fallen to the ground. Bastard! Lin Qingcheng, King bastard! You made my sister suffer for so many years. I'll beat you to death today. Lin Jincheng did not fight back. He was just beaten up by Yi Sun. Soon, the left side of his face was swollen and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Uncle, stop beating me up.
Lin Zi huk Yi Sin's hand.
Yi Sun pushed Lin Zi's hand away. Little bastard, get lost. Who's your uncle? I'm not your uncle. If he had known that Lin Zi was Lin Qingcheng's son, he would not have bothered with Lin Zi at that time. Saying this, Yi Sun picked up Lin Jincheng's collar. His eyes were red as he said, Lin Qingcheng, you bastard. When you were with my sister, you were still fooling around outside. Whose son is this little bastard? What are you trying to do? Let me tell you. If you dare to appear in front of my sister and anger her, I'll **** beat you to death. What a bully. Lin Jincheng was simply too much of a bully. He already had a child with someone else, and now he still had the face to come in front of him. Was he here to show off? To show off that he had a son? Yi Sen even suspected now that Lin Jincheng had left Yishu back then because he remembered that Yishu had given birth to a girl. Scum. A scum who valued sons over daughters. Thinking of this, Yi Sen, who couldn't take it anymore, gave Lin Jincheng a vicious punch. Lin Jincheng weakly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Aze is Ashu's biological child. He and his sister are twins. What? Twins? Yi Sen was stunned. He thought he was hearing things, so he turned to look at Lin Zhe. Yi Sen saw Yishu's shadow on Lin Zhe's face, especially her phoenix eyes. The mother and son daughter all had the same pair of phoenix eyes. This gene didn't even need DNA testing to tell that he was Yishu's child. No wonder when he first met Lin Zhe, he felt that Lin Zhe was very familiar. He couldn't help but want to get close to him. Then, he remembered the sad scene when Lin Zhe went to look for his mother from afar. Yi Sen's eyes turned red. He said in a hoarse voice, "Aze." This child was too difficult. He met a terrible father and met an unreasonable grandmother. Uncle. Lin Zhe walked over and hugged Yi Senator. Uncle, my father had his difficulties back then. You're angry now. Can you sit down and listen to our explanation? Yi Sen sighed and turned to look at Lin Jincheng. For Aze's sake, I can take you to my sister. You can explain it to her yourself. Whether she can forgive you or not, it's not up to me. It's up to my sister. If my sister doesn't forgive you, you're not allowed to harass my sister in the future. Yi Sen had known Lin Zhe for a long time. He knew that Lin Zhe was a very good and filial child. He couldn't stop them from recognizing each other. And Lin Qingqing was the father of 2 children after all. Yi Zhao also had the right to know the existence of his biological father. Son, thank you. Yi Sen's face was cold. Don't thank me yet. If my sister doesn't forgive you, I'll still beat you up. Lin Jincheng accepted everything unconditionally. Yishu happened to be resting at home today. When Yi Sen arrived with Lin Jincheng and Lin Zhe, she was in the kitchen with Yi Zhao researching new dishes. A seductive fragrance wafted in the living room. Cease. He was about to meet his mother. Lin Zhe was very excited. Felt like a dream. Although the Yi family rented a house, the decorations were very warm. For some reason, Lin Zhe found that he liked this place very much. You're back. Yishu's voice came from the kitchen. There's watermelon in the fridge. Go get it yourself. Hearing Yishu's voice again, Lin Jincheng's eyes turned red again. His heart was filled with emotions, and his palms were covered in a layer of sweat. Yi Sen walked into the kitchen. Sister Zhuozhua, come out for a while. There's a guest at home. Who is it? Yishu was a little curious. After all, their family didn't know many acquaintances in Beijing. Yi Zhuozhua raised his eyebrows slightly and was also a little curious. Yi Sen continued. You'll know when you come out. Who is it? It's so mysterious. Yishu untied her apron as she walked out. She had just walked into the living room when she saw the man standing there. She was stunned. Was she hallucinating? Although 19 years had passed and Lin Jincheng's face was still injured, Yishu still recognized Lin Jincheng at a glance. Ah, Shu, Lin Jincheng said with a stiff voice. Tears instantly welled up in Yishu's eyes. It was him. It was really him. After 19 years of not seeing each other, he seemed to have changed a lot, but it also seemed like nothing had changed. See this? Yishua slightly narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me, this is her that cheap father? What does the cheapskate father want? To get back together? Aoze, this is your mother. Lin Jincheng turned to look at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe took heavy steps and walked step by step to Yishu's side. He looked at Yishu and said in a hoarse voice, Mother. Yishu was completely stunned. Wasn't this the child of him and Feng Qianhua? What did he want to do? Did he still want to lie to her like he did 19 years ago? Yishu looked up at Lin Jincheng and asked in a trembling voice. Lin Qingcheng, what do you want to do? It had been 19 years. Why did Lin Jincheng still appear in front of her? And why did he bring the son he had with someone else to look for her? She was living a good life now. Why did Lin Jincheng come here to tear open the scar that had already been scabbed? Shu, this is our son Lindsay. He and our daughter are twins, Shu. I've let you down. I've separated you, mother, son and brother and sister for so many years. I deserve to die. I'm a sinner. At this point, Lin Jincheng was already in tears. Twins? Yishu only felt her mind go blank. She had never thought that she had a son in this world. Was this true? The youth in front of her was really her son. Lin Jincheng had lied to her before. From his name to his home address, he had lied to her. Could it be that this time he was also lying to her? Yishu didn't know if she should believe Lin Jincheng. Yishua stood at the side and was also a little dumbfounded. This was too unbelievable. She never expected that she actually had a brother. A brother? But didn't the doctor say that there was a stillborn child? After a long while, Yishu finally found her voice. Lin Jincheng, are you lying to me again? Lin Jincheng took a deep breath. Shu, I'm not lying to you. That child wasn't stillborn. He was secretly taken away by my mother. If you don't believe me, you can do a paternity test with Aze. Hearing this, Yishu raised her head and looked at Lindsay. From Lindsay's eyes she saw her own figure. It was her child. This was her child, that's right. Perhaps it was the bond between mother and son, but at this moment Yishu almost burst into tears. She hugged Lindsay. Child. She had always thought that her child had died when he was born. She did not expect him to still be alive. Lindsay had dreamed countless times of meeting his mother, but every time, the moment they hugged, the dream would wake up. Every night, his pillow would be wet. This time he finally got to hug his mother as he wished. It was so good to have a mother. From now on he was a child with a mother. Mom!
Linse hugde shu tightly.
He was very strong, afraid that he was dreaming. Once he let go, his mother would disappear. Seeing the mother and son recognize each other, Yi-san raised his hand and punched Lin Jincheng. B*****. You actually secretly took the child away. You separated them for so many years. Is this a human thing? Lin Jincheng didn't dodge. He took a punch from Yi-san and staggered back.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for Shu and the two children. What's the use of saying sorry? Yi-san gave Lin Jincheng another punch. Can an apology offset the pain of their separation for so many years? Lin Jincheng, are you even human? How could you do such a heartless thing with your mother? I didn't know that my mother secretly took Azi away. Lin Jincheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That year, when I received the news that Ashu was going to give birth, I drove all the way to Yunjing overnight. Who knew that I met with a car accident on the way? As a result, I lay in bed for 10 years. When I woke up, I found that I had lost all my memories of Ashu. By the end of his speech, Lin Jincheng was already sobbing uncontrollably. If he had been more careful that year and had not met with that car accident, Yishu would not have suffered so much, and the mother and son would not have been separated for so many years because of it. If he had been braver back then, he would have taken Yishu away earlier, and nothing would have happened. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Yi-san did not believe Lin Jincheng at all, because in his eyes, Lin Jincheng was a liar. He grabbed Lin Jincheng's lapels and asked, "Didn't you say that you lost your memory? Then how did you remember all this now?" "I accidentally recovered my memory last April.